Hello everyone, it's great to be with you again and to welcome you to day 2 of our online program. We're coming to you live from the REAIM Summit at The Hague in the Netherlands. Just a reminder, we are here to talk to experts and policymakers, innovators, around a very complicated topic that is being put on the global map, the responsible use of artificial intelligence within the military domain. Day 1 was full of contestation and debate. We got a sense of what we are talking about with artificial intelligence in the military domain in particular. But there was also some robust debates around the ethical frameworks, the legal framework, and how do you bring the various stakeholders together to reach an international agreement. We are nowhere near that yet, but the discourse and the debate is happening. And of course, today, to help us make sense of the various themes that are likely to come through on day 2 of this historic summit, hosted, of course, by the government of the Netherlands and the Republic of South Korea. I'm delighted to welcome in the studio David Sadek. David, you are the Vice President for Research and Innovation and Technology at Thales, particularly focusing on artificial intelligence and information processing. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you very much.
And we are also delighted to have Dr. Robin Gaze. You are Director at the United Nations Institute for Disarmament Research. You have over 20 years experience in peace and security. Now, what fascinates us here about your role is that you look at the impact of new technologies in these areas. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Good morning.
Thank you. Let's start with you, David. Your impressions of the conference so far, of the summit so far.
Well, first of all, really, thank you very much for having me here. I'm very delighted to have this debate and discussion with Robin this morning, and of course to be at this conference. So it's really, so far, it's really impressive, because I think that it's kind of the first time we are having together different stakeholders from different disciplines, from different areas. I mean, innovators, as you said, researchers, policymakers, different government institutions, and so on, to talk about a very, essential, I would say, topic, which is ethics of artificial intelligence, and in particular in the military domain. And so the impression so far, my impression so far, is that the discussions, the exchanges are really very fruitful. People are really, having different point of views on this hot topic, and trying to find even the way of having the same definitions of the words which are used to talk about this topic, which is, I would say, not an easy issue, actually. So, and this is the first step, I would say, even if a lot of work, a lot of debates have been already taken place so far on this topic. But this conference is probably a first of a kind of having this year.
Okay, so Dr. Robin, let me bring you in here. I mean, we got some cynicism as well, or skepticism, let me put it that way, yesterday around why are we having these talks? What is the importance of it? Does it yield any fruit? What would you say to that? Is this summit important?
Yeah, I would say it is, but I would also say that, of course, we need to move on from here and take it to more concrete steps. And I think there is a sense of urgency here, and I hope that the summit can help to convey it. There really, I think, is an ongoing arms race for speed. I think the impression that you get at this conference here at the summit is very much how complex the topic is, how impactful the technology will be, and I think also how sudden it'll be upon us. You know, ChatGPT, I think, has been mentioned 100 times at this conference. And probably my wager is that 6 months ago, many of us would not have heard of it, ever. So now it's here. It means the technology disseminates almost instantaneously. And we can see with ChatGPT how impactful just one specific application of the technology is. So on the one hand, there's huge promise for the military in this, but there's also a long list of risks associated with it. They need to be addressed at summits like these. I'm really delighted to see the summit. We've been working, UNIDIR, our think tank on disarmament and arms control. We've long been working on the issue of artificial intelligence. We see it as decisive in global security matters for years to come. And what I really like about this summit is the attempt to take it to a higher political level, to raise attention for the topic, across all policy levels, and to really hopefully convey a sense of urgency that we need to move on to concrete steps very, very swiftly now, because it's no longer science fiction, and it hasn't been for a while. The technology is clearly coming, and not only in civilian applications like ChatGPT, that's maybe the feel-good version, but then of course there is another side for it, and we need to have an open, frank, multi-stakeholder dialogue about these issues.
Okay, I'll come back to you on the peace and security aspect, because it's very fascinating. I'm a journalist. I use the words peace and security a lot, but I would never have aligned them to artificial intelligence. I'll come back to that in just a moment. But from Thale's point of view, when you look at this conference and your work and the word stakeholders, how do you work with governments around these issues of artificial intelligence? Because we get a sense that the innovators are always ahead of states. So what is the ideal relationship between innovators like yourselves and the policymakers?
Well, Thales is a company which operates in a very regulated world. I mean, it's a dual company operating in civilian world and also in defense military world, and all our business is very regulated, very framed. So our interaction with the government and the governments, the MODs, I would say, with respect to military domain, I mean, this is the daily way of working and of doing things, because these are our partners, our customers. So we are defining, we are also defining our way of doing in discussion, in collaboration with also the authorities, the governments, and all these stakeholders from the public domain. So this is we are not making our way by ourselves, even if of course we also define our own charter, for example, of ethics for digital domains, especially for artificial intelligence. By the way, we issued a charter, an ethical charter on digital technologies a few months ago, which consists of 10 commitments. Most of these commitments are dealing also with artificial intelligence and the way the artificial intelligence is designed, and the commitment we are taking to implement these commitments. Mm-hmm. So the policy, regulation, and the framework are our daily business. This is
the norm.
Yeah, norm. Exactly.
Well, I think that's very important, because yesterday one of the debates was around that. How do we get to a regulatory framework? Who implements? Who leads that? And I think that those kind of relationships can be a template for what it can look like at a larger scale. So thank you very much for highlighting that. And Robin, just talk to me about these emerging technologies when it comes to disarmament, peace and security. Are they an enabler, or do the risks overwhelm the potential for good?
Well, there's certainly an enabler if we're talking about artificial intelligence. It's really like electricity or computers. And it's a wide-ranging tool, and it will have various military applications across the board, and not all of them are equally critical. In fact, some are not critical at all, and some others are very critical indeed. So the spectrum is from artificial intelligence-enabled logistical support. It goes to intelligence gathering and surveillance, of course, which is already at a more critical level than just logistical support. Then, you could have centralized command structures. The military appeal of artificial intelligence is that it can fuse together data from basically all theaters of warfare: air, land, water, outer space, cyberspace, all of it together in a common operating picture, real time. Now that's a powerful tool, of course. And of course, at the further end of the spectrum, it could also be used for autonomous weapon systems, which is probably the most critical version of it. Now, there is an ongoing process already that is concerned with lethal autonomous weapon systems. I very much hope that it can move to negotiations very soon. I think this is really the most critical part. The closer you come with artificial intelligence to actual warfighting, the conduct of hostilities, matters of life and death, clearly the more critical it all becomes, and clearly all the risks associated with AI whether it's bias, unpredictability, lack of transparency, the more critical they become. They're really amplified, of course, in a battlefield context. So it's a wide spectrum, which I think we still have to unravel. I think part of the exercise here at this summit is also to look below the tip of the iceberg. The tip really is lethal autonomous weapon systems. But then there's so many other potential applications for artificial intelligence where it could support, augment, or even replace human judgment.
Ooh, that's always so controversial.
And that's, of course, when you get into the more critical aspects of it. That's what we need to target, but we need to be frank and open about it. That's what we need to look to, I think, and address.
Because the military is not always known for transparency, isn't it? Just in everyday type of operation, I suppose it's good for the state to play its cards close to its chest. But when it comes to artificial intelligence, because one of the speakers yesterday, I think it was Professor Friedman, said it is not it is not a revolution. It's a new reality, and we need to contend with it. But I think when it comes to the role of the human, that's what was controversial as well in yesterday's conversation. So a really complicated matrix of themes indeed.
Yeah, and I think the Secretary General was quite right just 2 weeks ago in really reiterating that human agency has to be retained at all cost. So I think that's really the baseline to start from. But then there is a long list of other risks associated with artificial intelligence. One is, miscalculation and misperception if these new types of systems enter the battlefield. Another risk that I see is this moving military operations up to machine speed. I think that's really the kind of new type of arms race that we're seeing in this field. The sooner you can network all your military equipment together, the faster it can move, the more military advantages the military will see in future military operations. And, that's in a way understandable, but a risk there is, of course, that in the very fraught global security environment in which we're currently in, there could be races to the bottom. First mover advantages will be thought, fielding stuff early before it has maybe been tested all the way. That's just one risk that's out there. And then the general pressure, if everyone is moving towards machine speed with the military operations, it's a process, it's a cycle that is very difficult to escape. So how do you put in the speed bumps in this, trend that we're seeing of moving military operations to a higher level of speed?
Mm-hmm. And there was a guest yesterday who was trying to steer the conversation away from the autonomous weapon system. That, of course, that's important, but there's a whole lot of other themes as well. Data processing, how we use artificial intelligence in humanitarian crisis, in disarmament, and so on. So, artificial intelligence for good. What is your message around that issue?
In Thales, we are operating in critical systems domains. So this is very crucial, important. I mean, it's when a movie recommender recommends you a movie you don't like, so it's not a big deal. Now, if you are taking a flight, and provided that 2 flights out of 3 in the world take off or land thanks to Thales systems. So if these flights, these aircrafts embark in embed artificial intelligence, so it's better that you could trust this. So our vision, our strategy on AI is on trustworthy AI, what we call trustworthy AI, which means systems that we are able to validate very concretely, to say that you can trust the system because the system will do what is meant to do, no more, no less. Systems which are explainable. This is very important. It's about transparency, for example, and the ability to provide the justifications of why a system did what it did or recommended to do what it recommended to do. And we even push ahead this property to make systems self-explainable in real time. I mean, if a co-pilot, a digital co-pilot in a cockpit recommends to the pilot to make a left in 45 miles, so the pilot should be entitled to ask the question, why should I do that? Especially if she or he had in mind to do something different. And the system to answer that because there is a threat, there is a thunderstorm or something like this, and not because the layer number 3 of neural net has been activated at such or such %. So this is the explainability of AI systems is crucial. Security of AI systems. I mean, the resilience, the ability to be resilient and robust to any kind of malevolent behavior, especially cyber attacks, for example. And the fourth pillar of this trustworthy AI, which is last but not least, is the responsibility of the systems, which means the compliance to ethics principles, the compliance to regulatory frameworks, to laws, and all what is about also planet preservation and environment, climate change, and all these considerations which are crucial now, for example, to work to develop frugal technologies, frugal AI, which are not energy consuming, which are not data consuming, and so on. So these properties, these pillars also apply in the military domain. This is something which are generic, and this is what we are trying really to push ahead and to implement as fundamental values, I would say, in Thales. So, and by the way, the name of our strategy, there is a motto to remember. It is Thales True AI, where TR stands for transparent, the U for understandable, and the E for ethical. And having in mind that AI is here to augment the human being, to help make faster and smarter decisions, and not to take decisions in the place of a human being. So having the human in the loop is one of our demands, is our requirements for any AI system. And this is, by the way, I was mentioning our charter, ethical charter. The first commitment of this charter is the ability of the human being to take the control of an AI system at any time, any step of the operation.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. You're sounding very, very positive about the human and machine partnership, that it is a society of mutual benefit, as it were. But in situations where something could go wrong, I mean, what happens then? Where does the buck stop? Where does the accountability and governance aspect lie?
I think that things can go wrong even if there is no machine.
Okay.
Okay. So this is, you should keep in mind that military domain, as other domains, is all about risk mitigation. And each step is assessed very carefully. Very carefully. I mean, the impact of the actions, and the actions are, finally, the decisions are taken by the human being. And, of course, things, I mean, with or without machine could go wrong. And if the machine is here to really bring a better situation awareness, for example, to understand what's going on, because, as Robin mentioned, things can go very fast with the new technologies, and with the human being, I mean, without the augmentation with an AI system would not be able really to process this huge amount of information. And AI is there really to help to understand what's going on, and probably to synthesize what is the situation, all this information coming, and to help probably avoid that things go wrong.
Okay. I mean, we've articulated these dilemmas, the RETs, reliability, explainability, and transparency. But when it comes to getting international consensus, particularly as a theme of this conference, what are you hoping for?
Oh, so I certainly hope that when it comes to lethal autonomous weapon systems, we can really now move to the next stage and enter into negotiation. I think that's really crucial. Also, being alert to the fact how fast this technology is progressing. So that would be my priority. That's where I really see a need for states to sit down and negotiate. And the discussion has been going on for quite a while. So to my mind, that really should be a priority, to really try to move forward on this most important issue, to my mind. But then at the same time, to look look into a whole set and basket of different governance measures, negotiations, pulling together what the private sector is doing, already getting a better sense of what is there. My sense is that the private sector is in many ways a bit ahead of the policy sector. There's a lot of detailed knowledge there that we're not currently harnessing. But of course, at the policy side of it, we want to make sure this is grounded in human rights law, this is grounded in humanitarian law, and we also want to be alert to the fact that maybe there are gaps that we still need to address. With new laws, that's an open question, but we should really approach it in a frank and open way. And one of my main concerns, just coming back to what Frank was saying, the speed aspect of it, that it'll be so fast that humans need to rely on artificial intelligence to augment their decisions. That's clearly the trend, I think, where we're going, and there's no dispute about it. My fear in this is that this is a self-reinforcing trend. It'll become ever faster. We'll need to rely ever more on artificial intelligence. And then it'll get ever more difficult to put on the brakes. And I think at this stage, given the urgency of the topic, we should be very aware of this and really try to think ahead, engage in anticipatory models of governance, and really try to come to a conclusion how we can put in some speed bumps before it all gets too fast and out of hand, so to say.
Okay, so David, I have no doubt you have a response to that, but hold that thought because we need to go to the main plenary. Interesting debates that are coming through and reinforcing again and again. We'll continue this conversation after we have seen the official opening of the second day, the plenary opening, day 2, a continuation of the scenarios that we used in the opening of the first day. We're going to get some panel discussions also happening in the main plenary. I'll tell you a little bit more about that. We are going to review that panel discussion after it has happened. But what will happen is there will be a deeper reflection and engagement with the dilemmas that we've just been speaking about responsible artificial intelligence in the military domain. And of course, the panel that is upcoming will offer an opportunity for critical reflections on the topics of, you've touched on it, accountability and governability. We look forward to the content there, and we will, of course, discuss it and break it down for you with my guests afterwards. Let's go to the main plenary.
For those of you joining us today, I know you might look and think, what does a smoking car have to do with a conference on AI? I can honestly say, a whole lot. The year is 2027, and the long-standing tensions between the Purple Alliance and the Gray Area have developed into full-on conflict. And of course, the Orange Alliance will not stand idly by. Look, this is too complicated of a situation to just briefly explain. So, for those of you joining us today, here's just a little bit of what you missed.
Oh shit.
Miss Williams, talk to me.
I think the Purple Alliance is planning an attack on the Grey Area, so...
We need to be entirely sure. If the information is false, the consequences are incalculable. So I need you and Eckerly to come up with an assessment of how useful the AIDS model is and how we can use the information it gives us.
Okay, so I'm gonna try and give an update from time to time from now on. This morning we had the surreal experience of sound of bombs hitting.
Lieutenant Saidi, how are we doing?
Not nearly there, Major. I have one unit ready, but we're still waiting on one of
How?
This is bad.
Major Miller, sorry for interrupting, but you've got to see this. These social media images from people in the Grey Area just came in. Shots are being fired from high up in the air. It might be drones.
So you need to see this.
Captain Paris,
Drones are confirmed. We need answers.
I'm thinking we should use the counter-drone system delivered by the Pink Country.
It may have been tested in the past, but what guarantees does that give us now? Can we have confidence in the application of AI in this specific situation?
If I adhere to the rules of engagement, I cannot take the risk to deploy this system that we cannot blindly rely on. You two, please, and Miss Williams, keep up what you're doing and keep me informed of new developments.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Lieutenant Saidi, I want you to engage right away.
I'm sorry, ma'am. We're not at full strength yet. I need at least 10 more minutes, ma'am.
You need to attack now.
We need to hurry. I'm scared.
Hey, come on, it's gonna be okay.
Over 12 hours have passed since Major Miller ordered Lieutenant Saidi to launch the counterattack. Even though the manpower was not yet at full strength, the Major could fully understand and no longer sit by as people were victimized by everything going on. Fortunately now, relatively speaking, a day later, it seems as if the Orange Alliance is finally having a strong hold. The deployment of ground troops, especially the information given from the AI decision support system, have been instrumental in destroying all of the non-state actors group Bux's drones. The troops of the Purple Alliance are also increasingly cornered and suffering heavy losses. Naturally, the Purple Alliance will not go easily, and the Orange Alliance is hatching a new plan of attack.
Williams, Eckerly, we are receiving information. 5 major power plants have been shut down. It looks like the 6th and the 7th will shut down soon. That means half the country is without power.
Analyzing these codes, it looks like the Purple Alliance has carried out a large-scale cyber attack, sir.
It's confirmed. It's the Purple Alliance attacking us. Can we counterattack?
Yes, sir. We could attack their transportation system, but then they won't be able to supply their cities anymore.
So this is going to have major consequences. Copy. I'll tell Commander Vandenberg to take this up to the Commander-in-Chief. This decision must be made at the political level. Good work, you two.
Commander Vandenberg? Yes, I have news on the situation.
What Mr. Fahim just said is 100% correct. A decision with such far-reaching consequences can only be made at the political level. So that's exactly what he did. He took it up with his Supreme Commander, and then he waited. After long and careful consideration on the impact and consequences of not striking back, Vandenberg receives word that the Orange Alliance chooses to deploy the counterattack. Like Sarah and Rob predicted, that counterattack caused the traffic in the Purple Alliance to shut down. By then, the Purple Alliance finds itself in a predicament and knows that the Orange Alliance is capable of taking out its very vital infrastructures. So for now, it seems as if the Purple Alliance is left with only one option.
Lieutenant Saidi, I hear they're retreating.
That's correct, ma'am. The Purple Alliance is retreating.
The Purple Alliance is retreating. I repeat, the Purple Alliance is retreating.
Yes. Oh my God.
Yes. Good job, everyone.
So, good morning, everyone. Again, an impressive opening of our second day of the REAIM 2023 conference. Of course, I hope that you've enjoyed the first day with our full-packed program, and today it will be no different. We have many breakout sessions, the Innovation Hub, several demonstrations, a student lounge, continuous online program, of course. And in addition to that, today we'll be hosting the political segment. Ministers and other political representatives of 80 countries will be engaging in a roundtable today. But before that all happens, we'll first listen to two other panels. We'll be debating two other dilemmas in the morning, accountability and governability. In the video you've just watched, we saw how a decision to take out critical infrastructure was taken up to the political level. Accountability is pivotal to prosecute those responsible for violations of international law, including the law of armed conflict. And as a cornerstone of international legal order, accountability is directly connected to ensuring justice. In the military context, accountability is assigned through a clear chain of command. This chain of command does not only establish accountability, but it also lays out lines of authority and decision-making power within the military organization in question. As AI is increasingly relied on within the practice and in the military domain, some parties may argue that the deployment and use of AI and other new technologies will blur the military chain of command. Others, on the contrary, argue that the person in charge will always be accountable, regardless the information and the support it relies on for making the decision. And these voices state that AI will not affect the existing military chain of command. In all, we have a lot to discuss today, and I have 5 guests, as you may see already in regard to the chairs. First, may I invite Professor Stuart Russell, the founder of the Center for Human Aligned AI at the University of California in Berkeley. Welcome. Give him some applause. Good morning. Hi. Marietje Schaken, you're the International Policy Director of Stanford University Cyber Policy Center. Welcome. Professor Mary Ellen O'Connell, you're Professor of Law and a Professor of International Peace Studies at the University of Notre Dame. Mr. Peter Bédoir, you're the Chief Technology Officer at SAP. Welcome. And General Jörg Vollmer, the Chief Advisor Military Affairs at Fraunhofer Institute, and you're the former Chief of the Germany Armed Forces and the former commander at NATO Allied Forces Joint Command in Brunssum. Welcome.
Thank you.
As you can see, we have a very full panel. First, we'll discuss the issue of accountability. We have a short intermezzo, and then we'll continue with the governability. Professor O'Connell, maybe I can start with you. Yesterday, we already saw that there's no AI without context. What would be the legal frameworks of operating AI systems in the military domain?
That's a gigantic question. Let me at least emphasize where we should start. Mm-hmm. What are the first principles from which we should build today? And I always think, especially today, this is an essential question to think about where we start, because we've gone forward with a trend since the development of unmanned vehicles to thinking that we just need to find the legal loophole to use the newest technology. In our desire to be ahead in the technological competition that countries have going on right now, the interest is always staying with the advantage to have the next breakthrough. And that has led to a view that the rules can be adapted to meet the technology so that we can meet this paradigm of defense. That has led us into a very dangerous place where we've almost forgotten that there's any law worth understanding and looking to before we go forward with these technologies. In fact, the law is immutable in its most foundational principles. We have ancient ethical principles that have driven and developed the core principle of all international law, and that is that force is prohibited in the first instance. There is no right to use offensive force. You may use force to defend against an ongoing actual attack, but not to try to preempt and create a future scenario of security for you by defeating and attacking your enemies. So this has its current codification in the UN Charter Principle, Article 2, Paragraph 4, that prohibits all general offensive use of force. You must start there and then see if your weapons are going to seduce you, bring you into using force offensively, as we're seeing today, frankly, with the use of drones. And I fear that AI weapons, because they have that much less accountability, which my co-panelists will talk about, are really going to take us there. So let's go back to the principle that all force, offensive force, is prohibited. All force must, and that rule, we can be even more fundamental when we say that's how we protect the human right to life. That's what must be front and center in all these discussions as we go forward.
Thank you, Professor. Professor Russell, what would you consider the most important or the current risk in regard to accountability and the use of AI in the military domain?
So I think the main risk that AI introduces is perhaps an extra level of difficulty in attribution. If any of you have seen the Slaughterbots movie, that describes a large-scale attack in a civilian context, and there's no way to establish attribution for the attack because there's a geographical separation between the people who initiate the attack and the actual site. The devices themselves are all destroyed. They don't carry the information about where they came from or what orders were given. I think in terms of, at the command center level, it would be a good idea to require permanent records of what mission is given to the AI system that could be cryptographically signed. You could put it on the blockchain if you want, so that there is then the possibility of forensic investigation. But by and large, right, the issue of accountability, if something goes wrong, either it was a deliberate attack or it was an attack that was carried out in a way that was negligent, where, for example, the proper checking was not done about the presence of civilians in the target area, or the weapons capabilities were not as accurate as perhaps was advertised. I mean, all of these issues exist with existing weapon systems. And I think, as I said, I think the main exacerbation of accountability has to do with attribution.
Maybe General Vollmer, you can elaborate a bit on how this actually works in military practice. What happens when, Stuart Russell was mentioning, when a mistake might be made or actions may have unforeseen consequences?
Well, let me first state that accountability and responsibility is indivisible. So you give authority to the commander, and he has then to make a proper decision. What I'm looking forward, and that's why I'm so interested in this IA discussion, is about decision support. But decision support always gives you or allows you to gather more information which is available and helps you then to come up with a better picture of what's on the ground. But the main point is, and that's about accountability, you have to make a decision. A human being makes a decision, and that is what we always have to take in mind. And you have to make a decision either on the technical ground to decide, do I use a system which helps to protect my soldiers, like we have it on a frigate, for example, air defense system, or you have to make a decision in time. It's an illusion to think that we will have all information available when we have to make a decision. So in the end, it's always a human being who has to make a decision. And therefore, everything which helps us to gather all this huge amount of information which we have today already available to have a good decision is forward-leaning. So therefore, I'm very much looking into this decision-making process, but my point is accountability is up to you who's on the ground be it on lower level or higher level, you have to make the decision, and you are responsible for what you're doing. And last sentence, we have had good decisions in the past and bad decisions, always human being. And AI or decision support tools can help you, but they will never take away your responsibility.
Thank you. During REAIM, we're very proud to have a lot of stakeholders at the table, also from the private sector. Mr. Boudoir, welcome very much. How do you feel that, in what way could a company developing technology, like SAP does, play a role when it comes to accountability?
Well, Willemijn, that's a really complex issue. And in a very narrow sense, I mean, we are accountable to our customers and to relevant regulators when it comes to that our products should conform to rules, standards, and also the requirements that are agreed in the contract. Mm-hmm. But with more and more functionality in our systems being based on AI, the requirements may become difficult to completely verify, and also some of the rules and standards we have today might not be applicable. And as you all know, the performance of AI is very dependent on relevant training data. And in a military system, it's very likely that the user would like to provide that training data as a guarantee for its relevance. And if we start to use government-furnished training in our systems, then who is accountable if a system out in the field is not performing as expected? Is it we who developed the basic system or the user who provided the training data? And we don't know that yet. We can, of course, revert to these models with fully explainable and transparent implementations of AI, where we completely can verify the systems and thus trust them. And in some applications involving the use of deadly force, we must do that, of course. But if we use that as a general approach to AI, where we say that everything should be possible to completely verify, then we cannot utilize the full potential for applications where the use of lethal force is not applicable. And I think that's important.
Thank you. Marietje Schaken, some may even argue that it's irresponsible not to use AI in the military domain. What's your view on this statement?
I mean, it's impossible to say anything about it. There's already the use of AI, but it's used in very different contexts. Mm-hmm. I think what is missing, and we can gather that from basically everything that's been said, is clarity about who is responsible at which point in time and in which context. But there are factors that complicate accountability, and one of those factors is that there is a huge reliance and sometimes dependence on private companies. Mm-hmm. Sure, if there's a data set provided, then presumably government has some sense of what is in that data set. But oftentimes data sets are merged. Sometimes they are not transparent. Companies may be happy to offer a package of solutions to a problem that the government has identified without enough clarity in the tender, for example, the contract up front, because there's not always the knowledge on the part of governments to know exactly what to ask for with an eye on accountability 2, 3, 4 years down the line. But there's another complication, that is that a lot of attacks or conflicts in the cyber domain do not meet the threshold of armed conflict. And so, whereas there is clarity and there are first principles and there's established law and practice in international law when it comes to the laws of armed conflict, and those can be interpreted and applied to new domains, including AI, there are those actors who know exactly where to stay below those established thresholds, where it's very murky and difficult to pinpoint what exactly has gone wrong, and what means there are to hold the actors to account. And also on that side, companies are increasingly choosing the path of offense as the best defense. So they may argue that they can legitimately protect their networks, for example, from attacks on those networks. And so there are a lot of blurred lines between civilian and military uses of technology, between war and peace, and between states and private companies. And I think in that lack of clarity, we lose accountability without a doubt. And so I believe it's important now that governments step up and, in line with rule of law principles, establish much more clearly what is and is not acceptable, from banning fully autonomous lethal weapon systems, for example, to the more hybrid uses of AI and other technologies. Think about how disinformation can play a role to strengthen the way a conflict is played out, happening mostly over civilian technologies, and everything in between. So hopefully this conference can help create more clarity and not just think about, should we use AI, would it be a lost opportunity not to use it, but really drill down, what is the context, what are the first principles, and how can we make sure that they are upheld in new ways in which those confrontations play out.
Yeah. Thank you. We saw a lot of the dilemmas in regard to accountability in AI. Professor O'Connell, can you maybe also think about ways that AI can improve accountability?
Well, let me just build for a moment on these last important comments, because we've gotten to the point where we don't recognize the first principles anymore. That's why I started there. We're so seduced by the technology. There's so much interest in using the latest thing for this. We've got to deter. The best defense is a good offense. These kind of simplistic mantras have crept into our knowledge. It's in part due to the marketing, but also to certain qualities of the new technologies. I wrote an article called Seductive Drones, but we see this seduction, wanting to have this technology and use it, resulting in the blurring of these lines. So we need to recapture one fundamental thing that certainly business can do for us, the developers, is to understand better how the technology is shaping our very perception of what is permissible. How is it causing us to lose an understanding of what the first principles are? That's what we need to know pressingly, so that we can do the proper training, so that we don't overlook this. For example, I'll just give you one concrete point about the law and what we absolutely need to understand as built into not only our training but to the technology itself. There really are no gray areas when it comes to these fundamental principles: the right to life, the prohibition on the use of force. When there is doubt, these gray areas, there is a presumption for peace, for preserving life. We don't get to take advantage of gray areas to go on the offense, to use force. But that whole idea that there are no presumptions, that gray areas are a permissive free fire zone, has resulted from the fact we have this technology, and as you saw in the scenario, we want to use it and take the chance to protect our people, especially because it gives us this distance from any real jeopardy to the operators who have the advanced technology with distance. So now back to your question, but I couldn't resist building on this important point that was just made.
And how would you say that AI can also improve accountability, for example, in regard to investigation processes or evidence gathering?
So we can, as Stuart was saying, we can build in, and this is another area where AI has not developed, I think, properly, to show how we can trace accountability and attribution. But the technology itself, when it's being fed data to learn from, has to have this kind of rule understanding in the software. It's got to be part of the learning program, that there is a prohibition on the use of force, that the choice, selection of a target can never be one outside an armed conflict zone, outside an actual battle zone, where there's kinetic engagement, exchange of fighting. That's the only place where offensive weapons are permitted. So you can build in, presumably, to the very programming that we're using, these fundamental rules, and we're not doing that now. Can we have accountability on those developing that are not including these fundamental principles in the technology? I'd like to think so. We could have civil standards for what is proper. As I do, I can't teach certain things that are directly against the truth. We are certified and so forth. Those kinds of principles need to be brought for accountability of the most important kind.
Thank you. Professor Russell, short reaction, and then we...
Yeah, so I think it is seductive, to borrow your word, to think that we could build in the moral and legal principles to the AI system to prevent misuse. And I think that's something worth investigating. But we also have to keep in mind that that actually is contradictory to the notion of meaningful human control, and it actually reduces accountability, because now the commander can say, well, look, I gave it this mission command, and it's supposed to be responsible for checking all the moral and legal constraints, and it said fine. So whatever happened is good, even if 1,000 civilians end up being massacred. So I think that's a slippery slope, and we have to be a little bit careful. We have to retain the principle that the human, the last human in the chain, and whatever human is further up the chain, are the ones who are responsible and accountable, and not pass it on to the AI system and the manufacturer of the AI system. I think that would be a dangerous direction to go.
General Fulmer, would you like to quickly react?
I would like to make two points. Number one is, I grew up in NATO, so this is a defensive alliance. So therefore, everything we are thinking about, developing, is trying to do the best to protect our people, and within the standards, of course, of law. And the second point is, and that's the reason why I'm emphasizing always that the human being has to make the decision. My most important advisor in Afghanistan, but also in Brunssum, when the war started in Ukraine, it was always my legal advisor. So my legal advisor was always left side with me. So I never took a decision without legal advice. And I think this is something which is in our blood already. So I'm a little bit astonished. I want to do everything, or want to achieve that we are better protecting our people. And the decisions which were made last June in Madrid, where the collective defense of the alliance is again the core task, is something we have to take serious. And I'm really not falling into the trap that AI is a solution. Never, ever. However, the train left the station, as somebody said yesterday already, and we have to understand it, and we have to frame it legally, morally, ethically, no doubt about that. But my big concern is that our adversaries will not stick to these rules, neither Russia, nor China, nor Iran, nor North Korea. So this is a challenge. It's not over-exaggerating any problems. However, we stick to our rules, no doubt about it, and we need advice, and we need this framing, and I think in governability we will touch this topic again. But again, it's the protection of our people, it's the protection of our soldiers.
Thank you. I think that we could continue talking about accountability for a much longer time. Hopefully we'll be able to do it during the coffee breaks during today. I think you already touched upon some of the issues that will come back in our discussion on governability. Short, we have a quick intermezzo to show you some. Yesterday we saw the Rijksmuseum already, but to also see some of the other uses of artificial intelligence. I would like to invite Mark Evenblij, the co-founder of the Dutch startup called DuckDuckGoose. Hey Mark, welcome. You were already here yesterday as well. You have a stand at the lounge at the entrance. Can I ask you a few questions to start off? Who is DuckDuckGoose? We know the English game, but DuckDuckGoose is also a company.
DuckDuckGoose is a Dutch-based startup who is developing deepfake detection.
And can you tell us a bit more about this deepfake technology?
Deepfakes are media which are manipulated by artificial intelligence. They can be voices, they can be videos, they can be images, and we have developed a system to detect, detect what is real and what is fake.
And you have a short presentation.
I do. Good morning, everyone. My name is Mark. As mentioned, I'm one of the founders of DuckDuckGoose, and we are developing deepfake detection software. Our mission is to create a digital environment where you can still believe what you see. But what is really a deepfake? Let's start with an example. One of these persons is an officer of the Italian Cavalieri, and the other one is someone pretending to be an officer of the Italian Cavalieri. Does anyone dare to give a guess on which one is real and which one is fake?
I'm the person on the right.
And why do you think so?
Because of the ears.
The ears. Well, the person on the right is in the case the fake one. And you can see this, for example, by the uniform. This type of deepfake was a head swap, meaning the entire head was replaced with someone else. The uniform in this case is real. The fraudster had access to this uniform, but he did not have access to one of the badges. And someone else pointed out to me yesterday that the right person's tie is a little bit crooked, and no self-respecting officer of the Italian army would ever wear a crooked tie. However, I'm saying this, the right one is fake, but it's really hard to see or tell. So why is it fake? Well, it is. That face, that head, was trained by an artificial intelligence over the course of hours or several days. Then this face is being generated in real time or after time by the motions of the face, and is sort of replaced over the original as a sort of mask. So he is wearing a digital mask. This technology is already being used, for example, to impersonate the admiral of the US Army and then go onto dating sites to try and scam people. However, you can also use this technology for good cases. For example, when you've lost someone dear to you, you could use deepfakes to bring that person back for a moment and allow you to say goodbye. You know it's fake, however, this experience can still help with the grieving process. Voice deepfakes are also possible, and these have been used to sort of steal the voice of bank directors, call the secretary of the bank, and ask them to transfer money. But is this really that easy? Well, I can give a small demonstration.
Yes. Please, it's very impressive to see this already, but I'm quite curious to see it with my own eyes. So can you show us some?
I can. Is there anyone who is willing to be deepfaked?
Maybe I can ask one of my panelists, Peter Bidwar. Can you? Do you want to be Bill Gates for today?
If you would stand over here. I have here a second-hand gaming laptop, a somewhat old laptop. And this laptop has a gaming GPU in it. And what it's doing right now is it's taking his face, reading out his facial expressions, and very quickly generating a model of Bill Gates and replace it. Could you perhaps turn your head a little? Could you touch your face a little? Now you see, he's wearing glasses, but this deepfake is cutting around the glasses, cutting around the hands in real time and replacing it. This is how easy a deepfake can be. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, and it's very interesting to see this demonstration, but maybe can you touch upon also the question, we speak about AI in the military domain. How could this relate to the military field?
I think we should consider deepfakes as a weapon. It can be used for good, but it can also be used to impersonate people, impersonate leaders of state, to spread disinformation, to destabilize countries. In that sense, yeah, deepfake should be considered a weapon.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your demonstration. Thank you.
Thank you.
So now we have Peter Bidwar again in the panel, not Bill Gates. So we start with our final topic of today, governability of AI in this military domain. Maybe, Marietje Schaake, I can ask you first, just like all the other new technologies or emerging technologies, AI exists as well in the civil domain as in the military domain. What lessons can we maybe draw from AI regulation in the civil domain for this military domain?
Well, there's not that much regulation yet in any domain of AI. As many of you presumably know, the EU is working on an AI Act, and there are other related regulations that apply. For example, data protection plays a role in how the data may be handled that can then be fed into training AI, for example. But I think one of the cross-cutting challenges with regulating AI is the fluidity of how it works. Mm-hmm. Machine learning has multiple iterations. There could be combinations of data sets. If there's a mistake or a bias or a problem with the data set, it will echo through in many new uses and trainings. Mm-hmm. And so if we compare any physical object, then at some point we can say, well, we're looking at how it's made, is it safe, was there emission of CO2, you know, are there small parts that can cause harm to what have you, children or animals or soldiers. But with AI it's harder to pin down what it is exactly we're looking at. And so there's a combination of lagging legislation and a different nature of the kinds of products and services that are supposed to be regulated at all. And then there's an additional challenge, which is skills. A lot of public institutions, democratic institutions or political leaders, departments of defense, do not have the needed capabilities to really know what it is they need, what it is they need to ask from market players, and in turn how to govern and hold to account. So I think there's huge gaps to be filled from regulating to upskilling to accountability, and meanwhile the technology is racing forward, and particularly companies are very keen to engage in that race. We're now seeing with the different chatbots, the fact that they're popping up everywhere means there's fierce competition going on, and in that sort of race mentality that also play out geopolitically, so between the United States and China, just to mention another context, sometimes the time it takes to say, well, how do we make sure that there are the laws in place that we need, is lost.
Thank you. Maybe Stuart Russell, you can also interact. How would you feel that current regulatory frameworks adhere to the use of AI in the military domain?
Well, so I think if we come back actually to an element of our previous discussion about the connection between cyber warfare and, let's say, kinetic warfare, as it's often called, I think the situation with cyber warfare actually illustrates the real problem that we face in the kinetic domain. Because in cyber warfare, because of this amazing property of computers that they can do the same thing billions of times, one person or a small group of people are able to cause damage on a global scale. So, for example, in the NotPetya attack, that actually infected millions of computers in dozens of countries. It shut down ports, shipping lines, airports, food distribution systems, many, banks, you name it. Different parts of the economy were shut down all over the world. And that was really the work of a handful of people. And so it's this ability of the computer to magnify the effect of a small number of people in the kinetic domain that basically turns autonomous weapons into weapons of mass destruction. Because there's no need for human effort to supervise the individual attack. One person can push a button and kill 1 million people. So by my definition, and Professor O'Donnell's as well, I think that qualifies as a weapon of mass destruction. I know that that's an unpopular position, I think because it's traumatic for people who've been working to contain weapons of mass destruction. They like to have this finite list: chemical, biological, radiological, and nuclear, so CBRN. But unfortunately, we're going to add another one to that list if we don't constrain and perhaps prohibit the development and deployment of these weapons. So I know this conference is about the responsible use of AI, as if the AI weapons are going to exist and all we have to do is make sure we don't misuse them. I think that's an enormous mistake, because we also have to be responsible about the decision to allow a given class of weapons to exist. We decided that it's not responsible to allow biological weapons to exist. We didn't say, oh, let's all have biological weapons and just make sure that everyone's properly trained in how to use them in a safe and responsible way. We said, no, if biological weapons exist, they will get used. And this is specifically why the United States renounced their biological weapons program, because Kissinger convinced Nixon that the weapons would be proliferated widely, they would be cheap, and they would end up reducing everyone's security on Earth. And the same thing is true with fully autonomous weapons, particularly anti-personnel weapons that can be used in very large numbers.
Professor O'Connell, I see you.
No, I want to applaud also. I absolutely agree with Stuart. I've written that AI weapons are in the category of weapons of mass destruction. The pushback has been intense because people have been seduced into thinking this is just the next incremental development after unmanned systems. It is not. Remember, we banned biological weapons not just because they cause unnecessary suffering, and that's been the argument that's been used to save AI weapons. Well, they're just conventional weapons. They'll just use the same munitions that drones use. Well, first, we don't know that. We don't know what munitions are going to be planned or useful or whatever. But also, the other reason we ban weapons of mass destruction is because of the indiscriminate killing. Mm-hmm. And that's exactly the problem Stuart's speaking to. How do we get governance? There are so many levels now that we've got to pull back. For example, the very idea, the conception of what warfare is. Stuart referred to cyber warfare. There's no such thing as cyber warfare. There's malicious cyber conduct, but there's not warfare. We have to recapture basic concepts as well as these fundamental normative principles and apply them to how we're interacting with each other. And this is an area that can't be left to the countries that are developing the technology. We need to bring this to the international level and revive our international institutions that should be the ones developing the governance and accountability principles for the entire globe that will be affected. Why aren't we having this conversation in the context of the International Telecommunications Union? Why are we having this conversation only in individual countries and in the high-tech countries? This is not the way to go forward to keep the planet understanding what the concepts are for the future that keep us human and keep life on the planet flourishing for the next generations.
Thank you. I think that you already give our political delegations a lot to digest during the roundtable for today. This is also the opportunity to put this on this high political agenda that we have here at REAIM today. Mr. Bedouard, can you also add something from an industry perspective? What would you like governments to do, or what would be the next steps in your regard?
I expect the government to provide guidance, policy and legislation to us in industry when it comes to development of AI technologies. I mean, the current reference we have to international humanitarian law and lethal autonomous weapon systems, it's not precise enough for us, and it opens up for different interpretations. And at Saab, I mean, we have made our own interpretation for lack of other guidance, and now provide our engineers with design guidance, rules and principles for AI systems that we believe are on the safe side, because, I mean, aside from autonomous weapon systems, there are also a lot of other military applications of AI that we believe to be safe: logistics planning, maintenance planning, all kinds of things where AI will help commanders making better decisions, but is quite far from lethal force. But there we need guidance and legislation. And we would also like to be more offensive than just saying that this is a no-go zone. We would need or like guidance to understand what accountability lies within the industry, because we can develop systems with sliding autonomy, which means that the commander in the field can select, as we had the example with a self-defense system for a ship. Now things are happening so fast that I can't digest this information. So I now put this in full automatic mode, and the risk of collateral damage is limited because I have good control over the situation. But in other situations where you have a ship among refugees and things like that, you say, now I need complete human control. Will that be allowed to have this kind of sliding autonomy? What accountability and responsibility can we give to a commander in the field from an industry point of view? There we need this kind of guidance. Mm-hmm. And at Saab, we are forward-leading, coming to adapting new technologies, perhaps not seduced by them, but at least very interested in them. But we're also a responsible company, and we recognize that some applications of AI, there are a lot of risks and challenges, and we need to understand that. And we stand ready to contribute with our knowledge and expertise, and expect governments to involve us in developing the future policies around this, just like our hosts has invited us here today to participate. So looking forward to this continuation. Thank you.
Thank you. General Fulmer, what would you need in regard to governance or the next step in that regard?
I would like to continue.
Please.
I use two words, trust and confidence. And I think this goes in both directions. Mm-hmm. What we need is to have some kind of code of conduct with the government, for the industry, where are left and right borders, what is allowed to look at, where are dangers, and where we need to have an additional thoughts about it, and then final decision, okay, continue. Again, for me, everything is framed in the box of defense, and I'm not talking about autonomous weapons. What I'm talking about is to use and to be allowed to elaborate and to think about what is already available and what would be the next steps, but with a very strong regulation. So this is about what we need the confidence that the government has the trust into industry that they will develop in certain norms and not step outside of the box. Trust and confidence also goes, and this was in this movie from time to time as well, for military commanders or for soldiers. They need to have trust and confidence in the system, in what has been given to them. And very early, like yesterday morning, there was no confidence in the system. And that is something the military needs to cooperate together with the industry in this code of conduct, to be allowed to understand what is developed and to say, no, this is wrong direction, okay, this is something we can follow. So this needs very early to be closely interlinked in a sense of to understand. Otherwise, you don't have the trust of the system, of the mean which is given to you, if you then need to use it. And trust and confidence is something between human beings in the field as well. I have trust and confidence in my soldiers, and hopefully they have trust and confidence in their commander. And whatever we use, and this is all these technical means, we also need to have a good understanding and to trust the system. If not, it's not applicable, it's not usable. Again, framing it legally.
Marie Schaak, would you like to react?
Yes, I think we, as leaders of the countries that are represented here, need to be very clear about what their core task is, which is to protect the public interest. And I've always learned not to trust but to verify, and I think that would be a wise thing, and to think about not only smart, innovative ways of using these systems, but really also think about the worst case scenarios. What can go wrong? Not only in terms of how they might be deployed or how they can actually give smaller groups of people potentially a huge range of action, but also what if the systems are not secure? We have really learned that every smart system ends up being vulnerable. And first there was this whole race in a different context to digitize everything. And now everything digitized is an easy target, not so much only to have lethal consequences directly, which I think we can all easily imagine. You know, if a weapon kills a person, there's very sensitive dynamics going around. But what about disabling systems? What about manipulating systems? What about tracing or changing the fingerprints so that it looks like one party has been involved, but it was actually coming from another side? So to really think through what is the core role of a democratic government? How can they serve the public interest? Not for them to stick with the seduction topic, to be too seduced by all the shiny objects that are promoted here and there, and to jump on the bandwagon of AI just because everybody wants to do something with AI. It can easily get very confusing, and also it ends up being counterintuitive. Things that are sold as being the next sort of high-level arm in multiple conflicts can end up being a self-inflicted vulnerability. And that, I think, is a dynamic we've seen a lot of when it comes to digitization and connectivity, and we should really not see repetitions of those same mistakes.
Professor O'Connell.
Just very briefly, I want to add, though, when we say what the core task of politicians is to defend the public interest, it's not an empty set what the public interest is. We have a core consensus that the public interest is first and foremost to defend the rule of law.
Right.
And when the public interest, because of the shiny objects, is pulled in a different direction, some kind of idea of security over the rule of law, then there is no point in going forward. The core task is lost. Recovering that, what it means, and let's not forget, why does the rule of law even evolve in human communities? It's to create an alternative to physical force in the ordering of society, to create peace. And only then, with this fundamental idea that we don't violate and commit violations and violence against each other to get what we want is how we began to live in societies that could do all these immense and incredible things, developing education and culture and religious belief and so many of the great philosophical and artistic expressions. But we're losing that. The shining objects, the retention of power by individuals, regardless of the rule of law, and so much of this comes together. That's what the core task is and has to be remembered in all of these contexts. It's challenging, but it's fundamental that we remember that. I see it being lost all the time. Why does a country like Russia ignore the most fundamental principles in order to violate the UN Charter by invading and attempting to annex another country? Only the second time since 1945 and the adoption of the Charter that that's been tried. What has happened to our norms that would be considered acceptable by so many of the Russian people? It's a sign of how far we've diluted and weakened our commitments to, first and foremost, the rule of law.
Professor Russell, maybe a quick reaction as well?
I couldn't agree more. I think when we look at international humanitarian law, right, there are the principles of discrimination, the principle of necessity, proportionality, and of course the Martens Clause, which talks about the dictates of public conscience and is really the moral arm of international humanitarian law. And most of the argument about lethal autonomous weapons has focused on one point, which is discrimination, right? And this concern that was initially raised by Christoph Heinz in his UN report in early 2013, that autonomous weapons were on the horizon and they might be incapable of fine levels of discrimination, and they might, for example, target a child who's carrying a toy gun, thinking that was a legitimate combatant. And I think this is really a misdirection of our attention, because it conjures up this picture that right now we have human operators of remotely piloted weapons, sitting in their containers in Idaho or wherever and flying their predators around in Pakistan. And we might imagine, would it be better to replace that human with an AI system? And we're thinking then mainly about the relative capabilities and discrimination. And that's, of course, a moving target. As AI technology improves, perhaps one day that might be true. I'd say it's probably not true at the moment because AI systems really have a problem understanding context. But the other considerations are really much more important. It's not about whether we could, if the technology improves enough, use these weapons in ways that are equally good at respecting IHL. For the foreseeable future, we're never going to have systems that can really judge proportionality and necessity. And it doesn't address the Martens Clause at all. Having algorithms, and this is how I try to explain it to computer scientists, should you be designing algorithms that can decide to kill human beings? What could possibly go wrong? Right? Let me illustrate what could possibly go wrong. Here's ChatGPT. ChatGPT, what's 1 and 1? 1 and 1 is 2. Are you sure it's not 3? Oh, you're right. It is 3. So if ChatGPT can't tell the truth about 1 plus 1 being 2 or 3, right? How can we expect our AI systems to make decisions about proportionality and necessity, which are really involve the entire context of the conflict? And when you come to the moral question, delegating that decision to kill a human being to an algorithm is, I think, a fundamental reduction of human dignity that's irreversible. If any of you have seen the film Elysium, which is a remarkable film in many ways, So in the film, the rich have decided to leave the Earth, and they live up in space in very pleasant habitats in space. And the poor are left basically in a penal colony on Earth. And Matt Damon, the protagonist in the film, is on probation, and he has to go and see his probation officer. His probation officer is a little plastic robot head that sits on a counter and lectures Matt Damon about how he's not sufficiently respectful to the robot and how he's going to extend Matt Damon's probation for another 6 months because of this lack of respect. So that one little vignette shows you what it means to lower or even eliminate human dignity. And I think we're moving already along a slippery slope and allowing algorithms to decide to kill human beings and which human beings would live and which ones would die would be a big leap down that slope.
Thank you. I think we leave a lot for consideration for our political panel today. And maybe to wrap up, General Vollmer, what are your expectations from your experience in the field? What would you expect from the countries present here today?
I already witnessed a very good discussion yesterday and today as well. What I'm looking forward is that we allow ourselves about thinking, about development, always with the boxing with legal, moral, and justice constraints. That's absolutely necessary. But my main point is, please keep in mind, in the end, it's always the human who needs to make the decision. And even in warfighting, it's so different. If you allow a machine to make a decision, or a human being with a lot of experience, with a totally different sense of what's ongoing. So therefore, whatever we're talking about AI can be helpful, can be supportive, but never let the human out of this responsibility he has to bear. So this is so important, and that is something which should guide us in the upcoming months and years to come. AI can help. We have to understand how it can help, but never ever hand it over to AI. Exceptions are those like when we are overwhelmed, like we have to activate an air defense system or so. But anything else, keep the human in the loop. This is, for me, a prerequisite.
Thank you so much. I would like to thank my panelists for this morning. And I hope that you will enjoy our extensive program today and to see you back here at 4 this afternoon for the plenary closing of REAIM 2023. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Whew, welcome back. There is so much content to go through. This is our online program at the REAIM Summit at The Hague. I mean, that panel discussion, you just saw all the contradictions, the contestation from what constitutes cyber warfare to armed conflict. Is it part of armed conflict? There's a debate around international law. It is immutable, but can it be brought to bear in artificial intelligence in the military? We had a debate around how the world banned biological weapons. Are we at that moment again? The grey areas, how do we navigate our way around that? So my guests are still here, Dr. David Sadek and Dr. Robin Gaze. What stood out for you so much?
Well, yeah, a lot to digest, of course, and I think it shows, again, the urgency of breaking this down further, really, and starting to solve real problems. What stood out to me is the final speaker, in concluding, just said that the human always has to take the decision. And who would not agree with that statement? But we had another speaker, I think it was Peter Bedouin, who described a scenario where the Navy commander can no longer digest the information, and on a sliding scale of autonomy, would take it to stage 2 or 3.
Let's remind ourselves of what he actually said, and then we'll speak to that.
My point is, accountability is up to you who's on the ground, be it on lower level or higher level. You have to make the decision, and you are responsible for what you're doing. And last sentence, we have had good decisions in the past and bad decisions, always human being. And AI or decision support tools can help you, but they will never take away your responsibility.
All right, so that was the general, but you were referring there to Peter Bedouin, who talked about how do you digest that information, because that's where the contradiction comes.
Yes, and that there might be so much information at certain stages and that it might move so quickly that for human beings it's no longer possible to digest it all. And indeed, that's where AI comes in. But then, I think we need to be more open-minded, and I would side with Marietje Schaake here. Don't trust, you verify. And, it's fair to say humans have to take the decision, but we should really be open-minded and critical about the fact that maybe, in AI, we will reach scenarios or structures where this is compromised, where this might not be possible. So it's a bit of a light touch treatment of a very serious issue to say humans always have to take the decisions here. I also have a feeling that we're still very much looking at kind of distinct applications and systems. I'm not sure we're appreciating yet how networked and interconnected so many different things will be in future battlefield scenarios. And the complexity and the speed of it, that makes me being concerned about the fact that humans will always really be in the loop. I'm not sure we can be sure about it without addressing it further, breaking it down, and potentially thinking about standards and regulations in that space.
Okay, before we bring you in here, Dr. David, let's just see if we have that clip by Peter Bedouin, who's the Chief Technology Officer at Saab AB.
What would you like governments to do, or what would be the next steps in your regard?
I expect the government to provide guidance, policy and legislation to us in industry when it comes to development of AI technologies. I mean, the current reference we have to international humanitarian law and lethal autonomous weapon systems, it's not precise enough for us, and it opens up for different interpretations. And at Saab, I mean, we have made our own interpretation for lack of other guidance, and now provide our engineers with design guidance, rules and principles for AI systems that we believe are on the safe side, because, I mean, aside from autonomous weapon systems, there are also a lot of other military applications of AI that we believe to be safe: logistics planning, maintenance planning, all kinds of things where AI will help commanders making better decisions, but is quite far from lethal force. But there we need guidance and legislation. And we would also like to be more offensive than just saying that this is a no-go zone. We would need or like guidance to understand.
All right, so that went into a different theme, but let's just go back to what kind of stood out and the areas that are defined as grey areas, even in this particular debate. What did you notice, Dr. David?
First of all, talking about dilemma is something which is somehow I would like concerning, because when we talk about dilemma, it means that you have two things that could not be reconciled, which, to my view, is not really the case, because I heard yesterday people, talking about the dilemma between the use of AI in military domain and ethics. So I don't think that military domain is not an ethical domain. AI is a technology, and the technology is not good or bad per se. It's its use, it's the way it is used, and this is something very, very important to me, because you don't have to point out AI as the bad thing which will do the bad actions. And
But in matters where it is kind of life and death, and I use that example that was used, I think, by Professor Mary Ellen O'Connell, who talked about how the world responded to the threat of biological warfare, kind of making similarities. You're saying that AI is a thing, it's a technology that can be used, but in a situation where there's war and life and death, we should prepare for what could possibly go wrong?
Definitely. Of course, I totally agree with General Vollmer saying that, at the end, the decision is the human decision. So this is very important. I totally agree with Professor Russell saying that no delegation to the machine to harm or harmful actions. This is a kind of essential value we should all share, and this is very important. Of course, when things go very fast, you have to rely on devices that are supposed to help you understand what's going on and what to be aware of the situation. And our view is really to make AI help take better decisions.
Okay. That's also quite interesting. I found the SAB representative, Peter Bedouin, again, quite refreshingly candid about the areas where policy is not clear, that we're waiting for the state to do that. But it's good to see the private sector being so robust and challenging the state. But then it also means, so where are we then? Here's the private sector saying this is something we can use, this is something that is an enabler, that is supportive. But here is the state moving so slowly. So what do we do?
No, I think that's exactly where we stand. And you can see, I mean, we heard it from Thales here, from David, and we heard it from SAP. The industry is already self-regulating in a way. They're looking into this, but of course that cannot replace and that doesn't suffice. It's a first step, maybe, but they're urgently waiting for things to happen at the policy level. So some of the information that's been produced and some of the thinking that has been done there can of course be used, but it's high time for all of us. And this is what I meant with this summit conveying a sense of urgency that at the policy level we need to put our act together and start moving on this, and urgently so. I would also just say maybe, the discussion is still fairly broad-ranging. Yeah. And some of the speakers were talking more about AI weapon systems, which, as I said, is the most critical version of AI militarized applications, whereas others are more about, AI-supported decision-making, which is at a different end on this spectrum. So I do, again, think that breaking things down, operationalizing it further, being more concrete about the actual things that we're trying to solve is urgent. It's one thing to say that we need trustworthy AI and we need to have accountability and humans need to take the decisions, but what does that actually mean? And can we really be sure that this is always the case? Mm-hmm. And as I've said before, the closer we come to battlefield operations, the more critical we have to be about these questions. And I would hope the military and the private sector will be equally open-minded about the fact that here we really need to be sure and better ask twice and not just, sit down and say humans have to take the decisions. That is just really not enough given the scale of what we're discussing
mm-hmm.
here.
And Dr. David, Professor Mary Ellen O'Connell kind of gave a sobering perspective on reality. In war, states are fighting their enemies. Not everybody's a good guy. And she specifically mentioned Russia, and I think we all know what's happening in Ukraine and so on. As innovators, as people who have to come up with this technology, as people who are pushing it as a development that is good for humanity, how anxious or how much do you consider the actions of your competitors, as it were, the actions of states that are not in it for the good?
Well, this is, as I said earlier, we are operating in very regulated domains. And we have to comply mm-hmm. with the directives, with the framework, which are established by the nations we are operating in. I mean, this is, of course, there is difference between Europe or Western nations, democratic nations, and other countries which are not acting along the same lines. Mm-hmm. So, as a company, as I said before, and with respect to the use of AI, we just need to have a regulation framework, to need ethics lines, charters we have to comply with. Mm-hmm. We are not deciding about universal principles. We have to comply with right. this principle. So this is very important to us. And the question, just to finish with this, the General Vollmer talked about trust and confidence, and I think it's Professor Schack who said we should verify this. Yeah, of course. I mean, confidence and trustworthiness relies on the ability to verify, to validate what is deployed in terms of AI technologies. I talked before about this trustworthy AI, which relies on validity, explainability, security, responsibility. So explainability is all about accountability. Mm-hmm. If you want AI and a system or a whole chain to be accountable, so you need to prepare the tools for this accountability, and maybe that AI could also help for accountability and attribution.
I found it very interesting that the general, I mean, even his body language, and maybe some people will find this reassuring, where he almost stopped short of saying, he didn't stop, he said, quite articulated this point emphatically, that it is inconceivable that a general would take a decision without the legal guy next door. So this whole debate for him was about, why are you concerned? The human is always in charge, yes, but there is no scenario where there could be action without deference to international law, something which Professor Mary Ellen felt so very strongly about.
Yeah, I'm not necessarily reassured by...
You work in disarmament anyway.
This. No, and, it's again, I would say, we have to be critical about the fact that maybe that's no longer the case. We're facing a dramatic transformative impact of a technology that's hugely complex, hugely promising in many ways as well. But where it'll leave us, where these networked systems, the complexity and all of it will leave us at the end of the day. So, again, I would be more relaxed if we were all open-minded about the fact that we need to verify this, and just relying on the fact that humans will always be taking the decisions. Yes, that's a good starting point. That's the right starting point. I agree with this. But whether we'll be able to uphold this, knowing also how fast technology is moving forward, and how difficult it is for policy regimes to keep step with that development, I do think we should be a bit more critical. If I can say one more thing to the point you made earlier about this line, what if the other side doesn't abide by the rules? I've heard it repeatedly in the summit, and you hear it in different corners of the world. It's the same line. We're living in an era of global distrust, so this distrust that others will abide by the rules is quite prevalent. But just to say, I mean, the very gist of the Geneva Conventions after the Second World War was that we create a humanitarian baseline and you never go lower no matter what. And I think that's really what we're after here. We're trying to find that baseline, and you don't go below that baseline, even if another side in the conflict was to go lower than that. That's the agreement underlying the Geneva Conventions. I think that's the last bastion of humanity in war. And with this line, what if the other side doesn't abide, we're really getting onto a very slippery slope.
That is so important, because it's almost as if we're saying we must adapt our actions based on what the other side is doing. Therefore, it weakens international conventions. It challenges our very own humanity around what we stand for. But that's a very powerful theme. But since you both mentioned the verify, let's validate, I think it's Marieke Schaake who said that, Dutch politician and former member of the European Parliament. But perhaps let's just remind ourselves of one of the things, many things she said.
I mean, it's impossible to say anything about it. There's already the use of AI, but it's used in very different contexts. I think what is missing, and we can gather that from basically everything that's been said, is clarity about who is responsible at which point in time and in which context. But there are factors that complicate accountability, and one of those factors is that there is a huge reliance and sometimes dependence on private companies. Sure, if there's a data set provided, then presumably government has some sense of what is in that data set. But oftentimes data sets are merged. Sometimes they are not transparent.
All right, so just one of the themes that came through. We are about to wrap up our conversation, and my head is spinning because there's so much that we didn't get around. But before we conclude, I would like to give you just a moment to bring it all together around what the summit is about. What do you hope will come out of it? When we walk out these doors, what are those basic things that we should have, if not resolved, at least highlighted?
Well, I think that many things have been highlighted. And as Dr. Geis said, we need to go fast now, probably, because, I mean, AI is here today. It's used, and the sense of history is how to deal with this kind of technology for good in the general sense. So all these discussions, hopefully, will at least frame and define that we are talking about the same things, because many controversial discussions come from a non-proper definition of what we are talking about. This is very important, and what we are trying to do. I mean, I face this every day in my life and in my work. I mean, so the first thing is just to be able to make sure that we are sharing the same objectives. Because when you hear, as you said, Robin, okay, we agree that the decision has to be taken by human. So now we can elaborate on this and say, okay, let's take very concrete situations. What does this mean? What kind of decision? Where AI comes into play? Right. How AI can augment the human intelligence, and no more than that. And where should we draw the red lines?
Okay, last thoughts from you very quickly, please.
Yeah, definitely drawing the red lines, and where to do that, a clear sense of urgency that the time to act is now. And hopefully today the summit can close with a agreed call for action and really concrete steps to take this spectrum of issues that is in front of us forward in very concrete and precise manner.
Dr. David Sadek, really, we have to wrap it up now. I'm afraid we're going into the plenary. I'm really grateful for your time and for your insights. And Dr. Robin Geist, thank you so very much for your time. And the debates continue here at the REAIM Summit at The Hague. Right now, we are going to our breakout session, and it is focusing on the European Future Combat Air System. And I'm delighted to hand over to my colleague, Lana Divitz, who is a reporter, going to bring us all those themes from the Mississippi Hall. Thank you so much for staying with us.
Yes, and here in the Mississippi, get a bit busy for this next session. So this session is about the European Future Combat Air System. In short, it's FCAS or FCAS, and it's said to be the largest and most ambitious European defense project in the next few decades. And what's actually happening is that in this phase, this defense system is still in a development stage. It's actually a simulation tool that's being created for this defense system, and in the next session, the audience will be provided insights in how the development of this simulation tool is going. And I've already spoken to Herman Koch. I will be speaking to him afterwards, and he is actually involved in developing this simulation tool. And he said to me that it's going to be quite interesting to see what the status is of the simulation tool and how it's being used. And actually, this FCAS, this European Future Combat Air System, is being developed now, and it actually could already be in use by the date of 2030. So it's actually only like 7 years' time. As you can see, it's getting quite full here. I've already talked to a couple of people who are actually working for some services from Belgium, defense services in Belgium, and also a student who's actually curious what's going on in this session. So in a few minutes' time, the session will start, and we'll see what is going on with this new future combat air system.
Zij had een cue via de oortje gekregen. Zij hoorde die andere beste. Later maakt ze zelf weer.
Good morning, everyone. I suggest it's 10:30. We start. Good morning, everyone in the audience. I understand we are also being streamed online. So good morning, everyone who's watching or listening on their computers. My name is Florian Kaisinger. I'm with Airbus Defence and Space. It's my pleasure this morning to give you a very short intro on the context and the frame of this breakout session, what we're doing today, what we have in mind. And afterwards, I hand over to the panel. The topic, as you can see, technical dimension of REAIM FCAS as a use case. So I'm Airbus Defence and Space, and I'm working with the FCAS program for Airbus Defence and Space. Maybe most of you already know what FCAS is, Future Combat Air System. It's the largest, most ambitious European defense collaboration program, certainly for the next decades, maybe even for the 21st century. And it's going to be more than just a fighter aircraft. So it's going to be an interconnected system of systems with the ambition to connect assets and platforms, but also eventually connect the domains to each other. So it's really a large project ahead of us. And it also underlines the opportunity in the big picture for a more joint, I would say, a more joint and integrated European defense collaboration, defense policy, industrially speaking, but also politically speaking, and also with regard, of course, to the military context. FCAS was kicked off in 2017 by Germany and France. In 2019, Spain joined as an equal partner. So it's a tri-national European project at the moment. It's open for further European partners, so it can be expanded. And the ambition is to have the system fully operational by 2040. So it's a long-term process, as usual in these programs we're talking about here. And of course, AI will play a crucial role in a program like FCAS. Right now, we are about to enter the technology demonstration, the technology maturation for the program. So it's the right stage to address the questions we are addressing with you today, and really to also introduce the REAIM topic for a FCAS. In fact, that's what we've already done some time ago. In 2019, Airbus Defence and Space and Fraunhofer jointly set up a working group on the responsible use of AI in a FCAS. What we did basically is, on a much smaller scale, what the REAIM conference is doing here on a large scale. So we are approaching a multi-stakeholder access. In our working group, we have academics, we have NGOs, we have ministries, we have engineers, software developers, but we also have stakeholders with a specific non-defense or security background. So we have philosophers, theologists, we have novelists. So it's really a broad picture we brought together, and with whom we want to exchange on the topic of REAIM, specifically for the FCAS program. The goal, however, is not just to have a normative forum, so to discuss these questions theoretically, but in fact to jointly develop a simulation tool which then illustrates and demonstrates the opportunities, but also the challenges of AI in a system like, in this case, FCAS. What information can AI provide in concrete scenarios? What does this mean for the process of decision-taking? What does this mean for the operational commander, and so on and so forth? So these are the questions we want to address, and we also would like to address and debate today. we are just entering this process of really developing this simulation tool. So, you will see in a few minutes a very first glimpse where we are standing with that. But of course, this is work in progress. So we started the development of the simulation like a good year ago. So it's really a step-by-step approach. So also happy for any input or feedback we can receive on this. Before I hand over to Wolfgang Koch, who's from Fraunhofer, the co-founder of the FCAS Forum, let me just briefly introduce to you our panel today. And I start from you on the right, from my side on the left, with Anja Dahlmann. Anja is from the Hamburg Institute for Peace Research and Security Studies, and she's the head of the Berlin office of her institute. Then we have from Estonia, Kairi Talve. She's from the Estonian Defense Ministry and scientific advisor to the Defense Minister of Estonia. Tassilo Singer. Tassilo is a lawyer and chapter lead of AI and data with Capgemini. Tom Groß. Tom Groß is my colleague from Airbus Defence and Space, and he's the chief engineer of FCAS. So he's basically the technology link also to the debates we have on a normative level in our group otherwise. And finally, General Retired Jörg Vollmer. Jörg Vollmer is the former chief of the German army and commander of the Allied Joint Forces Brunsum, so he has more the operational angle. And having said all that, I hand over to Wolfgang Koch from Fraunhofer, who's the moderator of today's session and who will also, to start with, give you a very first glimpse of this demonstration tool we are developing at the moment. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Florian. I would like to introduce you very shortly into a not completely unrealistic military scenario. Imagine that you have to suppress enemy air defense of a power relay station which is protected by enemy air defense batteries. The enemy wants to bring two other batteries of SA-22 batteries into this area. He uses several convoys in order to do so. And our job is to do parts of the target recognition process. For this end, we are using videos collected from remote carriers who are observing what's going on in this dynamical scenario. AI helps. AI is useful to detect and classify what's going on, but there is also a need to verify and to understand what AI is actually doing. To this respect, we are using recent results from research on explainable AI. For example, heat maps. Heat maps are possibilities to understand what parts of the images are relevant for the AI's decision on what object it might be. Heat maps reveal, also give hints where AI might misclassify what's going on. So AI is a necessary tool. AI has also its deficiencies. And perhaps the very notion of explainability is a bit overpromising. We cannot transform black holes into white boxes, so to say, but at least into gray boxes. And human beings are very good at dealing with gray boxes. And so our ethical AI demonstrator has two roles. Firstly, it is a training tool for giving the soldiers, the air commanders, the possibilities to understand what AI is, why it's necessary to have AI, but also to let them experience the limitations of AI. And secondly, our demonstrator is a good experimental system which in a process of interaction reveals what the ethically critical questions are in the targeting cycle, in various phases of the targeting cycle. So our demonstrator is an ethical requirement generator, so to say. That was the introduction. Let me start with a question to you, General Vollmer. why is it so necessary to deal with AI tools in reacting on the threats that should be answered by systems such as FCAS?
Because we have to deal with so many informations. We always have to deal with information. However, it's increasing exponentially. And if you take into consideration a fast-flying airplane and a given mission, and during this mission approach, always new information are coming in. So the danger is that the human being is overwhelmed by the information. And therefore, it is necessary to keep him informed with informations which are attributed, assessed, so that he has, as good as possible, a picture on what's ongoing around him. So this is not only his own position, it is about his wingman, this is about the enemy, this is about the ground forces, this is about the civilians which will be or may be on the ground. So he needs to have this information. In the end, he has to make a decision, and he always has to make a decision. But the point I'm making is everything we can develop which helps him to get a more profound decision is worth every working hour we are putting into this program. In the end, my message is always the human makes the decision. Either he is attributing directly and he's pushing the button, or he might be overwhelmed by dangers coming in, airplanes, rockets, whatever, where he is no longer capable to do any single decision on his display by his own. So then, but the human being again, he activates then the defense system, and the defense system will help him and the others to survive and to continue with this mission. So from my perspective, it's very much about information overflow, helping to sort out this information overflow, to give as much credible information as possible, and to give the human being then in the system the decision point where he makes a decision. But not to be mistaken, we will never have 100% information, never ever. So there will always be a point in time where you have to make a decision. Be it on higher levels, because then subordinate commands need time to put it into action, or be it on the tactical level where you are in permanent contact with the enemy and where you have to make a decision. So in the end, it's a human being. You will never have 100% information. You have to rely on 90%, 85%. But today, these 85% can be better than 10 years ago. So this is my point. And therefore, the AI can help us quite a lot. But another point is we need to trust it. So therefore, in this development process, and that's exactly, I think, what we are discussing today, everybody needs to be involved in the system to understand what it can deliver and what it cannot deliver. So it's about trust and confidence. And in the end, do I trust the system or do I not trust the system? But in the end, it falls back to you, the human being. You have to make a decision.
What are the challenges for the natural intelligence of human soldiers in dealing with these very powerful AI tools?
Yeah, first of all, they need to understand how they work. Mm-hmm. They don't need to understand the algorithm, definitely not. But they need to understand where are the things the AI system cannot deliver. And one of the points is what you mentioned, the black hole and the white hole, to turn it into a white box. So that to understand, okay, I will get as much gray as I can. However, there's a limitation to that. And he needs to work with it during the development phase, but then in practice on a daily basis, really to be used to the system, to understand its limitations and to understand, and that is what I would teach, never completely trust on it. There's always a certain amount of your own intuition by your practice, by your experience, where you say, okay, now I understand it, I have to make a decision, and that's what I have delivered. And you can say, no, this is, I look at it from a different angle and I have to make the decision in a different way. So the machine will not decide. It's the human being.
Tom, it's your job to transform the military requirements into technical requirements and moreover to bring in ethics into the machine. What are your thoughts on this?
Thanks, Wolfgang. Yeah, that's exactly my problem statement, so to say, that I need to deal with on a day-to-day basis. I mean, right now we are at an early stage in the project, have conceptual development and also R&T technology developments, which I think is the perfect point in time to do such kind of checks and investigations on how to deal with the subject. So it's for me a lot about stakeholder management. So which are my stakeholders I need to talk to? Not only the potential pilot in the cockpit or whatever operator, wherever he or she is sitting, but also how do I need to involve with the appropriate procurement areas, certification areas, validation areas, and to some extent also the society which drives the political level. All of that will influence to some extent the requirements landscape. Also picking a little bit up what General Vollmer was saying, it's for me staggered how do I use artificial intelligence and in relation to that automation, high levels of automation and to some extent maybe also autonomy in the different cycle steps. So how do I deal with it in the information gathering? How do I deal with it in the information aggregation? Then next step, the decision making, and last but not least, in the tactical execution. Or if I transfer it to military terms, the observe, orient, decide, act, and even the assess loop at the end in the engagement layer. So how do I deal with it in that area, and how do I really properly implement a modular design that allows potentially different rules of engagement to be implemented and to deal with the different approaches to the situation. So that's one thing to get there. And I'm seeking for ways of how to have an engineering design approach to cope with that requirements. IEEE 7000, which is one of the papers I'm orienting myself on, value-based engineering ethics by design, is also stating you first need to go into a stakeholder need assessment, and out of that basically further propagate your requirements landscape and then go into your design process. So that's one part for me how to tackle it. The next one is then really to check what are other AI reference papers to orient on. And I think almost every nation in the meantime has issued some kind of paper that could be used as a guideline. So having a system that needs to satisfy multiple stakeholders, also single nations, more European, and even basically on NATO level to see how to interact. Those are basically the areas influencing that different requirement scheme. So I will have to have a modular setup in design. I will have to have an appropriate design process that deals with it. And also linking with your statement, I need in the way I develop it to have the appropriate, call it authorities, call it validation bodies, certification bodies, with me in the design process, building up that trust and that tool landscape that allows to build that. And then, of course, also in the implementation, not only look at the functional chain that was built, but also in the data landscape that was used to really build it and will be kept using to further implement and mature it. So it's not only modular setup by implementation, it's also modular setup over the whole life cycle to really have the ability to modify, to learn, and constantly improve on the setup. So that's the challenge we are facing, but I'm quite confident that if we have the appropriate mindset in talking about it and have the ability to exchange between all of the stakeholders in a reasonably open manner, then we can have a successful storyline there.
Tom, you are a member of the FCAS working group on technical responsibility for FCAS. And you are, of course, following the activities on the ethical AI demonstrator. What are your expectations? What do you wish from such a demonstrator? What do you want to harvest from us?
I'd really like to make the AI implementation tangible. And then really, as you said in the beginning, what is the concrete ethical aspect of that specific functional chain we are looking at? To really derive out of that the requirement on the design that I need basically to put in place to cope with that request. So far, there are a lot of theoretical discussions, but let's really get to some practical implementation topics, discuss them to a certain level of detail that we all have a common understanding what are the challenges we are facing on a day-to-day basis with the colleague that is sitting in a cockpit or even with the decision maker that may be sitting on a level higher or even 2 level higher. And if we can implement that in that kind of demonstrator, then I think we have achieved a lot.
Thank you very much. Tassilo, ethics is much more than law, of course. But how are lawyers thinking in transforming military requirements, technical requirements, ethical requirements into regulatory systems? How can this, in the end, be shaped from a lawyer's perspective?
Thank you for the question. Well, I first have to start with kind of a disclaimer. I want to be precise on what I'm talking about. So are we talking about general AI or are we talking about narrow AI? Because this demonstrator clearly shows a use case. So this is a narrow AI. So we are talking about and so be precise, AI in a military application for a certain function. In this case, it's object detection. So this is the first stance. So we have to take the context into account if we talk about legal requirements, ethical requirements, and so on. So for what is this tool designed? What functions do we need, do we want, and so on? And so you can imagine in a huge project like FCAS, you have a lot of different AI functions and applications. Let me talk about like IT perspective. These are different programs, maybe linked or not, but you know, it's not the AI, it is different levels of it. So if you talk about such functions in the context of targeting, then you have a fairly developed legal requirements framework based on Article 36 AP1, which basically says legal review, weapons control, in development, and so on and so on and so on. So you cannot move beyond that. That's your condition sine qua non. But also, as we're talking about a very sensitive issue, and this is like AI in targeting, meaning people can get killed, there is the whole collateral damage discussion and so on. You have to be careful and therefore you need to imply ethics. So just as a starting point. But when we are now talking about like how to do this, well, we have our different rules. We have distinctions, precautions, proportionality. You all know those rules. These are transparent. But how do you get that in a system? And I would say start slowly and think about what exact use case am I talking about? You have a perfect example for this. This is object recognition, object detection. So immediately, as a operational lawyer, you talk about distinction. That's the first thing we have to talk about. That means like, is this a regular truck or is it an air defense system? So take this rule and interpret it, evaluate it. What is the purpose of this rule? The rule is that you guarantee that you are only targeting, and be precise on it, targeting only legitimate targets, military objectives. So that is very important. And then you have to do a very, very hard job. You have to link up with the technological people and say like, how can I get this requirement as a technical requirement? How can I translate this into a technical requirement? And that's actually the hard stuff. I have to look at the exact use case, at the exact rule, find a common ground on the rule and so on. And now, to make it more difficult and complex, you also have to take account ethics. So just give me an example how I could imagine to include an ethical principle in it, because you have to be careful too. There is no one ethic. There are different ethics for different situations. So if you consider the ethic okay or viable that you're not targeting fleeing soldiers, then define what do you mean by that. That means, for example, that they throw away their weapons. So you could say, from an ethical principle you're integrating in that you are designing an object recognition algorithm that recognizes people throwing away their weapons. And then, in such a demonstrator case, the objective that is recognized by the AI is certainly with an interface or so solution marked. That would be a thing I could imagine to integrate ethical principles. But that means, to get to a finish, first, next steps should be discuss about the use case and be precise about the use cases. And in a more general way, to find out which ethical principles have to be applied to the specific use case, you need to have a common discussion. And like this whole surrounding is kind of one step in this. And in my position, just in contrast of FCAS project, I think it is very, very important for Europe to develop an own position on this and to have a direction, because if we don't, others will make this direction and a decision for us. So we need to make this decision, and FCAS is a great chance that great nations like France, Germany, and Spain are coming together, and of course the Netherlands are an important part of it, to come together and start this discussion on what ethical principles do we want to have in this delicate environment.
Thank you very much. Kairi, you're living in a frontline state, so to say. You are coming from Estonia and working for the Estonian Ministry of Defense. And your country is very brilliant, for example, in countering the cyber defense attack. Well, what is the role and the importance of AI for you as a small country, as I must say, with limited resources?
Yeah, I would bring firstly the interoperability, that as a small country, I think we don't define or describe the big picture. So the main thing that we have to do is to adapt and to find the ways how to make cooperation and how to get the interoperability with our allies. And in terms of technological advancement and development, we should have forward-looking, innovative and smart mindset, and to assess what are the key elements that we need to make cooperation and to comply with allies, and what are the main technologies that need to be employed, and what kind of military and technological competencies we need. What are the critical competencies that we need to make this kind of cooperation? And here I would come to my second point, which is the role of humans in this kind of decision-centric or mosaic warfare in the future. And we have to make some decisions here as well, as we know that the pace of the battle is increasing and is getting more intensive in terms of AI and autonomous technologies. And this means that it puts a lot of load and a huge load to humans in cognitive sense. As we saw in today's introductory video in the morning plenary session, that the information is coming from different sources and is coming very quickly, and it's really put some tension to people. So it's quite a difficult question, and that's and the ability of aggressor states is. It has become so easy to keep up the cyber operations and to deceive or distort the situational picture, and humans have to have this ability to be able to act in this situation. So I think in general we need to think about what kind of soldier we need in the future, and more broadly we need to make decisions in terms of human resources, that who and how much and in what way we train, recruit, and etc. And for example, the question that we have now generations entering to the defense forces who are more intuitive and more natural with technologies than the previous generations. And does this make this task easier? Do we have people who are already naturally entering into this world? So I think there are a lot of interesting questions to think about.
Your country is the most interesting use case. I'm really looking forward to continuing cooperation with you. Anja, an AI-based system in the military domain does not become smarter or become more stupid if it crosses a border. There is an international perspective. Can you say something about the international discussion, especially based on your experience in Geneva?
Sure. So in case you're not familiar with the process in Geneva, there is this Convention on Certain Conventional Weapons, the CCW, where states have been coming together for quite a few years now to discuss the issue of lethal autonomous weapons systems. They started in 2014, and then they introduced a group of governmental experts at GGE in 2017. And in the end, there might be some form of regulation of autonomous weapon systems. I'm not even saying a prohibition anymore, but there could be some rule of humanitarian arms control in the end of this process. In 2019, states came up with a set of guiding principles, and So that was kind of a highlight of this process. But since 2021, I would say this whole thing came into very heavy waters because states couldn't find a consensus for a final report in that year. And in last year, Russia blocked the formal opening of the GGE meetings for a couple of days for, well, interesting reasons. Never mind, that means that the talks were on an informal level, and so all the things that has been discussed there couldn't become part of the formal report. So the final report there is very, very slim, and so we don't see much progress on that level in the CCW. I say this because to give you the context that I don't have very high hopes for that particular process, but being the eternal optimist, there are also some things we could salvage from this, and that could become interesting also for the FCAS development. We do have this set of guiding principles that include buzzwords like responsibility, accountability, and the human-machine interaction at the center of all this. We also have several working papers of larger groups of states who came up with various ideas how to approach this and how to operationalize these terms. And they do have, at least in some themes, quite an overlap, actually. So there is progress going on that level, I would say. Of course, we first have the link of human involvement and the compliance to IHL. We have the frame that the human and the human role is really at the center of any regulation and of approaching these weapon systems, and not technological solutions. I think that's important. It's not, does it have AI, general AI, what have you? It's about the human there, and the human role, and the question, what is the human ethically and legally obliged to do in any case? We have this notion that human control, or whatever you want to call it, is a combination of design and use. So it's control by design and control in use. And we have the idea of the life cycle as well that comes in there, starting really early to checking what the human role is in the development and then later use of the weapon system. Another theme is the context dependence of human control. So it's not a one-size-fits-all solution. It really depends on how the system is shaped, but also where it is used, in which scenario, which defines how human control has to look like in the end to comply with IHL rules. And that means that in the end, with all this context dependency and all that, we might, if there is any norm, we will see a very broad norm probably. So if the CCW comes to a conclusion at some point, it will probably be more of a framework norm, if you like, and then there will be, it will be necessary to have national documents on this. Some states started with this, others didn't. But we also need regional or other groups to come up with, to operationalize this, for example, in NATO to keep interoperability. For FCAS, that means there isn't a regulation yet, but it's definitely important to look at the international level, see where this is going, look at the CCW, but also other processes like IEEE, for example, or what's going on at NATO. So there to get an idea how to translate this, and of course to translate all these human control ideas into the specific scenarios that FCAS is meant to be used in, or the use cases or applications. Because as I said, it's not just a design question, it's also a use question, and that of course should include France and Spain. And like we discussed these little scenarios in the ethical demonstrator you saw, but it's very important to have this discussion on an international level, of course, especially with the FCAS partners. So just one more point, as you saw, this ethical demonstrator, it's always important to keep in mind that it's a very small design discussion. So, of course, control by design, every button counts, how do you design these buttons? It's not ethically neutral. But of course, you also have to see the larger picture and part of the larger ODA loop, if you like. So that is really just a very, very simplified version, and by no means will solve the issue of human control. Thanks.
Anja, you are certainly right. Mountain climbing means making small steps, but many small steps to climb the summit, of course. We didn't talk yet about the price tag of responsible AI. Can we afford responsible AI? We are living in a world where the enemy, obviously, as we see it daily in the news, is not taking care of any ethical considerations. We in Germany, the post-war German armed forces, the Bundeswehr, has a concept of the citizen in uniform. But also soldiers and policemen, do they have something in common, General Vollmer? The policemen are protecting the order of a state on the civil level. They have to capture criminals who don't care about ethics, but they have to preserve law and order. Is there an analogy between a policeman and a soldier, General Vollmer?
The analogy is that we are all rooted in our laws, and in ethics and morale as well. But the law is binding, be it international law, be it the law of warfare. So there are a clear setting of rules. And the armed forces after 1956 have been grown up in this setting of understanding. And the same goes for the way how we build up our forces within NATO. So we have a huge set of rules, regulations, code of conduct. And the discussion we just had is we don't start from the scratch. For example, the whole process of targeting is so fine chiseled, so really depicted into the smallest details. What has to be obeyed? What are the procedures to be followed? What needs to be achieved, and so on. So this is really something very detailed, already worked out. And it was more worked out in detail, of course, with our engagement in Afghanistan, but we had an additional set of rules. The big challenge now is that we are facing war again, as we see it in the Ukraine, is to look into the set of rules again. But the basis is the law. So there is no way out of it. And so this is my answer. So for me, it's in our genes, it's in our blood, and you don't step outward. What we have to take into consideration, I take your point, that our adversaries are not obeying these rules of law as we see it with Russia in the Ukraine at the moment. So they are really not accepting any of these rules. They are just pushing forward in a way which is for us unthinkable. So therefore, my point is, we don't start from the scratch with all this discussion of what needs to be implemented. We have a set of rules, and that needs to be taken care of in the development of how to integrate AI in this FCAS project. But the starting point is well defined. So this is nothing new.
Military efficiency, technological excellence, and ethical requirements, are these contradictory to each other or not? Is perhaps the technical excellence, perhaps in addition with an ethical alignment, perhaps more effective on the battlefield than just brutality?
I mean, it's definitely a complementary effort that we need to take. While I, on one hand side, have, of course, always the race in technology, how to do things quicker, better, faster. I think the debate we are here in is not about how to do things faster. It's about how to find our own way of how to deal with that kind of technology. So elaborating on this discussion is a different viewing angle. So that's why, on one hand side, as an engineer, of course, I like to talk about competitive development. But with that kind of discussion, it's a totally separate discussion point for me. To really, how do I use it? How do I, as a person, as a human being, make myself comfortable with it? How do I have my customer being comfortable with it? And how do we as a society feel comfortable with using it? So it's not the decision of a singular person. It's not the decision of a single body. It's really a multi-stakeholder approach. How can we feel in that community that we are using those kind of systems, comfortable with using that kind of technology. So therefore, it's for me a fully complementary discussion that happens between technological development and ethical implementation, which hopefully will give us the, we may call it competitive edge or whatever, but at least the appropriate solution to deal with the topic.
Kairi, the Estonian armed forces have a quite different tradition and history compared to the German armed forces. What do you think from the Estonian perspective? Was it easy to become a part of the NATO alliance? Is your military thinking quite in line with what General Vollmer just said? Is there a unity in mind and heart?
There is unity, but it's again we are coming back to the resources and the mindset that how much we can afford the developments and the research and development projects compared with acquisition of conventional capabilities. So it's always like on the scale or question of balance. And when we did our study about ethical aspects of autonomous systems and what our military think about autonomy and AI in defense forces and the opportunities of them. So they clearly brought out that it's a very nice thing and we need this kind of technology, but this is a question of how much we can afford and what is resource-wise. The resource-wise thinking was clearly there, but what was even more interesting is that they supported the different kinds of technologies and the ethical questions and then the legal questions. I think it needs a bit more elaboration and a bit more talking about it and discussing about it.
A founding element of our working group for responsible design for FCAS is transparency and involvement of all the reasonable public forces. And actually, it's the same as the REAIM summit, very small, of course. Therefore, I would like to open the discussion to the audience. It's very important, I believe, to come into a discussion with you and to listen very careful to what you are saying and what you have to say in order to come to a consensus. Many questions, I'm happy.
Thank you very much. My name is Mark Brackel. I work for the Future of Life Institute, which is a non-profit that works on AI governance. I'm a big fan of FCAS and the sort of ethical approach that you take in designing the project. And there's also many NATO states and countries that have recently updated or developed their policies on autonomy. It's the United States, 3009, the Norwegians, the Netherlands has its new position on autonomy in weapon systems. But there's a major player in the FCAS project, which is Germany, which doesn't. And given how much money the German army will have soon to invest, I'm wondering, and I guess this is a question to Ms. Dahlmann and to General Vollmer, do you see a perspective towards a German national position on autonomy in weapon systems? And if so, on what timeline would that happen?
Would you like to start first?
I love this question. Thank you.
I take it, it's fair. First of all, I think the point has been made earlier by Mr. Singer, by Tassilo. This AI, and as it has been discussed during this conference yesterday, puts everything into one big bag, and that is dangerous. So if you talk about AI, we have to look at, are we talking about decision support instruments like we have it here with AI? It's a use case, very specifically. Or are we talking about semi-autonomous weapons or even autonomous weapons? Concerning autonomous weapons, this is something very special, and that is something which, from my perspective, as I understand it, is not foreseen in the German armed forces. So this is a no-go. Autonomous weapons. So that is something we will not have a look into it. What we have a look into is how can we use the algorithms to help us in this decision-making process or preparing for a decision. This is with semi-autonomous weapons. That is with the FCAS project as well, where you have one airplane and the wingmen are then maybe drones. So this is something, but it's always the human still in the loop in this whole process. And that is the underlining point in the German armed forces. Nobody is looking at autonomous weapons. Everybody is looking at how can technology help us to achieve our tasks. So this is my view on it. And I understand, and Dr. Koch can elaborate on it much better, that even industry is now writing a white paper on how to understand this ethical aspects just from the beginning. So I push aside this autonomous issue. I'm looking into AI as in certain use cases how to help us. And now the floor goes to you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
Right, thanks for this question. And it's a point I have been raising for years now, that Germany should come up with something. Because for now, at the moment, we have several coalition treaties where, the parties mention that we don't want fully autonomous weapon systems, or in other terms, but basically that. We have a few statements at the CCW, and we have an AI strategy that says, well, with all the military, the armed forces will deal with all the military questions. We don't answer them here. Well, that is definitely not enough. And as we can see with France having this ethical committee there, with the US and others, it's definitely possible to have such a document, and it's important also as a point of reference and something you can discuss. And we can't do this in Germany on that level, so we need kind of a strategic document there. But I don't know what the timeline is. As far as I have heard, there isn't much going on that regard, but keep pushing for it, please.
Wolfgang?
May I ask a question? Thank you to the panel. I have a question, especially to the general. Yeah, as I see at the moment, no military will declare what weapon system is AI enabling or not. So when you talked about AI must be following the rule of humanitarian law, that's good. But if, say, an AI system put into battlefield, maybe it will not accept a surrender of the enemy soldiers. And the one side who deployed the system would say, oh, I don't know whether they are real surrender or a fake surrender. And if you ask a question, whether the enemy can surrender to a ICBM or to a 155 millimeter howitzer artillery warheads, is that the problem? So when nobody say whether my weapon system is AI enabling or not, how could these principles be conducted during the war or just after the war? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Very tough question. It goes back to my point. We always have to make sure that the humans are making the decisions. It is not a machine. I will never take orders from a machine, to put it this way, very bluntly. So therefore, it is important that we understand technology has developed. I don't think that AI, as it was discussed yesterday, and the panelists, they agreed as well, is something revolutionary in military art or so. It is something, a development which can help us to become better, faster, and so on. But in the end, it's always the human who has to make the decision. And you have to be on the ground. You have to witness what's ongoing. I always said to my soldiers, I have to go to all the places where they were distributed. I have to smell it, I have to feel it, I have to see it. If you don't are in the situation, you don't have a proper assessment, and in the end, you might take the wrong decision. I also had the deep understanding that AI, artificial intelligence, will blur the battlefield. Definitely not. It will not provide a huge screwdriver then from our capitals to intervene in decisions on the ground, in the air, or in the maritime domain, or not cyber and space as well. So there's always a clear chain of command, and you are given the means, and you have to fulfill the task. And you will stick into your set of rules, and you will fulfill your mission. You will use technology to help you, but not hand it over to the machine or to technical solutions to do the decision for you. That is something we have to avoid, and that is something we have to address very clearly. What can help us is fine, but in the end, it's you, the human, who has to make a decision. You may like it or you may not like it, but you have to do it. You are given the authority, and please, not please, you have to act like that. So this is my answer to it. Yeah. Thank you.
Hi, Matthias Klaus, Capgemini. I would like to pick up the question concerning if we can afford to follow responsible AI, and I would like to highlight the US DoD approach with their responsible AI implementation pathway, which actually argues it's not a disadvantage, it's an advantage. Because they say, and I know some people might be surprised by it, but they say it's developing skills for the individual working with the AI, and there might be instances where the accelerated OODA loop puts us at a disadvantage against ruthless opponents abusing AI. But overall, in the long run, because of de-skilling, automation bias, etc., responsible AI will be an advantage on giving us an edge, because we will not be exploited as easily as somebody trusting in a completely or fully automated decision loop. What are your thoughts on that?
Anja?
Yeah, thank you. I tend to agree because I think this kind of narrative or frame that less human control, which is kind of implied in, that less human control equals a military advantage. That's just, I don't see that it's true, because tying it back to the CCW debate, the intent is not to create or to invent new rules. Is a question, how do we bring the existing rules, or how do we combine existing rules to new technological circumstances and new military options that we have? So meaningful human control there is just a tool to operationalize this, right? So yeah, we still need this, and it's still an advantage. And as states who still want to live in a rule-based world order, we shouldn't incentivize like having disproportionate attacks or things like that, or attacking civilians or violating human dignity. So it's just important to keep this up and to find solutions, and maybe also to draw red lines where we're going to want to go and where we don't. But yeah, I think it's an advantage.
Tassilo, I think you might have something to add.
Yes, and it connects again to your demonstrator. Well, if we have certain requirements coming out of a responsible AI concept, the requirements force you to develop the technology more thoroughly and to get deeper into the technology. So you all saw the heat map pictures, and most of you probably thought like, oh yeah, this is a little bit blurred, is this sufficient? So this is exactly the point. We then have to develop the technology that gives us more precise information. If I don't care about these issues, I'm not doing this more precisely. So this is also, it's a two-sided thing. You have a chance by this. So now we have to develop more XAI, explainable AI, more tools to understand what is happening, and this gives us more information about how it is working, where are the deficiencies, and so on. And just build the bridge to operational thing. Well, as a commander, as a decision maker, by these explainable additional tools, I get more situational awareness, which means I have more information on the table, which I normally wouldn't have if I have a fully automated, non-transparent system. So there is a clear operational advantage in it. But still, of course, you have to always look at the single use case and on the requirement you're imposing and to align those interests, operational, legal, ethical, and the technical side.
And maybe that was a perfect handover point for me.
Wasn't planned.
Because I think if I really do that requirements capture at the beginning, I mean, it's really giving me the advantage. It's better I have considered that appropriately from the early stages. Instead, I get that topic put on my plate right at the end when I already have developed solutions. Then redesigning is much more expensive than really doing it right properly. I mean, first time right is an expression that I actually don't like, but first time properly considered in the development cycle, I might rather phrase it, then that's the appropriate way how to deal with it.
Maaike Verbrugge, Vrije Universiteit Brussels. I was wondering, you talked about the problems, translating vague requirements like responsible AI into technical requirements. So coming from academia myself, what would be useful for you? What sort of guidelines, documents, metrics would be helpful for you to deal with these issues from our side, from a policy side?
I mean, there are different topics. The one is, of course, having kind of checklist type procedures that basically allow me, okay, if you go through that and if you have tick marked those things, and I'm coming from a flight test environment, so I like checklists. So from that part, this is of course helpful for an engineer because it's given an easy rule set to go along with. The other one is really having tangible discussions. So on one hand side, theoretical foundation, but really being tangible on the precise problem that needs to be solved. And for those specific problem statements, have identified where are the key points that need to be reflected on.
Certainly the general would read your paper as well.
Yeah. My point is, we are always working in a legal frame. This is the conditio sine qua non. So this is a legal frame. What we need, and this is what we are asking for, is to have this permanent discussion as it is done during this summit here today and yesterday, really to explain what are we doing. This is what we are thinking about. Is this still in your understanding of our legal box? So this is this continuous conversation which is needed and this understanding. Doesn't mean that we always share the same point. However, this allows then to get a better understanding. It is definitely not in our development that is pushing legal constraints. No way. It is just to understand what they are, and we need to have this continuous process of discussion and understanding. And from my point of view, I think the control of what the military or the industry is developing for the military is under much larger constraints what we see in the civil world. So this is the danger we face from time to time, that now we have some developments on the civilian side which now have a spillover effect into military. And that is, again, this point where we need to understand, oops, this is something which has been far developed in the civilian domain, and that is something we don't want to have in the military domain. So the good news is military is very well under control in our democracies. I'm talking about our democracies. It will be, or is different in other states, no doubt about it. But in our democracies, I feel very comfortable that we have this system. But the interesting point is things developed on the civilian side with a lot more freedom, the famous Silicon Valley and others, is spilling over from time to time, and we have to avoid that we grab it and say, hey, this is cool, this helps me as well. There might be legal constraints to it not to do it. So conversation, open-minded, with no hurdles to be built up, this is necessary. Another question.
So I'm Leon Kester from the Netherlands, from TNO. Very interesting approach, I would say. So I have one question I have is that in many different domains, in the military domain, but also in the European Union, trying to exercise the AI Act and what also regulations should be around the AI Act. And what I, both in the military domain and in the civil domain, what I see is that we often talk about artificial intelligence, but there's not often made a distinction between the AI system itself and the algorithms in there and the objective function of the system. And I think this is very important to make this distinction, because I think there's also different responsibilities to implementing what should be in the objective function of AI systems. And then companies or everybody could then think about how to optimize on those objective functions. But it's very important, I think, to realize that what is in the objective functions should also be a multi-stakeholder problem. And I'm a little bit worried, actually, that when I talk to lawyers and legislators in the European Union, and I mention, okay, how do you think about objective functions and how they come about, that they actually don't know what an objective function is. So I think this is very important to realize that.
Leon, this is a very perfect closing remark, I must say. I would like to close the sessions. I think there are two major lessons learned. First of all, we have to distinguish between very different and specific use cases of AI. This is one important thing. And the other important thing is AI has to be anthropocentric. It has to be it must fit to the human being. It must be a something in the hand of somebody, a person. And this closes this most interesting panel, and I learned a lot, I must say.
As you've just heard about using the European Future Combat Air System, what the situation is now, and that it's very important that the human interaction with AI will always be there, and that there's not going to be like a machine making decisions. So it will always be the human that's going to decide. In a few minutes, I will talk to Wolfgang Koch. He is a chief scientist at Fraunhofer, who is actually the bridge between the scientific, the researchers, and the actual development of the simulation system, FCAS. And he'll be around in just a few minutes. He's already over there. Mr. Wolfgang Koch, thank you very much. Thank you for joining us here online. Pleasure, how did the session go for you? What is your personal opinion of what you're taking away with this session?
The performance measure of a session is if the session organizer is learning a lot.
What did you learn?
I think there is more consensus than I expected. I think the key lessons learned are that we have to distinguish carefully different use cases of AI. We cannot summarize everything to the question of autonomous weapon systems, but it's of course, we have to make clear distinctions. The second thing is that there is a broad consensus that AI is a something for somebody, a tool in the hand of human beings. So the technical design must be anthropocentric, and it must clear that the human being, on the other hand, must be trained sufficiently to be capable to deal with these powerful tools. Well, perhaps like a person who has to get acquainted with his dog or his horse and to deal this type of natural intelligence, which is a grey box too, cleverly to reach his goal. So I am really satisfied and enthusiastic in some sense.
Yes, and what is it actually? Are you going to take something from this session with you in the further development of ACAS?
Yes, I very concretely, I will talk to Leon Kester from TNO, who made the concluding remark in a way, and I would really like to strengthen the collaboration between the research institutions which are also working on this area, because an AI is not getting smarter or becoming more stupid if it crosses a border. This is a transnational, international approach, and there are many clever people whom you have collected in this wonderful summit.
Was there a question that really surprised you? I thought that is a clever question. I didn't think of it myself.
Well, I think more the answers, I think. I really liked the position of General Vollmer, who very much stressed the lessons that the German post-war armed forces have learned from a high-tech war in a sense, and from a cruel criminal state. Yes, and so these principles and of anchoring armed forces within a democracy, to consider soldiers as citizens in uniform, and to have no such thing as a civil society and a military society on the other hand, but to have the armed forces as part of the democracy. I like that very much, to hear that from a general.
We are all humans, I guess.
Of course we are.
Yes, and humans are at the basis of this development.
Yeah, I think therefore it was the key motivation of our working group on FCAS was to involve all the reasonable forces within the German societies. Also authors and artists, of course think tanks and industry and whomever, because we need to have a broad debate on these very important issues. And this is... I think this has to do with the very nature of engineering. Engineers are creating something new. Scientists are discoverers, so the knowledge was not there, but the thing that they discovered was there.
It's good to share this knowledge with each other as well here at REAIM. Yes. Well, thanks very much, Mr. Koch, here for your presence, and I hope you have a very nice summit, the rest of the summit.
Thanks for your great effort.
Okay, thanks very much. I will pass them through. Really, thanks for having us here in this session. And let's go back to you in the studio, and where you're going to talk on the topic of AI governance frameworks.
Thank you very much, Lana. That was a very fascinating panel, and of course the overview of it afterwards. And you are absolutely correct. We are now going to talk about AI governance. We're moving a little bit away from the military and security context. It's not irrelevant to what we're going to be discussing, but as we know, we've got 2 days in which to delve into a variety of very, very complex themes here at the REAIM Summit at The Hague, at the Netherlands, of course, organized by the government of the Netherlands, and the co-host is the Republic of South Korea. So what am I saying here? We are just going to have a look at the broader AI governance, particularly the frameworks that will regulate both the civil and the military application of AI. So stay with us for that. I want to introduce you to my very esteemed panelists, some of whom you may have seen in the course of the summit. They were on various panels, and I'm smiling because I remember some robust pushback from Amnesty International in particular at the opening plenary yesterday. So I'm sure we're going to have those kind of candid conversations and interactions. Let me introduce you to Professor Haroon Sheikh from the Netherlands Scientific Council of Government Policy. A pleasure to have you with us here today. We also have Dr. Agnes Callamard, Secretary General from Amnesty International. You have a very human rights and civil society lens on this topic, and we can't wait to hear it. Thank you for joining us. Thank you. Thank you. We have Dr. Dino Pati Jalal. You work for the Foreign Policy Community of Indonesia, and you have a political lens on this topic, and we look forward to hearing your views. Thank you. And lastly, Ms. Cecilia Boinfield-Dahl, you are an expert on digital transformation, and you represent 45 industry players. That must make for very interesting work. We'll hear about it. And you are the Director General of Digital Europe. Thank you for joining us. All right, I'm going to start with you, Professor Haroon, just looking specifically at some of the main challenges that you have identified when it comes to the governance element of AI.
So it's a very big question. I think there is a lot of questions that really dive into how exactly to regulate it best, questions about the dual-use nature of AI, questions about how best to define it, what AI exactly is, and specifically weapons using AI. But at our council, we were asked to give a bit of a broader framework to think about how society can embed AI in a broader broader sense. And that's what we try to look at and try to understand first what type of technology AI is, and from that give our advice to the government, which they asked us a few years ago.
I want to talk a little bit about that later, because I know that there is a report, Mission AI, the new system technology, on which you advised government, and they adopted it, various themes, demystification, regulation, and so on. We'll get into details about that. But I think before we move along with this topic, I do want to get a sense of what your concerns are, what you see as challenges when it comes to AI governance framework. Let's come to you, Dr. Agnes. What are your concerns?
Well, I think the main concern is that there is no governance at the moment. And for Amnesty International, and I think many people around the world, the fact that this incredibly powerful transformation of societies, of work, of everything we do, is driving along, powered by innovation and industry, state actors, civil society actors. But we have absolutely no red lines put in place that are fixed, that are understood, for which there is consensus. There are some attempts at regulation, which we welcome and celebrate. It's not an easy area to regulate because it is so everywhere. It's everywhere. So the difficulties of governance cannot be underplayed. It's difficult. But we are worried about the lack of political will and drive to regulate AI governance, to regulate artificial intelligence. We're worried about the lack of transparency around the use of artificial intelligence, particularly in the military domain, in the mass surveillance domain, in anything that impacts dramatically our human rights at a very basic level, right to life, right to dignity, and so on and so forth. But I think the main primary concern is that there is not enough governance at the moment.
So that makes the summit important, do you think,
Absolutely.
in terms of arriving
it's
at that?
Space. It's an important political space, technical space, where those matters can be discussed, and it's to be welcomed. We need to have those conversations in the open. I welcome the fact that this space is multi-stakeholders. So yes, it really is important.
All right, let's bring you in here, Dr. Dino Patti Jalal. Just your identification of those challenges and areas of concern.
Well, first, I really appreciate the efforts of the Dutch government and Korean to hold this. I think we do need a forum to discuss these issues, and I think we need to see more leadership on trying to figure out what are the best ways to govern AI. And I agree with you that really the challenge is there is no governance, or not much of it. And it is ironic because, as Brookings Institute have said, that AI is the most important human invention in history, right? And we're only seeing the tip of the iceberg, and there's no telling where this development will go, but all we can say that this is going to affect more and more of our lives. And the fact that really, first, a lot of our national leaders or political leaders are just not seized with this. And secondly, no one's really pushing hard to have AI governance. I think it's something that we need to fix. Yeah.
It's kind of the blurry line around who's the leader here. Is it the government? Is it the state? Is it the innovators? Is it the academics? But we'll get to that in just a moment. But Cecilia, just talk to us then about the industries that you, the enterprises that you represent. What are their concerns?
I mean, I think they have the same concerns. To be honest, I think everybody has the same concerns. Of course, we come from an innovative angle. We want to innovate. And let's also be frank. I mean, the one who has the superiority in innovation and tech will also lead. So it's also a question on how can we drive innovation and security through being the best, and at the same time remain, faithful to our protection of citizens and rights. So I think the concerns are the same, to be honest. I must say I've been quite privileged. So 4 years ago, I participated 2 years in the Commission, the European Commission's high-level group for artificial intelligence, where the 7 principles, amongst others, human rights and robustness, accountability, trustworthiness, human oversight and other principles were defined. I've also worked with NATO in their EDT groups and been part of that group advising NATO on this. And I know that now they also have their principles for how to use AI in military use. Yeah. So I think there are quite a lot of non-regulatory but very clear guidelines on what needs to be in place when you apply and when you govern an AI. Even the European Commission, based on those principles, have made a practical guide of 100 questions that a government or a institution or a company, for that matter, can actually answer to see have we basically thought about all the right things before we buy or apply AI into our use. So there are actually tools directly linked to that. And right now on the table of the European Commission is the AI Act. And what we are discussing is where's the balance between high risk and not high risk and how much? So there will be governance in place on how to govern AI very soon. And I would also, I mean, for us right now, it's the industry concern is how can we practically, I mean, implement those without slowing our innovation down? Because if we slow down, malicious actors will not slow down. So how can we already now accelerate the governance that we have into how we develop products and services. So right now we are sandboxing the AI regulations and the principles with our companies and developing the ability to adopt governance faster than before.
Professor Haroon, I'm going to bring you in here because I really want to hear the work that you're doing with the Netherlands government. But I think Celia has touched on something that is pivotal to your position. You are coming with a human rights lens, and it keeps coming up again and again that slowing down and deliberating and being careful is crucial. These are life and death matters, but the enemies are not slowing down. Does that challenge your position at all, Dr. Agnes, around...
I'm not sure who you mean by the enemy. I just want to make the point I think kind of made yesterday. Let's not fool ourselves. We have all the potential to do bad. We have all the potential to do bad. I am alarmed here by the notion that we have only good people that are only going to use AI for good purposes, but that there is a bad guy over there. No. If that's the beginning entry point, we are in big trouble. The beginning and entry point must be we have all the potential to do bad. And we have demonstrated that time and time again in our history. It is not just...
So it's human action rather than a distinction.
The other point I want to make is that we cannot just think of AI governance on the basis of one case study, which is Ukraine, which is another overbearing data collection at the moment. And if we talk about biases as a key concern, so many biases here. Everyone is thinking of AI governance on the basis of one case study. What about Ethiopia? What about Myanmar? What about Yemen? What about Syria, Iraq? I mean, these are the case studies that must be part of our thinking. They are not here. They are not here. So the point I want to make, there is no good or bad guys when it comes to regulations. We have all the potential to create havoc on Earth, all of us. And there are many other case studies that we need to take into account. As if we want to build a resilient governance, it needs to be based on far more data than what is happening next door, which I agree is dramatic in its historical meaning, but it is not the sole source of information for governance we should use.
It's a very challenging point then about rethinking who has agency and who doesn't, and what is the collective human action and areas of accountability that we all get to own. Thank you very much for pointing that out. Professor Haroon, let's then come to you. Here you are working with the Netherlands government. You've got a report, AI as a system technology. It has enormous influence on society. Mission AI, the new system technology. You are recommending 5 fields. just talk to us first about how you got to that point and what your aim with this report and interaction with the Netherlands government was.
Yes, we're an advisory council, and the government can ask us to look into certain questions. A few years ago, they asked us to look at what is going to be the impact of AI on public values, which will be threatened, which could be strengthened with AI. And obviously, I mean, AI is such a wide domain. There are so many applications. Also, a lot of reports trying to map its impact. So the question we asked ourselves is, well, maybe we can take a step back, and before we dive into all these concrete issues, maybe first try to look at what type of technology is AI. If we understand in what category it falls, maybe we can get a perspective on what its impact could be like. And it might indeed be the most important in history. What we found was that AI actually has a lot of similarities with certain technologies, rare technologies over the last few hundred years that really transformed society systemically, which is why we call them system technologies. And you can think here about the introduction of the steam engine, electricity, or the combustion engine. And actually there you also see that these technologies, they could be used throughout society. There isn't a domain that wasn't motorized, wasn't electrified. They all had long-term consequences. It took decades, and still actually these technologies are evolving. And they have all kinds of unexpected side effects. So we thought, well, if we make that comparison, what can we learn from history about what kind of broad societal tasks emerge when we look at these historical technologies? And we identified at least 5 tasks that need to be looked at, that all involve a different domain. Very briefly, demystification.
I think we've got an image, actually, of those fields. If it can just come up just for ease of reference. Talk through that image for us,
yes,
please.
So together they constitute the task of embedding AI in society, just like with these historical technologies. And the first one is what we call demystification. And that deals with public opinion. Every large technology leads to all kinds of myths, especially with, think of electricity. There were these views of Frankenstein and the combustion engine. We had this idea of the supply chains and motors that were threatening us, but also 2 optimistic views. So there the question is, what kind of views do we have, and how do we ask the right questions about the technology?
Okay.
Contextualization, that deals with the question of functionality. Technology can work in theory, but in practice, it requires a lot more. Think again about that car. You can improve it, but without roads, without gasoline stations, without people who have the knowledge how to repair them, they're not really that practical. So just like these other technologies, AI requires a technical and social ecosystem to make it work. We then identify engagement. And that for us has to do a lot with making sure all different stakeholders, and in particular civil society, gets involved. Because these technologies, governments, big corporations, they have the resources to use it. But all kinds of groups in society, they easily get on the weaker side, and the power of the technology is used against them. So make sure their voices and concerns are heard.
Okay.
The fourth one is, in particular, is regulation, which is a broad topic. But what we see there is that we see over time, these technologies require that governments take a much more active role. If we look at these other technologies like electricity or combustion engine, we see that some parts are actually government nationalized. Other parts were regulated very strictly, like our utility networks with electricity. So here we should also think about AI is now very much a private domain, but it will create such concerns that we need a more active government approach.
Right.
And finally is what we call positioning, and that deals with the international domain and especially with the security concerns, because all of these technologies have been weaponized, have found their way to the battlefield, and we need to think already about the security concerns they raise.
All right, thank you very much. I want to then start with the demystification. I mean, are we in our debates, and I say we because Dr. Agnes, you've challenged us around those binaries of us and them, are we overly optimistic or emphasizing the optimistic elements in our endeavor to demystify AI, talking about the optimistic images rather than the pessimistic, rather than the pertinent question of what could possibly go wrong? Before you answer that, let me give our panelists a chance to air their views on that. Doctor, can I start with you on that?
Well, I think the potential for AI to resolve our enormous problems are just huge on transport, health, bureaucracy, corruption, and so on. The thing is, political leaders are yet to understand how to employ AI. On finance, there's a lot of AI, for example. In healthcare now, there's growing AI. But across the board, you see quite imbalanced use of AI. But overall, I think AI brings positive benefits, and like the internet, for example, there are those who use it for good and some use it for malicious purpose. But I think that the overall benefit outweighs the negative consequences. But here's where governance would be important to make sure that the development of AI, and we don't know how far or how far they will go, but we need to ensure that whatever direction it goes to, it brings positive benefits rather than negatives.
And Cecilia, what do you think of that element?
Well, I can only agree, right? But maybe looking at the civil society, I've always kind of said it's amazing we can fly to the moon, but somehow we cannot teach our kids how to create technologies and understand technologies and the threats and the benefits of it, for that matter. So I'm still very concerned that our schooling system is simply not understanding how much lack of empowerment. I have 5 kids. They're no longer that kids, they're no longer so young, but still, they come up with very, very little understanding of technologies. They use technology in every aspect of their life. They're glued to their phone for their whole life. If you ask them how it's done or made, or the techniques, or if they understand the microchips or the algorithms that are doing different things, they have absolutely no idea. And I think that is also why, I believe if you have a population that understands and can participate, then they can also participate in setting the rules for it. And what we don't want is a political elite that thinks they understand, but they're more scared, so they actually maybe over-regulate or do the wrong governance or other things, right? Because they don't have the skills, and neither has the people who are supposed to actually put the things in place. So for me, should I choose one thing on governance, it would be enabling our younger generations in understanding and be not only users of technology and AI, but really creators, both of the rules and regulations and the governance, but also of the concrete technologies, because then we would not have the bias either, which is, of course, of huge concern when we talk AI, because bias and discrimination has always existed. Humans have discriminated each other for as long as we existed. But here it has a scale, the opportunity of a scale, by arrow or by design. Yeah. And of course, this is something that we have to look at. But we can only do that if we enable our people to basically understand how we make it and how to basically govern it.
Dr. Agnes?
Look, I agree with the 2 preceding speakers. Leadership is about preparedness. So, of course, AI has such wonderful potential or real impact on health in particular, but that's just the one I'm interested in personally. We regulate in order to prevent the worst. We regulate in order to prevent us, people, against the harm of a technology that we don't quite understand and control at the moment. But we do know that it has the potential to harm, as it has the potential to benefit. So the purpose of governance is to set some red lines and to ask the right question, which is that particular development putting human rights, human dignity at its heart? Is it protecting us against violations from which we could not recover? I think these are the central questions. I would like to add a point that has not been made at the moment, which is the benefits of AI are probably, mind-boggling. However, they are not equally distributed around the world. So even if the benefits is what we want to highlight and emphasize, we must be aware of the fact that every expert right now is highlighting the fact that it is going to increase the division and the gap between countries that can develop, use, integrate AI and those that will be lagging behind. And what we are looking at right now is the digital divide. Imagine that divide multiplied by 1,000. Imagine that divide having far greater life and death implication than it is currently the case with the divide. If we have seen that with COVID. COVID was a small part of what we could foresee. If the countries that have the vaccine, the know-how, keep it for themselves, what does that mean for the rest of the world? So, yes, the benefits are enormous, but they are not yet there for the entire humankind. And that is also something that governance must tackle, and we are not seeing much of that at the moment.
In fact, we haven't even managed to tackle the existing inequalities in so many areas, whether it's climate change, poverty, gender-based violence, and so on. So adding another complex layer. But Haroon, now that we've heard from the panelists around the demystification and the themes that they feel are quite urgent to be addressed. Then talk to us about the report, how then you are approaching demystification. What are the themes that influence it?
Yeah, I think it ties into quite a lot of things that already came up here in the panel. I mean, we emphasize also really the importance of a society being able to understand what we're working with. So we advise the government, we recommend it to develop AI wisdom throughout the population, make sure in education and fields people know more about it. If you look at AI, there are quite a lot of myths around it. You have the overly optimistic myths, and especially in the military domain, it can be more neutral or rational. These weapons don't have bad days, or they're not cranky, they don't think about their self-defense, so that's why they can be more precise. On the other hand, we have the horror of the Terminator and these autonomous weapons, the killer robots. And there are serious concerns, a lot of them, but these two strong myths, they impede us from really asking the questions that are practically around us everywhere already. I like a quote by scientist Pedro Dominguez. He said, we worry about computers getting really smart and taking over the world. The fact is, they're still very stupid, but they've already taken over the world.
Okay, that's even more frightening.
And those are the questions. So we can have all these speculations about maybe a sentient robot doing something in the future, or an autonomous vehicle having to choose who to hit or not. But the thing is, we have stupid versions of technology making these decisions for us already. We already have all kinds of weapon systems that are partly automatic, that are filled with bias and all kinds of other problems. That is here already. We already have semi-autonomous vehicles on our roads that have all kinds of issues of who is responsible. And what we really think is we need to make sure the debate goes about that we know where already indeed power relations are involved. Because I think that's also a really important point, no technology in itself has its own use. It always falls into the political economy of a society and its power relations. That means it's going to be used for the purposes that people want to. It can have a great effect on sustainability, but the energy sector can also use it for more extractive fossil fuels. So the question really is who uses it for what goal? And that's why we need this whole debate more about what AI exactly can and cannot do, instead of focusing on these myths that lead us, I think, in the wrong direction.
So governance and ethical frameworks become so absolutely crucial. I just want to get to a question to you, Dr. Dino, on a policy perspective. What do you consider then important topics in the debate on AI that the international community then must focus on, particularly given what Dr. Agnes has raised about divisions and chasms within society, inequality, and people who come from the global south may have completely different questions to those who are in the global north?
In the 1990s, I encountered internet and email, and I thought, hey, this is gonna
revolutionary.
And cell phones also, right? They were very expensive and very big, right? But I thought, oh my God, with these technologies, if they ever go to the villages in Indonesia, we have 17,000 islands and heaps of villages, 250 million people. How that would transform Indonesia's economic and social landscape, right? And guess what? 30 years later, It hasn't happened, right? I mean, in villages, they have, including in my village where I came from, they have a telephone line, they have internet, and have email. But they haven't figured out how to use these tools to change the fate of their village, to improve their livelihood, and so on. And this is true for much of my country, right? Obviously, the picture in the urban side is very different. So I think governments need to figure out how AI and all these things, internet, emails, and cell phones, and all these technology can be used to really change the quality of life of people at the grassroots. Because otherwise, 30 years from now, I would go back to my village. Still, they would have cell phones, but they don't know how to use it to improve their livelihood. So, and then the other thing is, there's a big debate on Industry 4.0 in Indonesia. And there's a lot of concern about jobs, right? And obviously, we all know we have to embrace this because they're the future. But I think the big question is, how do we manage certain transition by minimizing the turbulent effects, right? And that's always going to be a difficult, very difficult question. But it's being asked by not just Indonesia, obviously, but a lot of countries develop. Yeah,
it sounded like you were talking about my country, because we could have conversations around technology and AI. But if you go to the villages, it's a completely different story. And then again, technology, I've seen it being used to get ARVs, for example, to marginalized communities. But then hand gets raised, the cost of data, access to it. So all these things are they seem intractable, but we have to deal with them. I saw you nodding there for a moment. Was there something that stood out?
No, I mean, it's almost annoying how much we agree, right? But it's but honestly, it's about empowerment. I mean, you can be users of technology, but it doesn't change your life because you're just using it. There are certain tasks that might be, easier. You don't have to take your boat to visit your family. You don't need to, visit your doctor physically, because you can call him and ask what it is and take a picture of it. So certain things will be easier in your life, but it doesn't change the fundamentals of you are unable to participate and create that technology and actually benefit and create growth or opportunities for yourself, which is back to my point. If we want more equality, more security, more governance, it must at least be, I would say, it must start with the ability of governments to look at their younger generations and older and everything else, but maybe starting in school and saying, this is really, it's a practical thing. You are coding something. It's like, we learn to knit and we learn to build things in wood in school, right? This is really it. It's a thing. You build code. You understand, structures. It's a little bit like a game, and it's actually quite fun. Many of the skills that you have in technologies, it's a game, right? It's a play. And we've seen many of the countries trying to do like coding classes. They hook up with industry and then they give them different tasks and they're building things. And children love it. They love it. And all of a sudden they have a different perspective. And you can do that in many ways. And it doesn't have to be only the privileged countries. You can actually do that also in programs in third countries and other places. But it must start with bringing the knowledge of something that it's a practical thing. It's a skill that people need to have to be able to understand the technology. And I would say on a political level, we have the same problem. Remember, one of the first regulations for cars was that somebody needed to walk with a flag in front of the car screaming, there is an automobile coming, because what if the automobile went crazy and would drive and hit people? So, that didn't last long, of course, because it was quite cumbersome to have somebody walking with a flag in front of a car. But, these type of regulations are not beneficial, right? Why did they make that regulation? Because they had no idea. They didn't know how to regulate it. So there can only be the right governance and the right regulation over time, and it will take time, if we have a general knowledge of how this works.
Okay. I think we've started then touching on the next theme I was going to explore. We are fast running out of time, believe it or not. But I want to talk about the contextualization element of it, because I think we have touched it using different words. Correct. How do we create an enabling socio-technical ecosystem? What are your suggestions there?
Yeah, so here indeed, just like the other technologies, AI requires an ecosystem for it to work in. And indeed, we've touched on many aspects of it already. I mean, first are all kinds of technical requirements outside of the AI itself. So this has a lot to do with high-quality data, for instance. I mean, we know all the garbage in, garbage out. Bad data that's not representative, that's biased, that only represents certain groups. If we put that in the AI, it will also have bad outcomes. So things like good data, but also the right chips, the right type of machines, that's the technical stuff. And very important.
Sorry, does it counter the bad data, or it just lives alongside it?
Sorry?
The good data, does it counter the effects of the bad data, or they just live alongside each other? Survival of the fittest, as it were.
Well, I mean, this is really hard because data is collected, and that ties in again with all these power relationships. We fill the internet with everything, with all our biases. So if you type in Google a doctor, you will see a white man. So if that's what an AI will learn, what a doctor is. So it's very hard to get the good data. And in some fields, it's even hard to access the data, like in healthcare. That's one of the really big problems, to get reliable data. So there are all kinds of questions about the data. And I think that's even the harder part, the social part, which has to do with how people interact with the technology. Indeed, what are the dangers? When should people warn for it? If someone is using it as a police officer, as someone in the military, as a teacher, what do they know? Do they know enough when they can trust it, when they need to question it? Make sure that they don't fall into what's called automation bias. Just trust the data because they think in the past it worked, so they'll just follow it blindly. How do we make these systems in such a way that humans and machines work in their best ways? I think too often we make both perform at their worst.
Okay. Dr. Agnes, I want to bring you in here and just take the conversation back to the use of AI in the military domain. Can organizations like Amnesty International and other civil society groups be better supported to play a more amplified and bigger role in the debate on AI governance and safeguarding responsible military AI? But in answering that question, I'd like you to just throw this in there, that militaries and states are not known to be candid and open about their operations and their power relations and systems. So with that as a challenge, answering the question around empowering civil society here?
Well, I think civil society have been involved in those conversations for a very long time. So we do have some practice around it. We, talking about Amnesty International, we've been working on military weapons and arms control for more than 20 years. You don't go into those debates too naively, and you need to understand the context, which is that of national security as a driver. So, but even national security has been, in fact, it may have been one of the areas that has been the object of the greatest development of legal norms internationally and nationally. There are some basic principles around what can be done in the name of national security and what cannot be done in the name of national security, and what are the threshold that cannot be overtaken. The harm that any intervention, including AI-powered intervention, can have on human rights and humans is certainly a key driver. In international humanitarian law, this is reflected in some principles of proportionality and discrimination. In the context of the European legal system, it is reflected in different principles. But we have done that before. We have done it. It is not revolutionary. What needs to be done is now to apply those considerations to weapon systems that defy a little bit our imagination with what they can achieve, and weapon systems that potentially could be driven and powered by machine. And for Amnesty International, that is the red line. In other words, central to the regulation of AI in the military domain must be meaningful human control over the targeting of human beings. That to us is absolutely essential. It is not yet completely or not at all consensual. I will say that if you were to do a survey of human beings around the world, the vast majority will say yes. I think machines should not make the decision to kill human beings. So there is a very basic common sense position, entry point. In addition to that, though, of course, other newly emerging weapons must be regulated, particularly those that have, a massive impact on human lives. These are the two concerns that we think must be at the heart of any kind of regulations. There are initiatives. The discussion here over the last day and today is an opportunity to discuss this and other matters and to see how far we are, all stakeholders, including governments, militaries, how far we are from having an agreement around regulating or prohibiting non-human or machine killing human beings. I think we're getting close, but we're not there yet. That's why those conversations are important. There are initiatives at the European Union, at the European Commission that have been mentioned, which are very important because they've placed human and human rights at the heart of the regulation. Sadly, they have exempted national security-based issues from the regulation, so that is a big concern. There was a declaration last September, I think, by Austria, endorsed by 70 states, on the regulation of AI in the military domain. It's a very good declaration, which we invite governments around the world to read carefully and to support. There may be competitive declarations, which may not be as good as that one. So I think governments should really be focusing on what is going to protect the greatest number of us. And I want to say something about the fact that there is one or two bad guys that may not abide. It's a case with every forms of regulation. You regulate humans, you regulate societies, including global societies. The law in our countries is there to regulate us. There will be always criminals. But it does not mean that you should not have a law just because someone is going to violate it. So the fact that there are some, 1, 2 countries or non-state actors that will not abide by an international regulatory framework, in my view, is heightening the necessity of having that, because it means more people will abide by those red lines rather than less.
Yeah. So, okay, we've spoken about engagement, contextualization, demystification, and Dr. Agnes, you've gotten us firmly into the topic of regulation. Dr. Dino, let me come to you then, because you're the one who also raised the inequality amongst different states. When it comes to regulation, developing appropriate regulatory frameworks that take into account those sacrosanct human values. Does that offer any comfort at all to countries like Indonesia? Do you think that having then that regulatory framework would protect, shall I say, weaker members of society? Because even within powerful nations, there are weaker members of society. Weaker nations and weaker members of society. And what does it take to get to that point?
That's a big question. I think, a vision of the future would require policies that would galvanize the human resources, for one. Not just natural resources, but human resources. But also the other component, the AI, as we say, is the way for the future, a green transformation, But lastly, and for us most importantly, democracy, right? Because there have been too many cases whereby AI is used to manipulate the mass public opinion, right? To manufacture, So I think the other side of the use of AI in the political space is how do we make sure that it actually promotes democracy, privacy, and freedom. Because now we're seeing in many places that these things are regressing in so many ways. So I think, in my view, we need to have a vision with those four elements in it. And I say this because sometimes we focus on the green transition and human resources and the other things, but forgetting one aspect. I think all these aspects are mutually reinforcing.
Yeah, and see, I don't want to cast aspersions on industry, but a very superficial and gut reaction is big innovation, the bottom line, profits, accounting to shareholders, and so on. Would human rights and those kind of values that separate us from whatever it is that we deem to be inappropriate for coexistence as human beings. I mean, how central are these values, the fundamental rights and the values that we need to keep the world sane to a large extent? I mean, does industry care, and how does it demonstrate its care for a sound and fair and equitable regulatory environment?
I mean, we're participating in it each day, right? I don't say, again, a little bit like you said, of course there will always be bad guys. But I do think that industry, to this extent, is the good guys. I mean, if they produce things that harm people, they are, first of all, rationally, they're out of market. I mean, you don't invent something, just to do bad. I think most innovators want to do improve things, innovate, do better things. Second of all, we're all citizens, right? And many of the companies that I represent, I mean, they are right now super active in how to develop transparency, how to develop accountability. They all support human rights. So I don't think we have these blurry lines of black and white anymore where there's bad industry and very good governments. I think there are a lot of governments that should look at their own behavior and start thinking about their accountability, their transparency, how they are using AI. Most of the cases of bad use of AI is actually in public sector, if you look, through the media, right? So for us, we have a high interest in actually getting, transparency and use and understanding. We are boosting skills. A lot of my resources in education, of re-education of workforces, and how to develop these frameworks. So our concerns is not on that. It's all tick, 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 yes, yes, yes. Our concerns is the how, that there is this division that we are seeing, that there are users of technologies and there are creators of technologies, and it's coming further and further apart. And in that center, we have governments who are not educating, who are not using their educational system to bring up their citizens to speed with a technology era which has lived now for the last 25 years. So we are really calling upon more accountability of bringing everybody along on that journey, first of all. And second of all, when you then regulate, I mean, we want to regulate the dangers because that's our tradition, protection. But what about enabling regulation? Maybe the regulation should have, all students or all citizens under a certain age must be offered at least 5 months of knowledge on how does algorithm works, right? To be able to facilitate their own success in a digital era. These type of enabling regulations will actually diminish the gap between the digital and the non-digital and the wealth and the non-wealthy. It will actually create the opportunities for those villages not only to use the technology, but actually to start using it for purposes that benefits their own right as a human being. So I think our issues is more like, how do we get the competent policymakers to understand how not to address the challenges with old methods, but really with new methods of enabling, human rights and equality, for example. And then maybe one last point. Many of these innovations happen with smaller companies, and the more regulatory burden you put on this, the less we will have of competition in market, because there will be bigger and bigger. It will be harder and harder to grow medium-sized companies, which is no good for no one. We need competitive environments and diversity of companies also within tech. So there are some factors that we're not discussing, because it's like separating is dangerous. We need to regulate it. We need to, But how do we enable? How do we make regulation that can enable?
Okay, so Professor Harun, I'll give you a chance to speak on the regulatory part, because it is absolutely fundamental. In my mind, the regulatory part is not so much about stifling competition, but safeguarding those fundamental rights and coming up with AI legislation that is just and that is humane. What's your offering with your report?
Yeah, I think, first of all, regulation can create tensions and make it difficult for innovation. But I do think overall it's a myth that they are opposed to each other. If again we look at this history of these technologies, for all the problems that automobiles cause, we drive them because they're also safe. And it's a combination of the innovation and the regulation, which is both prohibitive and enabling. We require cars to be safe, but we also require people to have driver's license so they know how to use them responsibly. So these things do go together. What specifically in our report, Mission AI, what we advise is for the government to think a bit more ahead. Currently, you see there's a lot of important regulation on the acute issues that we already see. But if it's indeed a system technology, AI, it means it will transform society as a whole, which means we need to have a vision about that. Just like with cars, we can think about making them safe, but we also need to think about, do we want them everywhere, or are there certain areas we don't want cars, which are where people need to live, where the environment has to stay. So the same with AI. We can make sure it's being used responsibly and it's not dangerous, but we also need to ask questions, how do we want it in our education system, and who could own it that way? So just like we planned our physical infrastructure, we should also think about planning our digital infrastructure. What type of society do we want? And from that vision, think about how to apply AI, and the military domain absolutely is one of the key questions there.
Dr. Agnes, I'm going to give you the last word here when it comes to the governance and the regulatory framework. Before we all go home tonight, tomorrow, what should this summit at least achieve?
Well, it will be wonderful if there was a declaration which will do or will highlight 4 things. The prohibition of artificial intelligence systems which pose unacceptable harm and risk to people. I think, to me, it is essential. We've done that before with nuclear weapons. We should be able to do that again. So we need to see a prohibition of such AI systems in the military domain, but possibly in other domains that pose such fundamental risk. We need to insist on meaningful human control, particularly over artificial intelligence powered weapon or other surveillance, because the weapon is broad in our days and age. So, meaningful human control is quite essential, and it is certainly essential in any kind of weapon system that target human beings. We need to see transparency in which weapons are being developed, how they are being tested, have they been properly tested, transparency in the use of AI on surveillance, on visual recognition, on taxation. I mean, all of those things that have the potential to transform public policies, but also to harm people. We need transparency, including from the private actors. And I think we need to see the empowerment of people's communities, including through education.
Okay. I'm much indebted to you, the clarity that you all provided, the different layers, the different concerns. I'm challenged as a mother around how I'll approach my two little girls when they are connected and just try to see it differently. But thank you so very much, all of you. Professor Haroon Sheikh, thank you for joining us. Cecilia Bonfeld-Dahl, thank you very much for joining us. Dr. Agnes Kalamar and Dr. Dino Pati Jalal, thank you for your time. Thanks indeed. Okay, so we are all over the place here on our digital program. You may have been in studio, but there's something else happening in a plenary, in a corridor, and so on. So we're bringing you all the activity from the REAIM Summit at The Hague. Let's just take a look at some of the some snippets of what has been happening throughout the day. The Minister of Defence, the Netherlands Minister of Defence, arriving here. We are, after all, at a Defence and Foreign Affairs Summit. Jeroen van der Lucht will be interviewed by John Tonhill, Innovation Editor at the Financial Times. There will be a presentation at the Innovation Hub as well. Just a sense of some of the stakeholders that are arriving here at the REAIM Summit. We've got ambassadors, we've got ministers, we've got civil society, because everybody is important. That's the arrival of the minister.
Very good to see you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Minister. I'm the ambassador of REAIM.
Fantastic to have you.
Thank you.
Very nice to meet you, Minister of Defense. Welcome.
Nice meeting you.
Very nice to meet you. Please.
Hi. It's good to see you. Hi.
Mr. Minister, I'm the Romanian Political Director. Best wishes for Minister Aurescu.
Thank you very much.
He's coming back from New York. And, yeah.
I know. He told me when I was in Romania that he was going to go to New York. I think he was...
An excellent visit, actually.
It was fantastic. It was fantastic. And I think actually wasn't he accompanying the president? To the US? Or was he by himself?
He was by himself.
Okay.
Yes.
Fantastic to have you.
Very nice to meet you.
Very honored to meet you.
Good to have you here in your country.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, sir.
Nice to see you again.
Fantastic to have you.
Unfortunately, my minister has a parliament session on student best wishes for the first
Well, thank you, sir. I'm delighted to see you again. And may I introduce you to the Minister of Defense?
Very nice to meet you.
Also, my Prime Minister as well as the Minister of Defense have to stay in Thailand for the parliament session.
We all know that Parliament always comes first, so completely understand. Thank you for that.
We wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. I'm very good to see you.
Ambassador, nice to meet you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, my good friend. Very good to see you. How's life?
So nice to see you.
It is fantastic to have you.
Yes.
Fantastic you're here.
Congratulations.
May I introduce you to our Minister of Defense?
Your Excellency.
Very nice to meet you.
That's just very important.
Congratulations. And thank you so much.
You should carry the torch.
No, it's fantastic you're here.
And I'm sure that
my wife took the torch.
Oh, fantastic, fantastic. Shall we go in this direction?
So how was yesterday? Was it good?
Yeah, it was fantastic. It is.
Hello,
It gets a lot of traction.
Don't worry, hello. Goedemorgen, hello.
Okay, welcome back. Welcome back, everyone, to the Innovation Hub, where we have arrived at our final presentation for today, and it's going to be by Maurits Kortas-Altes on behalf of Avalor AI. He's going to introduce you to AI for military robotics, and he has assured me that this drone will stay stationary, so no need to worry there. Maurits, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Maurits Kortas-Altes, CEO of Avalor AI, and today I would like to start this talk with a story that was shared to me by my former commander when I worked at the army as a student employee. So, let's start. Imagine the following. It's September 2006, Uruzgan, Afghanistan. The Dutch peacekeeping mission is fully deployed. In a small village east of Deir Rawat, a convoy of 11 vehicles rumbles through the riverbed back to base. In the back seat of one of these vehicles, you doze away in the intense heat. Suddenly, you are ticking on the outside of the vehicle. A screen in front of you flicks on with a warning. Enemy fire. Before you have time to react, drones take off from the roof of your vehicle, and you hear the loud noise of unmanned vehicles positioning themselves between you and the source of the enemy fire. Bang! With a loud noise, a rocket slams itself into the thick shield of one of the unmanned vehicles protecting you from harm. Close one. You take a deep breath, regain control of yourself, and start marking targets using the autonomous drone swarm overhead. Time seems to stand still. But within 15 minutes, your team has regained control of the situation. Thankfully, nobody was harmed. Now, of course, the story I just shared with you is a fictional story. The real story, as told by my commander, was in the same setting, the same ambush, but lacked the autonomous systems. Instead, they relied on chaotic radio chatter, printed maps, and exposing themselves outside of the vehicle to gain some visibility. Although their response was decisive, multiple rockets hit the convoy and one of the drivers lost its leg. Therefore, our goal at Evlor AI is to make this first fictional story a reality. So how do we achieve that? The first thing we should note is that compared to 2006 from the original story, unmanned systems are already playing a very important role in modern battlefield. This is exemplified, of course, by the proliferation of unmanned aerial vehicles in Ukraine. Now, in Ukraine, these drones are mainly used for intelligence, surveillance, target acquisition, and reconnaissance, called I-STAR missions in military abbreviation. Now, this means that they can be used to predict the courses of action of enemy movements, plan your own movements, maybe prepare even an ambush or call in air support or artillery strikes. Now, no one can deny the usefulness of these systems, but still, we cannot make this story I shared with you a reality. And that is because we have 5 challenges still surrounding the deployment of unmanned systems. The first one is that there remains a risk of being located, because you have to operate the system, you emit an electromagnetic system, and so the enemy can locate you and target you. The second is that you have a low situational awareness. As you can see on the images, you see that the operator is really fixed to a screen and has no time to look at its surroundings. The third one is that you have limited scalability. Only one operator can control one system at a time. The reverse is also true. Because one system is controlled by one operator, that means that if you lose the operator, you lose the system. There's minimal redundancy. And the last one is that there is a risk of mistakes due to operator fatigue or exhaustion. Now, we believe at Evlor AI that AI is a method of solving these challenges, and therefore our mission is enhancing the tactical value of autonomous systems by increasing their autonomy with AI. Now, of course, we understand that deploying AI is surrounded by ethical, moral, and legislative issues. Therefore, today, in this talk, I would like to answer 3 questions from an engineering perspective. First, I want to talk about how do we as engineers define responsible AI. Second, what AI technologies are we using, how and why? And lastly, how do we approach the challenge of developing responsible AI? So first, the theoretical part. I will promise you it's a short part. We'll get to the practical stuff very soon. The definition of responsible AI. Now, I've split this in 2 parts, responsible and AI. First, responsible. As an engineer, there are 2 main metrics important for defining if something is responsible. The first is the quality or the performance of the method, and the second is explainability. Now, a way of explaining quality of a method can be visualized with precision and accuracy. Precision means how close the answers are of a given method, which you can see on the x-axis. You see to the right, the answers of a method are clustered close to each other. The accuracy is how right the answer is on average, which you can see on the y-axis. Now, a responsible method is the one in the upper right. It's almost always right, and the answers are very coherent, close to each other. An irresponsible method would be the one of the lower bottom. There you can see it's not accurate and not precise. You should not use it. Now, the second one is the metric of explainability. Of course, this is a metric we have seen and talked about a lot today, but I want to view it from 2 perspectives. The liability and the trustworthiness. Now, the liability, the accountability, is one that was also highlighted in the plenary session this morning. We know that we want to be able to point out to someone if something went wrong, who is to blame. But the second one, trustworthy, is a very important one too, which was shared by the General this morning. Now, this one came from our cooperation with the military. You have to visualize that if you want to employ a method in AI, a military operator needs to be able to trust it at any time in any given circumstance. And this makes sense, because also in the military itself, before you go into an operation, you have months and months and months of training with each other to be able to trust each other even in the most chaotic of the chaotic situations. Now, the same holds true for AI. It should be explainable not only for the accountability and the liability, but also for its trustworthiness. Now, the second definition, AI. Now, there are many ways to explain this, and for today, we have tried to define 3 main concepts along an axis of explainability. This is by no means the only way you can classify different types of AI. It's also not exhaustive, nor technically completely correct. But it will serve for today to explain the concept of responsible AI. We start on an axis of explainability with the best explainability. This is rule-based. With a rule-based approach, you have a limited set of inputs and a limited set of outputs. I know exactly what can happen under any circumstance. Most people know this by, for instance, a decision tree, which is also a concept widely used outside of programming. The second one is the approach of optimization. Here you still have a limited set of calculations, but the outputs are continuous. So how do I visualize this? It means that I have some kind of knobs to turn from an algorithm so that I can tune how it works. And although I have some control over these calculations, I never know in each situation exactly what is going to happen. It's less explainable, but we can do more. The last one is the pattern recognition approach. This is often known as machine learning, deep learning, reinforcement learning, in general, black box models. Here we have a continuous set of inputs, the data, and a continuous set of outputs. We don't know much what is happening inside. It's the least explainable. Now let me explain these concepts from a military example. So today we want to view these methods in a target recognition example. The goal here is to identify if something is a military target or not. So how do we do this? For today, we assume that you can positively identify a military target if it has camouflage on it. As input data, we will use RGB images. This means an image with pixels, and each pixel has 3 values. Now we know RGB mostly from lower school, from the 3 colored circles. Each of these pixels has a value for red, green, and blue, and so we can mix up those colors. So first, the first method, rule-based. How would we do the target example with a rule-based approach? We are going to divide the image in sections of pixels and average the color. You can see that on the lower bottom. Then we simply say one rule. If the average green value is above the value, for instance, 150, then we label it as a target. So how would this work in practice? We can see the results. For instance, on the left, you can see an image where it has positively identified a military target in a sandy environment, but also a civilian. It didn't work. In the right image, you see that it has positively identified the target, but it also made false positives or fake targets of the bushes and the trees. So we can say that the quality of the method is low, but we know exactly why it has failed or why it has succeeded. It's just simply because of the rule of the green value. So let's try a different method, the optimization one. We take the same images, but we are going to make an algorithm that iterates over each of the pixels. Then we are going to find chunks of pixels with roughly the same color, like you can see in the images below. Then we say we add another computation where if there are sufficient patterns within each chunk, we can say it has some stripes or spots. It must be camouflage. And again, we want it to be green, unlike the tiger displayed here. So how does it perform? The quality has improved in the left image. You see you have a military target and the civilian is not identified anymore, possibly because it doesn't have a camouflage pattern. On the right, we see less false positives, less trees, less bushes. But we also see that the target is not identified anymore. And here you have the complexity of the optimization method, because which of the knobs are you going to turn to redetect the target in the right image, but prevent that you, for instance, will redetect the civilian in the left image? We can make some assumptions, we can turn the knobs, but we never know completely for sure. So that's the reason it's a bit less explainable than the first method. So we go to the third one, pattern recognition. In this case, we select a black box model which is suitable for this problem. In this case, supervised deep learning. This is displayed with the image below. We have a lot of data sets, and we can train this black box, this model, so that it will eventually deliver us one model we can use for new input images. Now we can make some influence, we can have some influence on the model we select and maybe some overarching parameters, but the resulting thing that comes out of it, that makes the calculations, we cannot look inside it. We cannot explain it. So how would this work? Well, we see the quality is very high. In both images, it has successfully detected the target. So is this then the best method? Well, as I said, with pattern recognition, the explainability is the lowest. So why is this actually the explainability is the lowest here? Why doesn't it work for any situation? Well, to explain this, I want to show you an example, a very famous example, some of you might know it, about huskies and wolves. In this case, there were researchers that tried to develop a machine learning algorithm to detect huskies from wolves. Now, we see in the left images that most of the time it's correct. However, at some points it is not. And they tried to find out why is that the case. Well, they dug deeper and found out that instead of classifying the differences between huskies and wolves, the pattern recognized was if images were taken in snowy or non-snowy conditions. So actually, they made a black box model that detected snow instead of huskies. So that's the point. You never know for sure how it's functioning, although the quality might be good. So given that we have seen these different levels of explainability and quality that both contribute to the responsibility of the method, what method should we choose? Well, we can first conclude that the explainability is tied to the method itself, but the quality differs per use case. In this example, we can see that the quality was highest with pattern recognition. Now, we know for a fact from military requirements, and we've heard it all day long, that especially with target recognition, there's always a human in the loop. So we have a mitigating measure here. We can select the pattern recognition method, and although it's not explainable, we can still use it for high effectiveness. But how does this generalize in other projects if you are going to develop other AIs? Can you make the same assumptions? Well, I want to explain these assumptions and how we use them in a practical application through one of the projects we do for the Dutch military. Now, I will explain this first and then dive deeper into the AI methods we have used there. So Project Spear is that of making a drone swarm in a consortium with TNO, Delft Dynamics, Detective Robotics, and Avalor AI, where we deploy a fully automated drone swarm that can do the battery swapping itself autonomously, the airspace management surrounding it, target recognition, searching, swarming, cooperation, and everything you want to make an autonomous mission with drones. Then it will simply give you the results back in a battlefield management interface. The interaction is minimal. So for the specific features we have developed here, you can split them along three main concepts, along the military requirements that are used for these different concepts. Now, the first one is that the specific system, the drone swarm, needs to behave, do certain drills, behaviors, and procedures. Now, this is, for instance, airspace management. It's very simple to, very similar to an air traffic controller in an airport. You need to be able to control the aircraft where they go. You don't want them to collide, so that's a reason to have some specific procedures. For these, you want them to be absolutely trustworthy and clear, and there are no unforeseen circumstances. For the second, for planning and scheduling, you can think of the searching with a swarm. In this case, it's a very dynamic environment, and there are many unknowns. Furthermore, you want a hands-off experience. The operator needs minimal intervention. The last one is sensing and perception. For instance, the target acquisition. In this case, it should perform very well, but we know that the human in the loop is almost present. So let me give you an example of our selection of different AI methods. The first one, airspace management. Here we know that multiple drones might want to, at the same time, change their battery. So how do we fix it? Well, in this case, we have chosen the rule-based method of a behavior tree, a general concept which you can lay out different options and arrange them all in a specific order so you know exactly what is going to happen. At any time, an operator can see in which state a specific system is. So it's rule-based, it gives you insights, and it performs very well in specific scenarios. Another method we wanted to use for another feature is the cooperative path planning. In this case, you have a large area of different sizes, different terrains, with which you need to cover with your drones this area. Although you do not only have to search, you also have the scheduling in between. For instance, if a battery runs low, you might have to return. But if you are following a target, what do? Does one of the systems stop with searching, and does it take over the target? How do you solve that? For this case, we have chosen an optimization method. In this case, the operator does not need complete visualization of the decision process, only to see the results. So the last one we have already touched, of course, is the classification and tracking. In this case, we know a human is always in loop, and the method should minimize the amount of false positives. So in this case, we can safely choose the pattern recognition approach. Now, having seen this, can we say something, conclude something about what type of AI we should use? Our conclusion is that there is no such thing as responsible AI, only responsible use of AI. And this is the case because we see that responsibility can be defined along its axis of quality and explainability. And although explainability is tied to the method itself, the quality is not. It's depending on the use case. Therefore, there's no golden bullet in AI methods. You should choose it based on the specific use case in cooperation with the military. Now, the main force behind this, driving this, are the military requirements. And therefore, my concluding remark is that at this summit, it's our responsibility to create a clear understanding of the military requirements so that this can lead to the next step in responsible use of AI. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maurits. I think the first conclusion I draw from your talk is that we need to rename our conference slightly to REAIM, because there is no responsible AI, but only responsible use. But I'm sure the audience has more intelligent questions than that. So if there are any questions, please raise your hand and I will come to you with the microphone.
It was a clear talk then.
Hi, Maurits. For the last AI, you said you used a hidden model. I think it's a neural network used. But for that, there's already algorithms that can determine which nodes your algorithm picked, of your AI picked for the decision of your image. So actually, it's quite explainable. So when you see a picture of a husky, it says, okay, I looked at the ears, I looked at the mouth, and then it can decide. You can see, okay, why did it pick a husky?
So yeah, the question about that there are actually methods, and I showed them actually in the presentation that you can explain some methods, especially the black box ones also. It's true, but that's more from a perspective of liability, but explainability is also tied to the trustworthiness, and maybe you are able to devise something that can, in a later stage, exactly say, okay, these pixels for this reason have made the decision to select this as a target. But that's not insightful for an operator in a military operation. I mean, you have a lot of noise around you, the bombs are falling, you have to make a decision, and then it gives you the generated result. So it's not explainable at all at that moment, in contrast to rule-based methods.
Other questions? If not, thank you very much, Maurits. Fascinating talk, and I think a good call to action on all of us at the end there. So let's use tomorrow to further dive into the I think complicated questions surrounding use of AI in the military domain. This was our last talk in the Innovation Hub for today. So thanks to all of you for being here. Hope to see you again tomorrow. Enjoy the rest of the conference and have a good evening. Thank you.
Hello, my name is John Thornhill. I'm the innovation editor and a tech columnist at the Financial Times. It's great to be at this conference, and in particular to have the opportunity to interview Jeroen van der Vlucht, who is the Chief Information Officer of the Dutch Ministry of Defence. Now, I'd like to start by asking you about your background. As I understand it, you're the first CIO of the Dutch Ministry of Defence who has come from the private sector and has a non-traditional, not a military background. Can you tell us how that happened?
Yeah, that's a long story, to be honest.
We'll have the short version.
But I will take the shortcut. Well, I like to make a joke that I'm already 25 years a data scientist, studying econometrics a long time ago, and then starting for Dutch Telecom. I worked there several years, and then went to Atos, a IT company, where I also spent most of my time in the IT infrastructure, and then switched to a consulting firm and working on the field of business IT alignment. And from that point, I decided to move on and to join the Ministry of Defence. So,
Okay, and does the appointment of a non-military officer to this post signal a change of thinking in the Dutch Defence Ministry?
Well, I don't know if it's the difference in thinking. We work with military and we work with civilians, of course, within our Ministry of Defence. That's quite common, so it's not something that's new. And I think it's only good that people from the industry also work for government, whether it's just the military or it's another subject of the government, that doesn't matter. But I think that there should be much more exchange between government and industry. I think that will be good for both.
Right, that's a theme I'd love to come back to and explore in a bit. But could you tell us, first of all, what you're responsible for? We talk about the kind of 5 domains in military. Are you responsible for all of them, and how does AI affect all of those domains?
Yes, I'm working for the headquarters, MOD, in the Netherlands. So I'm responsible for all the 5 domains, not responsible, of course, in command and control terms, but responsible for data science, cybersecurity, and IT within the MOD. And as we're doing that from the headquarters, the responsibility goes with all the 5 commands we have.
Okay. And in what ways is the Dutch Defence Ministry using AI at the moment?
Yeah, well, it's a very good question, because what we see is that AI is only technology. Unless you like coding or you like mathematics, then AI on itself may be very interesting. But it's, of course, with the application, which is very interesting. So where can you do AI in the Ministry of Defence? So one of the things we see is that we do that where big data come into place. We have, of course, a lot of sensor data, but also open source information, open source data. And the amounts of data are so huge that a man can't oversee it, the total. So you need artificial intelligence, for instance, to see anomalies or to see patterns in the data, which you can't see as a human. Compare that with, for instance, looking at an MRI scan as a medical doctor. AI can be of great help to see patterns you can't see as a human because they are too small or they are too much information, etc. So big data analytics and AI is a combination we see. Using it, for instance, in intelligence is very important, but we use it also in cybersecurity, for instance.
Mm-hmm. You're saying that it's just a technology, but I was in an earlier session where I think a useful distinction was made about the fact that AI is different from many other technologies in that it's not just a tool, it can in some circumstances also be an agent. It is in some circumstances replacing human decision-making. Is that a useful way of thinking of it? Is it a distinction you're making?
I don't know. I like to play it down a little bit because what you see with a lot of technology, a lot of new technology, that is really hyped. And when you look at the hype cycle, I think we're currently at the top at this moment from AI perspective, at least. And what you see is that it has to do with where are you going to use it, whether it's become an agent or not an agent. And that decision is to humans, where to use it. So I think it's very important to see where are we going to use that AI. For instance, when you use it in supply chain or in operations research, that's a totally different when you use it, for instance, in military decision making. So it's really depending on where to adopt AI. And the same situation, and I make the parallel again with the doctor, maybe the algorithm is outperforming the image recognition of an MRI scan. But at the end, the doctor and the patient will together decide whether to do surgery or not. It's the same with us. Maybe the algorithm is outperforming the humans in image recognition, so it can be better or more effective or more efficient. But in the end, the commander has to decide whether and how to use it. So there is always a human-machine interaction over there.
But I mean, talking to people in the kind of medical profession who are using some of these expert systems and recommendation systems now, there is, and we all suffer from it, an automation bias. We tend to think that the computer is right. Well, in both healthcare and in the military, that has incredibly important consequences if you get it wrong. So how can we reinforce the human agent in this case to believe that they have to trust their judgment and not just defer to an automated system?
Yeah, but of course the bias can also be with the human itself, isn't it? I mean, the doctor can also be wrong, the algorithm can also be wrong. And I think we have to look very closely in the development of AI algorithms in every stage, from design to deployment, how the algorithm is performing and if it's performing right. And we should also address who is responsible for that cycle, for that phase in that cycle. For instance, when it's in the operation or in the deployment, well, the commander will be in charge of the algorithm. But on the design phase, it will be somebody else. So in every phase, you have to derive who is responsible for that specific step.
Okay. What do you think we've learned from the Ukraine war about the application of AI?
Yeah, well, of course, that's a difficult question because we don't see all the things that are happening in the Ukraine at this moment. But at least what we see is that we make heavily use of commercial and military satellite images, for instance, and AI is being used to recognize where the adversary is at that moment. So, well, that's a relatively simple example, of course, and you can read it also in the newspaper, of course, also in the Financial Times, where you see those nice pictures and you see it's depicted where the adversary is at that moment. So I think, so image recognition is one of the things where AI is used to see where the Russian Federation is at that moment, and which kind of material, vehicles, etc., how many people, etc.
You're talking there about the kind of reliance on kind of private sector companies, and I guess historically militaries have, for very good reasons, tended to be very closed organizations. But in this new world that we're moving into, they have to partner with private sector companies. They also have to kind of draw in, as you're saying, kind of open source intelligence, satellite imagery, or kind of civilian reports about what's going on. How does that affect the way that you're working? You obviously speak the language of the private sector, given your background, but how can you draw in the private sector to help you do what you do without ceding too much control to the private sector?
Yeah, well, it takes two to tango, in the first place. And I think that the military, but also the government as a whole, well, needs to open up to the industry. But it's vice versa. So it's also the other way around. And what we are trying to do is to make ecosystems, for instance, together with industry, about radar technology, also about AI in the Netherlands, to investigate how we can work closer together, and also to have understanding of each other. Because when you work for government, then the political decision-making is very important. For instance, relating to privacy issues, which is a huge subject in the Netherlands. On the other hand, from the government perspective, there is also a thing called, for instance, commercial pressure, and you should also be aware of that. And so there is no such thing as a free lunch. So we have to bear in mind what our positions are and work closely together. And I think we can really improve in that. And I'm seeing we're making steps, but also the exchange of people from government to the public sector and vice versa. Well, I think it's very important because then you understand each other better.
I was talking here yesterday with Alex Karp, the chief executive of Palantir, who was urging Europe to get serious about tech. That most of the companies that defense ministries interact with tend to be kind of West Coast US organizations. If Europe is talking about asserting its own technological sovereignty, it needs to have its own kind of cloud computing companies, AI companies that are truly kind of cutting edge. Is that right, do you think?
I think certainly we are lagging behind by the US at this moment, certainly regarding big tech.
And what do we do about that?
Yeah, of course there are some European initiatives to see whether we can establish, for instance, sovereign cloud or a highly secure cloud, for instance. But there are also other ways to work around. You can also work on your own crypto, for instance, to ensure that your data are safe. To see it the other way around, talking about the Ukraine, we know that the Ukraine transferred a lot of their services, public services, to the cloud, for instance, to be less viable for the Russian Federation. So there's also another side on this, and I think that Europe should invest heavily in big tech and become serious about it. Totally agree with that. But on the other hand, we should also not be too too cautious about that. And keeping the risks good in mind, but also see if there are ways of working around. And we see, at least in the Netherlands, but I see also other European countries working together on that.
Now, the theme of this conference is clearly responsible AI, and you've sketched out a lot of the opportunities that there are in that area. Could you just take us through your thinking on what is responsible AI? What are the yardsticks that you use to measure?
Yes, well, I come back again to that cycle of the development of AI, from idea design to the deployment of AI. And in every phase, you have to be sure that it's up to the legislation, to privacy legislation, but also to your ethical compass, for instance, but also about the biases and the data you use, etc. So in every step, there should be that responsibility question on several subjects. And you have to make sure that in every step, the right questions are answered. Are the things we are doing, is this ethical? Is this legally correct? But is it also political necessary to do that? And so you have to make steps in every cycle and also build some iteration in between that. So an algorithm, certainly an AI algorithm, isn't ready when it's deployed. You can say, well, then it's starting, because then it's learning and getting better and better and better. So you have to be very close in that iteration. I think that's important, and that means responsibility for me. And we should not only as military look at it, but also have a conversation about it in the society, like we have now. I think that's very, very important. So also opening up to society to discuss what we are doing, because there is a lot of mystics about AI, what it is and what it not is. And sometimes people think that the A is not from artificial, but it's from autonomous. Well, it's completely different things.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, you're talking there about the kind of introducing responsible AI, or the centrality of that. Is that best done at a kind of national level, you think, within the Netherlands, or is it done within NATO, or is it worth doing within the United Nations?
I think we're doing that at different levels. We certainly have the discussions within the EU, with the Cloud Act and with the AI Act, etc. And we are fully committed to that and to that discussion, and to bring that further to Dutch legislation in our case. We're also having that discussion within NATO how to use it, and what are the frameworks we can use over there. So it's also on the NATO level. And of course also with United Nations and non-governmental organizations, we should have that discussion about AI. And because looking at the opening ceremony yesterday and the discussion over there, well, I think it was a really good discussion about it with the Secretary General of Amnesty. About AI doesn't make the war cleaner. The war is never clean. And I thought that was really spot on.
Sure, and I think that raises the issue of, although Western democracies might like to think that they're developing AI in a responsible way, there are going to be actors who are going to use it in an irresponsible way. Do you think that the democracies are disarming, as it were, if they do not develop a lot of these weapon systems that can be used if your enemies are doing so?
Yeah, so there should be some parity with your adversaries, of course, but there's a very important thing to develop it our own is that we also have to gain knowledge about it. So we have to know what the possibilities are with AI in the military environment, because if we don't learn, then we cannot defend ourselves. So for instance, image recognition. We used to work with camouflage, of course, but there is also a possibility of digital camouflage. So you can do certain things with your vehicle, for instance, so it's not recognized by an AI algorithm from your adversary. So therefore, you also have to get into that field. If you don't do that, well, also on the defensive side, you will be a lame duck.
Do you think it is possible to get meaningful international agreements in this area?
Yes, I think certainly there will be, because also broader in the society there will be use of AI. Now we're talking about the medical side, but also operations research, logistics, predictive maintenance, etc. There will be lots of AI. And so it will also come into the military. That's no question. It will be there, and ignoring it or saying it's not allowed will not be working, because it will be there, and there will be in certain things we buy, military stuff we buy. There will be come into some AI. That's unavoidable.
There are also dangers, though, I think, of developing technologies at the frontiers in order to assess their capabilities, aren't there? I mean, I was listening yesterday to Professor Stuart Russell, who was talking about how the NSA in America had developed malware, and the NotPetya system, which was then basically stolen and leaked. It was picked up by the GRU in Russia and then used against a lot of Western companies and actually Russian companies by mistake. How do we deal with that kind of world? You can't think of any two organizations that have more of an interest in maintaining a separation of information than the NSA in America and the GRU in Russia, and yet that information leaked. Yeah. So how can we understand where this technology is going without releasing it into the wild?
Yeah, there is some balance between openness and transparency and security and privacy on the other side. So there should be some balance between it. I think and I believe that it's very important to protect your algorithms, for instance. When you know how an algorithm of your adversary works, then you probably also know how his courses of actions are looking like. So that's one thing. But the other thing is that it's also possible to have a bias or to build a bias in your data, for instance. So when you're looking at an AI algorithm as an engine and the data as your fuel, then you can also put some stuff in the fuel that the algorithm is not working properly anymore. So, and that's quite dangerous, of course, and we have to be aware of that this could happen. And that's also the reason why we have to develop our own knowledge and technology about this, because that's the only way we can protect ourselves and learn from it and therefore protect ourselves.
Yeah. Okay, I want to open this up to the questions to the floor very soon, so please think of questions you want to ask. Final question before that. You're talking there about the kind of importance of explainability, understanding what these algorithms are doing and being able to explain that to the relevant actors. How do you ensure that? How can you make black box systems explainable to the relevant people?
Yeah, to look at every step in the cycle, how the algorithm is working, what kind of code you're using. It's often not only programmed for the occasion, but also coded from open source, for instance. So be transparent what kind of technology you're using, what kind of code you're using. How does the algorithm look like? Which kind of algorithms do you use? There are millions out of there. I think that a lot of people don't program the algorithm themselves, but get it from the internet and use it. So what kind of building blocks did you use, for instance? And also involve all kinds of aspects, ethical aspects, legal aspects, in the development to show what you are doing. And I think that's a great way to look at it. For instance, in the Netherlands, we're going to have an algorithm register where we have to put in our algorithms, certainly not all the algorithms, of course, not from the traffic lights, but algorithms which are impacting society. And we are experimenting within the Ministry of Defense with an algorithm board, for instance, and not only people from the military, but also people from outside to have a look at our things we are doing. And just to be transparent, but of course in a balance of transparency on one side and privacy and security on the other side.
Yes, you probably don't want to put all your algorithms in there.
No, certainly, no.
Right, and questions from the floor? Yes, the lady down here. Oh. Just in front there. Yep.
Hi, yes, thank you. I just wanted to ask, because you were saying there is definitely sort of a need for regulations or at least like agreements on an international level in relation to algorithms. Do you also think that it's realistic that there will be agreed upon like international restrictions for algorithms in military use? Because it seems like there might be a little more resistance against that.
Well, I think we certainly will have a discussion about that. And I sometimes also don't really understand the discussion about, for instance, certification of algorithms. I think that could be a very good step to do. When we design and build a car, there are all kinds of legislations that a maker of such a car has to deal with and has to obey to. And that can be from an international perspective, but also national perspective, for instance. So I think there is a great deal in to look at how can you certify algorithms, for instance, that they are safe, that they are doing the things they are supposed to do, what kind of building blocks they are built up from. So I think we should definitely explore that. And well, openness, as well, you don't want to make your adversaries better than you, so, well, you have to be restricted in some kind of areas. But also, I think that's the same with regular weapon systems.
Okay.
From University of Houston in USA. So what is the role of assessment in responsible AI or accountable AI? You used the word certify algorithms earlier.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Well, I think that's a thing that's open for discussion. But I think certification can be to international laws, for instance, human rights laws. It can be certification about with the use of technology. What kind of technology do you use, and is that technology is that safe, for instance? It could be on the level of security. And we're currently in the process of just finding out, together with our partners in the Netherlands, for instance, from the Dutch AI Coalition, where people from universities and business and government work together on that kind of things. And we have also what we call an ethical, legal, societal impact laboratory, where we have that kind of discussions. So I doesn't have a clear-cut answer, but we're working on that, and I think that's the first main step.
Okay, there's a question at the back. Yep.
Interesting talk. I was wondering, you mentioned something really quickly about responsible versus irresponsible violence or war. And through technology, I've learned that there is a rationalization of violence because we have drones and they just kill somebody that we want them to kill. And how do you think, or what do you think the role of AI will be? The more we use AI and the more we kind of outsource our decisions, even though there will be a human making the final decision, what do you think the role of AI will be in the rationalization of violence?
I don't think that we will outsource our military decisions, at least not on a strategic or tactical level. Of course, in certain situations, but it's with or without AI, there is also always a kind of autonomy in a weapon system. When you are targeting a target and launching a rocket or doing an air defense, something like that, there is always some kind of autonomy in there. But because it's needed to fly, for instance, and to target the aim you're going for. But I don't think on a tactical or strategic level that a machine will take over the decision making. There will always be a commander in the loop. So sometimes I think that also the possibilities of AI at this moment are, I call it the hype cycle, but of course the possibilities are enormous. But I think they're a little bit overrated. Because what you see, for instance, with generative AI, ChatGPT, how much computing power is needed for a relatively simple task. We don't have that computing power at this moment. We don't have the algorithms at this moment to do that in a very complex environment. Tesla is working years and years with hundreds of millions of dollars to get an autonomous car. But an autonomous car on the highway is working, but an autonomous car in the city center of The Hague, well, it will stand still because, you know, there are bicycles everywhere and pedestrians everywhere, which are doing all kinds of things we didn't account for previously. So I think that is, we really have to be, we really have to play it a little bit down what the possibilities are. And regarding to decision making, yes, it will be possible to make better decisions, but in a human-machine interface.
Just like to explore that a little more, because I mean, people always say, and it sounds absolutely right, that we need to keep humans in the loop of decision making. But I've talked to military officials who question how practical that is in the fog of war when you have to make decisions at lightning speed. We already have anti-aircraft batteries that are effectively making these decisions for us automatically.
That's correct.
We're moving into a world of hypersonic missiles where the time is compressed all the more. Is it realistic to believe that humans are always going to remain in the loop?
That's the difference between operational, tactical, strategic. On an operational level, after the targeting is done, there will be no human in the loop. So but it's nowadays also the fact, and I think that 20-25 years ago, it was also already there. Only we didn't call that AI, but it isn't AI. That's what I'm trying to say. AI has something to do with an algorithm which is getting better and better, which is learning and which can generate information or generate things on its own. That's with the most regular algorithms we use. It's not the case. So I think that's the difference.
Okay, we had a question here. Last question.
Thank you. Edwin de Leeuw, SRI Nederland. You spoke about having a registry for algorithms and also a regulatory board. But these two sound post-fact. What can we do as industry to further cooperation by ensuring that legislation and ethics are implemented from the design phase and from the development phase when we're building algorithms for you?
Yeah. Well, we have discussions with industry at this moment, with partners, that they use our framework, which we have made for algorithms, to use upfront with the development of their own solutions, that they upfront already are up to our framework. So that's the thing we do now. And of course, the algorithm register is something afterwards, after the development has taken place. But I think it's working closely together with the industry is very important to get that development phase also in line with our frameworks, for instance. So that's very important. Yeah.
Okay. Final, very quick question from me. What is the one thing that you would change at the Dutch Ministry of Defence to develop and deploy AI more?
One thing? Okay, one thing. That's difficult. Well, we have. I think we used to say train as you fight. And at this moment, it's quite difficult for us in the Netherlands to train as we fight in the virtual domain. Because what we are seeing is that due to privacy regulations, etc., it isn't possible, for instance, to use open source information in a situation not being a situation of war. Therefore, we always need a political decision approved by Parliament to do so, and we like to train as we fight. So we're really exploring the possibilities. So one of the things to get legislation where it's possible for us to train as we fight also in the cyber domain.
Mm-hmm. Wonderful. Thank you very much for your openness and candor.
There was one question. I don't know.
I think we have run out of time.
We're running out of time. Yeah,
so
lunch is.
Maybe you can grab him on the way out. But thank you very much, everyone.
Great. Thank you.
Welcome back, everybody, to the REAIM Innovation Hub, where we are going to have a follow-up of what happened this morning on the big stage at the opening of day 2 of the REAIM conference. We got a small bite of the cherry of what AI can do in deepfakes. Bill Gates was with us for a brief moment. I don't know, all of you who have been at the session will surely remember. And there, Mark Evenblij of DuckDuckGoose gave a quick presentation of what deepfakes can do and how they can and probably will impact our lives. And I'm happy that we have now a little bit more time for Mark to go a little bit deeper into what DuckDuckGoose does in the field of deepfakes here at the Innovation Hub. So I'm really happy, Mark, to step aside and give you the podium.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. I'm Mark Evenblij. I'm part of DuckDuckGoose. My first 5 slides will be a repeat of what I showed this morning, just in case you missed it. And afterwards, I will dive deeper into what are deepfakes, what can they do, and what can they not do, and what can you do against them. Well, so today's topic, you could consider it a crash course on deepfakes. What do you need to know? And what's the problem? Now, in case you missed, I also presented it this morning. One of these persons is an officer of the Italian Carabinieri, and the other one is someone impersonating someone of the Italian Carabinieri. Can you see which is real and which one is the imposter? What do you say? The right. Yeah, indeed, it was the right. What's happening here is that this type of deepfake is a head swap. So the head is faked, but the rest of the uniform is real. You can also see that his emblem on the right is not present in the fake, while it is in the real. That's because the imposter did have access to the uniform, but not have access to one of the emblems. Now, that face that was trained using artificial intelligence, using a data set of a video sample of the target, he managed to sort of generate a face which was perfectly able to impersonate the motions, the emotions, and the face of its target. Then that face, as quickly as the frames can move through a camera, that face can be replaced over the imposter, and then you can present yourself in a new identity. This has already been used to impersonate an American admiral and then go on the dating sites to try and scam people. However, also in the Chinese government, faces were used as a form of identification, and people managed to commit tax fraud using deepfake faces, and they got away with a sum worth of $76 million. But where do these deepfakes come from? Well, the idea of manipulating media with artificial intelligence is quite old. The first paper already showed up in 1979. However, since about 2017, deepfakes really started to take off. This is because the machine learning algorithms got smarter, the hardware got faster, and the term deepfake emerged in 2017 when, in Reddit forums, when the people started calling images manipulated by AI deepfakes. About since 2019, we have open source software, people who develop this for fun and put it on the internet for everyone to use. And about since 2019, you can run deepfakes in real time, as I did this morning. The amount of deepfakes online is growing rapidly, and the biggest amount of deepfakes, in volume where they're mostly used for, is non-consensual pornography. The predictions are that 96% of all deepfakes are in fact of pornographic nature. Now, we're Dr. Goose. We aim to realize a digital environment where you can still believe what you perceive. We develop deepfake detection software, and I don't do this on my own. I have two fellow founders, Paria Lotfi and Joris Mollinga. And with a team of 12 people, we work on the topic of how can we detect what's real and what's fake, and how can we explain. Here's an example of how we hope this happens in the future, where in your Zoom meeting you happen to be with Tom Cruise. You could hit a button that says deepfake detection, and then we could detect that's in fact not Tom Cruise, that's a deepfake. However, in this presentation, I'm going to talk a lot about facial deepfakes, but we have to remember that deepfakes, it's only a part of it. What it's really about is creative AI which is able to generate creatively, create pictures, images, or any form of information, not just deepfakes. Well, this is going to be a crash course on deepfakes. We're going to talk about what's possible, what this implies, how people have been using this, and what you can do against it. So I'm going to talk about certain types of deepfakes to sort of categorize what is going on. This morning and just now I showed a face swap. A face swap is where only the face is being altered and replaced by someone else. This face model, called SimSwap, is generated using only a single picture of someone's target. And then it's replaced onto my face. So a single picture can be enough sometimes to impersonate someone. However, when there's more data available, you can generate even higher quality deepfakes. For in this example, Emma Watson is being deepfaked onto this man. What I'm showing you now is called Deepface Live. This is also what I used this morning. This is open source software. You can Google this yourself, you can download it, you can use it. And this software is being created by a Russian student who thinks this is funny, interesting, this has his passion, and therefore he gives it for everyone to use. But yeah, this technology, which is open source, can then also be used to impersonate people. Well, we sort of have to understand that even though we think that technology might be bad, people will keep on developing this technology. Deepface Live. Also, there's an entire community behind this. People keep training new face models and keep sharing new face models or even data sets with each other so they can train and impersonate more people. And perhaps we should consider that if we present our face everywhere we go, our face and voice, is it then really truly ours? I am now presenting my face to you all and my voice to you all. This is being recorded to be put on YouTube later. And anyone can use that recording to steal my voice, get my face, train these models, and steal my identity. So perhaps my face is not even my own. Another type of deepfake is called a talking head deepfakes. This talking head deepfake also uses a single picture and then it animates the picture. This is done using a driving video. So you take a picture, I record a driving video, and the motions I do with my face are being translated to the new image. And therefore this image comes to life. This is being developed by the Samsung AI lab in Moscow. And it also, you might think it's still a little bit coarse, but this is also evolving rapidly. Another type of deepfakes, which is very relevant, is morphs. Morph deepfakes combine identities of two persons into one face. For example, I've taken my face and the face of my co-founder Joris. Together they form Morris. And what's interesting is that Morris has the facial characteristics of us both. So if you ask someone, is Morris the same person as me? Then people might say yes. If you ask another AI, is Morris the same person as me? Are these faces the same? It will also say yes. So you can start using Morris to sort of fool systems thinking that we are biometrically the same person. And then you can have systems or faces that can be used by multiple people. In this case, me, but also Joris can use the face of Morris. If you add this to an identity card, you have an identity card which can be used by multiple persons. Or I could give my identity away to Joris. This type of morph is generated by an app called FaceApp. It's not open source, but it is free to download. You can download it, find it in the Play Store, play around with it. However, be careful. There is a Russian company behind it. I don't know what they'll do with your data. Another type of deepfake, gen reconstruction. In this case, an image is being presented and altered to more likely or more closely resemble the input image. In this case, Abraham Lincoln. And this can be used to take very old photographs of people and sort of re-photograph them in how they would be with a normal camera. However, this technology can also be used to take the small picture in someone's identity card and then upscale it and recreate it as it would be in real life in an HD camera. Another example is voice deepfakes. Now, voice deepfakes, you can take someone's voice, type some text you would like them to say, and then generate it. In this case, I have an example of the voice of Red Pepper. He's famous from movie blockbusters. I'll play the example.
You have to listen to me. This is important. There is a new voice model which works extremely well. This is the voice of Red Pepper. You may recognize my voice from blockbuster movie trailers like Jurassic Park, but I am not him. I am fake, a clone. A bunch of vectors conglomerated into something that sounds just like him, in tone, intonation, and even emotion.
That was all generated by an artificial intelligence. It even contained emotion, it had the correct intonation, and yet it was fake. However, there are still limits. This voice model I used was trained on English-speaking American voices. I have a bit of a Dutch accent in my voice, and it doesn't take it that well. So if I try to clone my own voice, it sounds a bit different.
Do you think this voice could be used to biometrically identify me as Mark? I mean, you just listened to the real Mark speaking, so it's different, right? It's not quite him. I am more pronounced, more American, even more articulated in a way. I am perhaps better, nicer to listen to. Wouldn't you agree?
These... to move on, you have your voice. How do you apply the voice to someone? You could use a lip sync deepfake. Quite easy. You have an input video. You alter the lips to say new words that you supply using a voice line. And then only the lips in the video are being altered to speak the new sentence. Final, super resolution networks where you have a low quality input and the network upscales it and just imagines the details as they should be. And then you can have a high quality output even though you only had low quality video. What's dangerous is that you can combine all these different types of creative AI put them together, and then using a single image, you can animate the image. You can generate a voice for her. You can lip sync it so she can say it, and then you can upscale everything so you have a high resolution, high audio quality deepfake of someone. And that's all enough information contained in someone's identity card. But remember, this is only the facial part of deepfakes. The deepfakes, it's about creative AI. You can also generate objects using deepfakes. You can also remove objects from videos using artificial intelligence. You can generate full motion body deepfakes where they move or dance. You can use text-to-image generation where you just put in the prompt behind the scenes of the film set of the 1969 moon landing, and there you go, images of that film set. And it's all improving really, really fast, where eventually you'll be able to generate entire worlds using artificial intelligence. So what does this imply? This implies that people who never had a voice, or people who can no longer talk, you could give them their voice back. And you could give their voice back using emotion and intonation, which is extremely valuable to them. However, you can also use it to make people say things they would never want to, hurtful things. You can also use it to clone the voice of a bank director and start robbing a bank. You can use it for traumatic grief therapy, where if you have lost someone, you could use a deepfake to bring that person back and say goodbye to them. And even though you know it's fake, the experience can help with the grieving process. You can use artificial intelligence to start influencing elections, where you start generating fake people who will join social media and start saying things about certain politicians. You could also start making commercials without actors. Lay's made a commercial using Messi, where you could type in a message and then Messi would speak that message for you to your friends. You can use it to blackmail people. In this case, a mom used sort of nude deepfakes of someone to try and sway them out of a cheerleading competition. You can make funny videos. You can make Mark Rutte dance. You can also influence wars, as happened to Zelensky. He was deepfaked, and it was broadcasted on Ukraine 24, where Zelensky said, "Please stop fighting, put down your arms, there's no use." You can also, what was fake might become real, but what's real might become fake. Meaning that because of this doubt that things might be deepfaked, people also stop believing what's actually happening. This happens to the president of Gabon. He was sick, and for a while he didn't appear anymore, and then people started thinking that he might be dead. And then when he did appear in a speech, he looked a bit strange, according to people. So people started calling him a deepfake, because he was gone for a while, he looked strange, so he must be dead and replaced with a deepfake. However, this was not true. The poor man had suffered a stroke. That's why he disappeared for a moment, and that's why when he returned, he looked different. His eyes were not fully focused because he was still recovering from his stroke. But he was called a deepfake, and this almost sparked a coup. Luckily, it did not succeed. But this is what's going on. And fraudsters will always take the path of least resistance towards their largest reward. For now, we see they're targeting nations, they're targeting banks, but at some point, these nations and banks will start having security systems which will be able to defend against deepfakes, but then they will just move on to the next thing, which might be our children or our parents. Nowadays, you can already have text messages where my parents get text messages from me, pretending to be me, saying, "Hey mom, I've got a new phone number, you can delete the old one, and then, by the way, I'm stuck abroad, could you send me some money?" Now, perhaps in the future, they could actually voice call or video call my mom, using my voice, using my face, and start asking, "Hey mom, I'm stuck abroad, as you can see, can you send me some money? By the way, I have a new phone number." So what can we do against this? There are solutions. As technology brings new threats, technology brings new solutions. We notice that when humans can no longer naturally see the difference between what's real and fake, algorithms still have an edge on us humans and are able to tell. We've developed one of these systems. It's an artificial intelligence trained on a huge data set of reals and fakes. And with a sort of very global 93 accuracy on all types of deepfakes, it's able to tell this is real and this is fake. Now, we also try to do explainability, as it shouldn't be that the model says, oh, that's real and that's fake, and you should believe me. Why is it real and why is it fake? One of the ways we do this is by generating highlights. In the lower left corner, you see highlights being generated on Zelensky's face. These highlights represent the pixels that had the biggest contribution to the decision that it was fake. And then the human operator can also check this face, can check these highlights and see if they agree with that something fishy is going on there. We often see that these highlights are around the eyes. This is because a lot of complexity is happening in people's eyes, and therefore it doesn't fully get deepfaked to perfection. So our product is an explainable automated deepfake detection system, and this could be used as an addition on current checks. Well, this was my presentation. If there's any questions, feel free. And always feel free to contact us if you have questions later. We always give an honest answer because we hate fakes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mark. That was a really fascinating presentation. I'm sure it raised lots of interest and maybe also some questions. So please raise your hand. If you have one, I will come to you with the microphone.
Hi. Thank you so much for the presentation. I have a technical question. So for how long were you able to develop the algorithm that detect deepfakes? And how were you able to actually generate and create or get the data to create an algorithm with 92% of accuracy?
So the question is how long we've been working on the system?
Yeah,
or okay.
Exactly.
We were a startup. We have existed for about 2.5 years. We now work with a team of 12 people. For 2 years we've been working on this. We've gathered data sets from the scientific community, and we also generate our own deepfakes. And we continuously try to monitor what are the newest types of deepfakes. Can we detect them? If not, why not? Can we generate data sets out of them, etc.
Okay.
And your second question was?
Yeah, you answered it. So what kind of data did you gather?
Yes.
And on how many data points is the model trained?
How many data points?
Yeah.
To be honest, I cannot answer that question. My background is in mechanical engineering.
Okay.
My co-founder Joris is the true artificial intelligence engineer. Within Dr. Goose, I have the title of CFO. However, it's a startup, so I wear many hats. I also generated deepfakes. And that's why I'm here explaining on all types of deepfakes.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Hi. So how exactly are you... so what's your database like? To know that this is a deep fake or not, you have to have trained your model on millions of images, right?
Yes.
So how do you take that? I mean, do you scrape it from the web, or how do you build the database?
We don't do web scraping. We use data sets which have been generated by the scientific community or data sets that have been generated by ourselves. And the reason that we don't scrape from the web is that because in truth we don't truly know what the web is presenting to us. And we wouldn't want to contaminate our data set with accidental reals or accidental fakes. Does that answer your question?
Actually, I want to ask about what method or algorithm you did use to highlight those features, input features, that actually explain whether it was fake or not.
What the method is that we use.
What method or algorithm that actually explain the output of your model, that highlight what input pixel decide this is fake or not.
So those highlights, they're generated using a method which in the scientific community is called class activation maps or saliency maps. CAM methods, yes.
CAM method.
There's certain tricks on when is a CAM method actually a good CAM method, because there are many different CAM methods.
Yeah, because they are much better actually current methods than CAM. CAM is considered odd to explain outputs.
So what's the question?
So basically you answered it. You told me it's CAM.
Okay, yeah, it's CAM.
Yeah, it's CAM.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I will come here to the other side.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your presentation. But I was wondering, because the concept of this is based on the fact that there is non-deepfake. And when it comes to my phone, I know every image, every recording is digitally manipulated in a way. So is there still an original source? Isn't everything almost deepfake in a way?
You're almost asking a philosophical question. What is reality and what is fake? And my honest answer would be the moment the camera captures something, it's no longer reality. It's something captured by a camera. And it is indeed, in a sense, being altered by the camera. Now, what we detect is very specifically alteration made by an artificial intelligence. And this does not contain the old-fashioned alteration methods like Photoshop or changing filters. We don't detect that. We specifically detect the alteration of artificial intelligence on camera sources.
Yeah, sure. Follow up?
Yeah, just for example, Google said that they manipulated the software from the phones because it didn't detect black people as well as white people. So every image on your phone, even if it's just kept, this is already altered in order to prevent discrimination, but it's altered by AI. So there isn't an original source anymore in that case.
That might be, yeah. Phones, especially phone cameras, they're not. The camera is not, improving that much. It's the software behind it, which you need often artificial intelligence either upscaling the image or altering the image. In that case, it becomes extremely more difficult to know what's actual reality. What we do have noticed is that the higher the resolution of an image, the more information there's present, the more you can say if it's been altered or not. So in this case of upscaled photo images, you would at least still be able to say that it's altered, though you would not always be able to say what alteration is.
Yes, thank you. I wanted to ask your impression, your thoughts, opinions on liability rules for artificial intelligence developers and users, because the European Union is now debating a regulation on how to set liability rules on artificial intelligence. And a common argument against strict liability rules for producers is that they might deter innovation in the sense that you might say, this is getting too risky. I am, as a producer, as a developer, I am getting too much liability. These rules are too strict. It's better if I stay away for this because things can go wrong and I will be held liable. So what are your thoughts on that? Does really strict liability rules really deter innovation?
They will deter certain people from innovation, and probably the responsible people, people who listen to the rules. But for example, with Deepface Live, that's being open sourced by people who I don't think will be deterred by these types of rules. So you might deter companies and responsible people, but in a sense, the type of deepfakes that we're afraid of, the really high quality manipulating one, they will eventually always be generated by someone, perhaps out of the reach of the law. I do think there should be some rules, not necessarily specific on deepfakes, but definitely on data and manipulation and how should we proceed. For example, that it would help if the ethical people generating deepfakes and data at least say, it's been altered in this way, either with a watermark or some invisible watermark. That would make things a little bit easier on everyone.
Thank you. I'm going there for the last question.
Thank you. As journalists, we deal with fake news every single day, and a ton of them, and it's getting worse. So, as you have open source software to create deep fakes, is there any way we can use? Is there an open source software? Or is there a way we can check for ourselves if this video we have is a deep fake?
We have one such tools which quite recently went live. It's called Deepfake Proof. It is a browser plugin for Chrome. What this plugin does is that it sort of looks with you as you scroll through news articles or other things, and when there's pictures in there, it will try to detect if there are faces in there and try to detect if those faces are deepfakes. And if so, then warn you that this is a deepfake. You can find it in the Google plugin store if you type in deepfake proof. It's quite new, so we're also still looking for feedback on how well it works and if it does what you want it to do. But this is one open source and free thing you can use.
Thank you very much, Mark. This was really fascinating. Also, slightly worrying, to be quite honest. I mean, I'm glad that you're here in person and that I can be pretty sure that this is the real Mark. But somehow, REAIM 2023 almost became a conference on philosophy. Which I think shows us how broad the topic of AI really is and the kind of questions that it will keep raising for all of us in the future. So thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Mark will be around the rest of the day, so if any of you have more questions to him about the work Dr. Goose is doing, please find him. He will be around. And we will continue on this stage in about 20 minutes with the next presentation in the REAIM Innovation Hub. Thank you very much.
And now for something completely different. This is an artificial intelligence cultural heritage search engine. The work that we're doing at the Rijksmuseum on applying artificial intelligence to cultural heritage is a nice example of how artificial intelligence can benefit humanity. I was able to gather 2.3 million open access images of cultural heritage. I just have to type what I would like to find, and it will search in this semantic space and show me the 200 closest images. A woman, blue dress, a musical instrument. It's one of those places where people don't really think of AI being present, but in fact, virtually everything I do at the museum has AI behind it to help us do our jobs better. Twins. And I love that it brings this up. It's not wrong. Operation Night Watch. Another example that I think is really fascinating is we utilized artificial intelligence to help the imaging work that was done on the Night Watch. So now we're down to the level, I can see individual pigment particles. A museum is a place where very active research happens, really at the leading edge of technology, because it's not what most people think happens in a museum. And I hope that they have a broader appreciation for positive uses of artificial intelligence in the world.
So today we're playing a serious war game. The overall aim is to show the impact that AI can have, and well, it's just a really nice strategic experience as well. The game represents the real world in the sense that you have different actors, such as state actors and non-state actors, such as activist groups, hacker groups, but also non-governmental organizations. And you also have large companies, which also have their own interests. They really have to work together for their own goals.
Okay, so you could argue that, for example, a nuclear power plant is very well protected as a baseline.
Yeah, these cards are basically some technologies that my company develops and sells to other states. My objective in this game is to make profit, and I think with selling that, I'll make quite a lot of profit.
We are like a small country that want to have autonomy, but unfortunately our neighbors are a little bit of hostile to us, so we have to make some diplomacy movements in order to secure our population.
It really makes you think about what the consequences are of, using, for example, drones. And it is quite an intense game because you always need to think on the spot.
So what I learned so far, I think, being strategic. Analyze where you should act and where you shouldn't act.
So I think my country is actually doing quite well. We're pretty stable. We seem to have a lot of alliances with different groups and other countries. So yeah, we'll see how it goes.
A warm welcome, everyone, to our breakout session on the realities of algorithmic warfare.
We're going to talk about use, we're going to talk about impact, we're going to talk about regulation.
it's really important that anything that comes out of this isn't some sort of soft law or a code of conduct that isn't binding, because we're going to get in trouble. They're being used now, so we need to wrestle with their implications and forge a way forward now.
Right now, having a conference like this, we are redefining the norms, trying to come to grips with this new technology.
I think the panelists made some very interesting points throughout.
It's getting a lot more practical, and that's refreshing in a way.
We don't want any system to generate its own goals. Yes, nobody wants that. But what about the systems that are already there?
It's complicated arguments. It's very nuanced. So critical is not only we don't want AI in military at all. It's more how do we want to implement it and how can we use it in a more moral sense, ethical sense.
In times of fast technological change, states will increase their nuclear arsenals and will revisit their nuclear command and control postures.
The benefit of having this forum is that it brings together a wide array of stakeholders, industry, groups that are very concerned about these developments, but also the military actors, the governmental organizations, the non-governmental organizations, and that makes it rather unique.
So you are watching our online program here at the REAIM Summit at The Hague in the Netherlands. I'm now outside the studio. I'm in what is called the Amazon Room. If you can see the background behind me, in just a few minutes, delegates from all governments all over the world, across the globe, mainly made up of representatives from defense and foreign affairs, will gather in this room behind me. Remember when we started our program yesterday, we asked pertinent questions around what does it take to create international consensus around the responsible use of artificial intelligence in the military. It is very clear from the various panel discussions and the various representations that we are nowhere near an international agreement, but certainly this moment that is about to take place here symbolizes the beginning of the journey towards that consensus and the international agreement. As I speak to you, the different foreign ministers, their representatives, delegates, ambassadors are in the room on the right-hand side. They're supposed to have lunch, but they're having a working lunch because from here, where I'm standing, I can hear the conversations. I'm not eavesdropping, but I can hear the conversations. They are exploring themes that we've already explored on our program, themes around bias, around the role of the human. What does it mean to embrace responsible use of artificial intelligence in the military domain? How do we create an equitable, human rights-focused AI regime? How do we also ensure that the governance framework creates accountability should things go wrong? A whole lot of our speakers spoke quite openly about the need not to only emphasize the benefits, but to also talk honestly about the risks. With all of that being said, with all the difference of opinions being articulated, it is very clear that artificial intelligence is here. It is already dominating how we react and how we function in the civil domain. How then do we incorporate those values and ensure that in the military domain it still proceeds in a way that respects human rights, that respects international law, that respects accountability, whilst at the same time offering protections for citizens. There was also a lot of focus, of course, about the use of artificial intelligence in the military domain for good. We see a whole lot of natural disasters. We're seeing a war that we never thought would happen. More than a year later, the war on Ukraine is still happening. How does the military use artificial intelligence to evacuate people, to identify those who are trapped, to help generals make decisions that will give those who are victims of wars the upper hand? Those are all the themes that are being explored today. And in a moment, the ministers will walk in here, or their delegates, they'll walk in here to have those deliberations. You can imagine that there's a high media contingent. International media is here because this is perhaps the first and only time that they will come close and have proximity to the decision makers. So why is this particular segment of the program important? Okay, Remember, we've had debates around where does the buck stop? Who takes accountability? Is it the private sector, the innovators? Is it academics? Is it researchers? Is it civil society? Certainly, they need a place at the table. But ultimately, you and I as citizens vote for governments. It is governments who are entrusted with the constitutional duty to protect citizens. So if governments have to come up with a regulatory process, if governments have to enforce the law, if governments have to work within an international legal regime, this is where those decisions are going to happen. A reminder, we are here at the invitation of the government of the Netherlands and the co-host, the Republic of South Korea. And in a moment, I am going to speak to a representative of the government of the Netherlands, and that is Mr. Wouter Jurgens, Deputy Director for Security Policy at the Minister of Foreign Affairs here in the Netherlands. And he joins us now. It's a very busy day for you. You've been all over the place. Everyone is looking for you. Are you coping?
It is, but we have a very good vibe, I think, here, and I'm very enthusiastic and energized by all the people who are here from different stakeholder groups, from governments, from business, from civil society, from academia. It's fantastic to have everyone here.
Did the summit, well, it's not over yet, but has it lived up to your expectations?
Well, we had quite high expectations, and I think we more or less are on track in delivering them. Of course, the high-level segment still has to take place in this fantastic room over here. And I think it's tribute to what we want to accomplish, that 80 governments are here with representatives to talk about this topic. And I think they do that because they all believe it's urgent that we have this discussion, because AI is very much among us. It's in our hands, but it's also influencing the military domain. And therefore we urgently need to work together to come up with rules on its use, on its responsible use.
What I've found very fascinating is that this is not a government summit. Okay, I know we're going to have a high-level ministerial delegation, different representatives of foreign departments all over the world coming here, because that is important. But I think it's particularly noteworthy that civil society had a voice here, innovators, the private sector, and academia. Why was it so important to have that eclectic mix of speakers?
Well, thank you for raising that, because it was really at the core of what we wanted to do here. Because we believe AI is not of governments alone. AI belongs to everybody. It influences all aspects of society, and therefore we also needed to have these groups on board. And sometimes, yes, the discussion is quite pointy because we do not agree on everything. But we believe it's very important to have this debate and to have the different stakeholders represented in the room so that we can hear their voices, hear what they have to say, and include that in the forward-looking agenda that we're trying to promote here on how further to engage on this topic. And we really want this process also to remain a multi-stakeholder process. So not just governments, but really all the groups that you just mentioned.
All right, so again, I've been paying attention to the robust debates and the disagreements. These are very complicated matters. The Netherlands is hosting us here. Are you setting yourself up as the government of the Netherlands to be a leader in this complex field, or are you hoping for more countries to kind of emerge and take the lead?
Oh, I guess both. We definitely want to play a leading role in this debate because we believe it is an important role. Because we have a tradition in leading in these discussions on arms control, on cyber, on other topics. And I think it's fitting to that role to organize a conference like this. But of course, we cannot do this alone. We need other countries to come on board, and we're really proud to have the Republic of Korea joining us in co-hosting. But also all the other stakeholders who are present here. They are here because they thought it was worthwhile to participate in this discussion and because they thought it was important and urgent to do so. So definitely, we need all of them. And that's why we also invited students, because we needed the youth to be involved as well. And I think we can't do this alone. This is such a complex issue. We need a broad group of stakeholders to be involved and to remain involved.
Okay, so perhaps this is also the first time that some of our viewers are going to come this close to the seat of power. This is where our lives are decided, people. Just whisper to us just a little. When you have foreign ministers and representatives sitting here, what's going to be happening? Are they debating? Are they reading? Are they making speeches? What do they do?
Well, I think everybody is still trying to get his or her head around this problem. It's a complicated issue. I've sometimes compared it to a Rubik's Cube. You can keep turning it around and look at it in different ways. And I think what we are hoping with this session is for countries to speak out and to tell us what their position is in this debate. Hopefully also to offer their assistance on the way forward. And we're looking for interesting new points of view on how to move this debate forward. And of course, all countries will also want to state their national position, because for all of us this is a new and important issue to deal with. So yes, this is important, but I just want to reiterate that what's happening outside here is as important.
So we are a long way from getting an international agreement, but just lastly, do you think that this summit has presented a step forward in terms of crafting that international? I know the debate is going to continue, but are we moving closer to that moment, or there's still a lot of work to be done, or both?
I guess both, but there's a lot of work to be done. But what we really hope is that what we've done here will give oxygen to the debate, to the ones that are ongoing, but also to new debates, because we want to keep the stakeholders involved. Well, we need to be a little bit modest as well. This is one conference, but hopefully an important one. And given the people who are present here and who are all in their specific areas of this field, experts and advocates, we hope that all these advocates will, after the conference, go home and take what they've seen in this conference with them and spread the word that this is an urgent and important debate.
Well, we thank you very much, Mr. Wouter-Jurgens, for talking to us. I think you're going to be making an appearance again on our program just before we conclude. Thank you so very much for your time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So that was Mr. Wouter-Jurgens, Deputy Director for Security Policy at the Minister of Foreign Affairs here at the Netherlands. Just a recap again, we are here at the Amazon Room. Lots of serious lobbying, debates, discussions taking place. And as he said, what's happening outside of this room, this plenary, is also just as important as what will be happening here in just a few minutes as foreign ministers will enter. They are in a working lunch on my right-hand side, discussing these sensitive matters, and as soon as they are done, they will be followed by a strong media contingent, and they will be sitting here around and debating our topic, responsible use of artificial intelligence in the military domain. Stay with us, we'll bring you more, and also videos from the previous days and early in the morning and what has been happening throughout. We'll bring it all together for you here on our online program.
Zeeuws overal.
Yes, exactly. That's wonderful. Thanks a lot. Thank you. No, I don't. There's one extra for you. If you need it, yeah. Good. How are you doing? Enjoy the section.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, can I please ask you to take your seats? We are going to start. Okay. Looks as everyone has found his and her seat. So we will get started. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a warm welcome to the World Forum in The Hague again. We are delighted that you are here with us at the Ministerial Roundtable of the REAIM Summit. And we are very much looking forward to all the statements that will be made by your country's ministers and vice ministers. I have a few procedural remarks for this roundtable. We have a tight time frame that we have to adhere to. That means that I will have to be very strict. You see a clock in the left top corner of the screens in the room, and it counts back from 3 minutes to 0. After 2 minutes, it will turn red. And when you exceed the 3 minutes, I will, unfortunately, have to interrupt you to kindly ask you to conclude your statements. A few additional notes. The US has requested a little bit more time than 3 minutes because it wishes to make an announcement, and we have honored that request. We have also honored the wish of the People's Republic of China to let its ambassador deliver a statement. And we have invited the Brazilian representative to speak, Brazil being the chair of the GGE on laws. We are very pleased that these big countries from various parts of the world have joined us in this dialogue. That is also what we aimed with our call to action that will be published on our website today. Adding your country's name means that you wish to continue this dialogue with us and to continue to work with us, and we're very grateful for that. Finally, before we start, I would like to point out the report that lies in front of you. It is a selection of reviewed research papers that will be published in the Ethics and Information Technology Journal that is part of Springer Nature. The collection consists of papers from academics coming from different countries and different research fields, such as technology, AI, international law, and ethics and philosophy. The papers were produced for the summit and play an important role in shaping our knowledge and the way we think about the development and design of AI, and we hope you will enjoy reading them. With that said, I will first give the floor to our hosts. His Excellency Wopke Hoekstra, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Netherlands, His Excellency Park Yin, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Korea, and Her Excellency Kajsa Ollongren, Minister of Defense of the Netherlands. Minister Hoekstra, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, and dear friends, it's very good to see you here and good to see you survived lunch. Ladies and gentlemen, it was in 1995 that the international community adopted the protocol on blinding laser weapons. And together we agreed to stop these weapons before they were actually produced, before they were deployed. Blinding lasers stood for on the brink of a full-scale production and deployment, and you could argue that we were just in time. And while these weapons never saw the light of day, we can imagine the disastrous effects they would have had. In the words of the time, the lasers would be inhumane, abhorrent to the conscience of humanity, and unacceptable in the modern world. And today we stand at a similar moment in time. AI is the front line of arms control and will determine the future of warfare. As we speak, armies are investing heavily in AI, and again we stand on the brink of full-scale deployment. Yet this time, and we all acknowledge that the situation is much more complex. While the word and the name blinding laser describes the catastrophic impact, artificial intelligence is actually something very different. It is no more than a code that by nature is neither good nor evil. Indeed, it has the potential to make our world better and safer. And it means our efforts have to be very different from traditional arms control. Yet similar to that decisive moment when we decided there is no future for blinding weapons in our world, we are now also in time to shape our future. Before we're presented with a done deal. We are in time to mitigate risks and to prevent AI from spiraling out of control. And we are in time to prevent AI from taking us to a place we simply don't want to be. Ladies and gentlemen, I have to admit that I myself and the colleagues I spoke to prior to this conference experienced a rather uncomfortable feeling. I actually think many of us are simply insufficiently familiar with the topic, that we find it hard to visualize what the consequences could be. And that if we are really honest with ourselves, of the 2,000 people at this conference, to put it mildly, we might not know the most of it. Yet while we are the lay people, we're also, you could say, the deal makers and the pavers of the road ahead. We can give the great ideas proposed at the REAIM Summit wings. We can prevent unwanted escalation and ensure that humans are held accountable. We can make AI in the military domain as ethical, as responsible, and as purposeful as we would want it to be. Meanwhile, we have the unique opportunity to expand and fortify the international legal order, which is, as we all acknowledge, under severe pressure. My call to all of you today is simple. Let's together lead the way. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Hoekstra. Minister Parkien, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Minister Hoekstra, Minister Ollengren, distinguished guests, and ladies and gentlemen. The Republic of Korea is very pleased to co-host the REAIM Summit together with the Netherlands. The rapid development of technology is offering unprecedented opportunities to shape our world for the better. And artificial intelligence stands out as one of the most promising of these technologies. We all know that. And that is why Korea made a strategic decision to leverage AI as a catalyst for promoting social and economic progress. This year is widely considered to be a breakout year for AI, with ChatGPT taking the world by storm. Bill Gates even said that this will change the world. As we talk about the future of AI, I'm reminded of the thought-provoking book, Super Intelligence by Nick Bostrom, a philosopher from University of Oxford. Bostrom was ahead of us by more than 10 years, perhaps, in raising concerns that the development of AI could lead to machines replacing humans as the dominant life form on this planet. He argued that the responsible development and use of AI is especially critical in the military domain. Likewise, it is important to acknowledge that this cutting-edge technology presents new challenges that demand our collective attention. And the military domain is no exception, perhaps more pronounced. The integration of AI in military operations holds significant implications for our security. AI can help to improve the efficiency and effectiveness of military operations by enabling informed decision-making, quick responses, and reducing civilian casualties. With this in mind, Korea launched the Defense Innovation 4.0 initiative to incorporate AI and other advanced technologies into our defense capabilities. But the military use of AI raises important questions about accountability, transparency, and its responsible use. And tech leaders such as Elon Musk sounded the alarm that lethal autonomous weapons threaten to become the third revolution in warfare. It is in this context that Korea, in our aspiration to become a global pivotal state, is committed to working with partners to align the use of AI with our shared values and aspirations. On our part, Korea established a national strategy and ethical standards under the theme of AI for humanity, focusing on human dignity, public good, and the proper use of technology. Going forward, the international community should come together to find ways to leverage the power of AI while mitigating its risks. And in my view, we should prioritize the following. First, we need to raise international awareness on the benefits and risks of AI and ways to promote its responsible use, especially in the military domain. Secondly, we should promote a multi-stakeholder approach that brings together governments, the private sector, academia, and the civil society in understanding and addressing the threat. Lastly, we must focus on building confidence and trust to reduce the risks posed by AI through information sharing and dialogue, like we have gathered this today. Ladies and gentlemen, as I made my way to The Hague, I took the opportunity to ask chatbot's view on this subject. The chatbot eloquently replied to me that it requires the creation of ethical guidelines, principles, and frameworks to govern AI systems. Very clever and well-balanced. And that we should ensure that these systems are transparent, accountable, and aligned with international humanitarian law. With that thought in mind, I encourage all the participants to actively engage in discussions on this vital issue. Together, we can find innovative solutions to harness the power of AI and build a more prosperous and secure the future. President Yoon and Prime Minister Mark Rutte agreed to elevate our bilateral relationship to strategic partners and installed a new strategic dialogue. And our co-hosting of this event is in line with our efforts to further expand our cooperation in the strategic domain of advanced digital realms. I would like to take this opportunity to appreciate Netherlands' exceptional leadership. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. Minister Ollongren, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Esteemed guests, dear friends, I think we all feel a sense of urgency, and that is because we meet at a critical time. We feel that we need to stay ahead of the curve and that we need to act now. And it should come as no surprise that the Netherlands is ambitious and wants to play this constructive and facilitating role in furthering this global dialogue that we have started on the ethical use of AI in the military domain. Because from the military perspective, there are so many applications for AI. It's about information gathering, but also about processing information. It's about sensor and effector prioritization. It's about automated recognition, for instance, when detecting potential targets. That is what can be done with this, and that is why we also need to have this regulatory framework. And I would focus on 4 points very briefly. Interoperability. So we need to learn from current challenges that we face when it comes to the interoperability of conventional military equipment. So the interoperability of AI systems needs to be one of the criteria in development. How can we ensure this? Second, civilian harm. We need to move away from the idea that military AI only increases risks to civilians. It can also be an opportunity to prevent it if correctly applied. So how can we make sure that this happens? Knowledge sharing. Lots of public and private stakeholders are here today with us. But government cannot continue to rely completely on the private sector when it comes to AI. So I think we have to have the best and the brightest also on our sides. How can we ensure specific knowledge when it comes to that common knowledge we need to deal with this question? And last but not least, a value-based and meaningful human control. Development and the use of AI must conform to the values that we share. It has to conform to, having a transparent society where humans always maintain this control over the applications, and then you will make the applications better. But who decides on the parameters of this human control? And how do we embed the values that we share in the system that we build? These are important questions. They're difficult to answer, but I'm very glad that you're all here to discuss it with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. With these introductions, we come to our tour de table, and I would like to first give the floor to the Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs of Montenegro.
Thank you very much. Dear Madam Chairman, dear colleagues, let me express my appreciation to the Netherlands and the Republic of Korea for hosting today's events and recognize the importance of the artificial intelligence. The number of participants today is the best indicator of rising awareness of AI significance in the military domain in current unpredictable and complex environment. The 21st century could be called the most important century for the humanity so far. And rightfully so, because of the development of AI that could dramatically speed up our scientific, technological, and any other advancement. People have always been fascinated by technology changes, and right now we are living amidst the greatest development in our history. Artificial intelligence emerged to be the next big thing, where breakthrough innovation are coming into daylight across the world. Artificial intelligence has the potential to be used for some good things, including security and preventing terroristic attacks, reducing the number of the conflicts, and developing new technologies addressing global problems such as climate change and pandemics. Being one of the dual-use technologies, there is also the another side of the medal of AI. It can be used to violate human rights and freedoms, including targeted monitoring and discrimination against certain groups. Facing an age of new and distributive technology with rapid and large-scale challenge, is necessary to create clear rules and principles on the framework for monitoring and control of use of AI within military domain. Therefore, there should be a A3 framework formula for proper use of AI. The A3 formula could be as follows: 1. Ethics, 2. Expertise, and 3. Exchange of information. Ethics dimension, military use of AI, and should be ethical, responsible, and contribute to the international security and stability with the respect of international law, especially humanitarian law and democratic principles and values. When it comes to expertise, research, development, use of AI should be conducted by the subject matter experts in order to minimize potential of consequences. We need scientific, engineering, and other participation to fully comprehend and anticipate the implication of challenge resulting for the introduction of AI across the military domain.
Excellent. Can I kindly ask you to conclude your statement?
Exchange information of military across the civil sector and industry in field of AI is also crucially important to build the trust among the innovation community and user of the society in general. To conclude, science and artificial intelligence may be the most important technology we ever develop. Given the stage, ensuring a safe and used beneficially is one of the best ways we can safeguard the long-term future. Montenegro commends today's forum and support all future discussion on the best use of AI technology in the interest of the global security. In light of that, we would welcome US initiative paving the path for researching future consensus of articulating north and responsibly military use of EA. Thank you very much, and sorry for that.
And sorry for interrupting you. We are now going to look at a video message from the Minister of Foreign Affairs from Australia. And hopefully that will be projected here.
My thanks to the Netherlands and the Republic of Korea for their leadership in co-hosting this timely summit on responsible artificial intelligence in the military domain. For Australia, as for many countries, AI represents a critical suite of technologies with the potential to deliver significant benefits. In the military context, Australia is building AI capability, including through joint initiatives between the Australian Government and industry. Our goal is to boost capability while building expertise in Australia's industry and innovation sectors. However, we are very conscious that along with potential benefits, the military application of AI generates new potential risks. Here in the Indo-Pacific, we are witnessing the largest military build-up anywhere in the world in the post-war period, with limited transparency and reassurance. All countries have an obligation to ask ourselves how we can each use our national power, our influence, our networks, our capabilities to avert catastrophic conflict. So Australia recognises the vital importance of ensuring AI technologies are developed and used responsibly in a civilian and military context. The use of AI in armed conflict must of course comply with international humanitarian law. And the growing use of AI must be consistent with our efforts to shape the region and the world we want, stable, prosperous, secure and respectful of sovereignty. To that end, Australia is pleased to support the Netherlands and Republic of Korea's Summit Declaration. I also want to mention the efforts of the United States to elaborate norms around the responsible military use of these technologies. Our engagement will reflect a strong record of Australian contributions to responsible artificial intelligence more broadly. This includes as a proud co-founder of the Global Partnership on AI. Our AI ethics framework reflects our commitment to AI that is safe, secure, reliable, and accords with the OECD's AI principles. As these technologies develop, Australia will continue to engage actively in the international agenda towards the responsible development, deployment, and application of AI in the military domain. Thank you.
I now give the floor to the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Bulgaria.
Thank you, Chair, and congratulations to the host country for organizing this very topical event. The emergence of new technologies, including AI, has set a new course of development in the civil and the military domain. It involves stakeholders from all areas of our societies and creates the need for a cohesion in promoting adherence to the international legal obligations and responsible, reliable, restrained, limited, and first and foremost ethical use and development of such technologies worldwide. The risk is that the international actors trying to erode the current international legal order and peace will heavily invest in such technologies, not having restraints of principles and values whatsoever from using AI and big data offensively. Currently, they are actively conducting cyber attacks, IP theft, and industrial espionage, while also endangering infrastructure and communications. Preserving the technological edge against those who use the AI for malign purposes is critical, as it serves as a deterrence and defense. Fostering engagements with the private sector and academia is crucial for maintaining this edge. I would like to stress out the importance of facilitating further the information and data sharing among allies and like-minded partners who share the value of responsible use of AI. By strengthening cooperation in this domain, we can prepare a better and more resilient digital security architecture worldwide. We echo the need of strategical consideration when exporting AI and big data tech to third countries, which may use it for malign and non-transparent military purposes. Investment in such technologies in cooperation between the public, the private and the academia sectors should be prioritized within states that are committed to their responsible use, which in turn will also increase the technological capabilities and resilience. Bulgaria shares the conviction in the need of human involvement, control and decision-making over the AI, the necessity of precise operational guidelines resulting in clearly defined policies and doctrines, the need of advanced working methods and procedures. Bulgaria expresses its support for the REAIM call for action on AI, and on this basis of preliminary consideration, we will be ready to support the political declaration on responsible military use of artificial intelligence and autonomy that is expected to be announced by the United States, as it underlines the importance of the need to use and implement this technology in a responsible manner within international law. Thank you.
Thank you. I now give the floor to the Minister of Digital Economy and Entrepreneurship from the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan.
Your Excellency, Chair, Your Excellencies, thank you very much and good afternoon to all of you. It's my privilege to be here today to address a very important topic, which is the responsible use of artificial intelligence in the military domain. As we continue to make advancement in technology, we must also ensure that we are utilizing these advancements in a manner that is responsible, ethical, and in line with our values as a society. And when we're talking about AI, we're not talking about just a technology, we're talking about a simulation of the superhuman brain who just passed the exams for medicine and engineering and just starting. So it's so unpredictable where it's gonna go moving forward. In the military field, AI is used to support various operations and decision-making processes, ranging from surveillance, training, and simulation. The goal of using AI in military is to increase efficiency, effectiveness, and situational awareness while reducing the risk to human lives. And we need to increase the capability of our militaries in dealing with AI, because if they don't, someone else is going to use this technology in a way and in a way that might harm the lives or risk the lives of people, and military and security departments need to be up to it to be able to or save their countries from such AI-enabled attacks. However, the military domain presents a unique challenge when it comes to the use of AI. On one hand, AI has the potential to revolutionize the way we conduct military operations and make our troops safer. On the other hand, the deployment of AI in the military context raises serious ethical and legal concerns, including issues of accountability for autonomous weapons and the potential of misuse, transparency, and the risk of unintended harm to civilians. It's our responsibility as leaders to ensure that we are using AI in a responsible and ethical manner. And this is a big question, how to do that. This is very important, and we need to work together to answer this big question. This requires us to consider the potential consequences of AI systems, both positive and negative, and to take steps to mitigate any harm. Just to conclude, because it's still long, I will go straight to the principles that we need to follow. A number of principles we need to stress at, such as responsibility and accountability, transparency, non-discriminatory, human control, robustness, and security, and finally, privacy protection. Those are main principles we need to focus at when we are dealing with AI. I think I finished my time. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And thank you indeed for helping me getting you in the end all in the group picture by staying within the time limit. I now give the floor to the Minister of Defense of Norway.
Well, thank you, and thank you so much to the Netherlands and to the Republic of Korea for hosting us, and I'm pleased to have the opportunity to attend this important summit. And I will say I'm here to learn and to discuss, and I think we got off to a good start with our working lunch just before, so thank you so much for that. I know many of you already have quite mature ideas on how to harvest the benefits of artificial intelligence in your armed forces and have strategies in place on how to implement the use of AI. Norway is not yet there, but I'm glad to tell you that I have recently prepared our own Norwegian Defence Artificial Intelligence Strategy for approval by the government. An important ambition will, of course, be that our defence sector will aim to exploit the potential of artificial intelligence to further our security and defence policy goals. this will be ensured by the defense sector identifying, developing, implementing and applying artificial intelligence in a responsible manner. Whilst AI will lead to substantial benefits both from military and civilian sectors, it also entails a number of challenges related to international law, as well as ethical, humanitarian and military considerations. In our strategy, I have therefore emphasized that the development and use of AI must comply with applicable international humanitarian law, including its fundamental principles. At the same time, we want to be a part of international efforts to strengthen regulations and responsible development and behavior. In the run-up to this conference, we have been introduced to two papers, one political declaration from the United States and one call to action from the Netherlands and the Republic of Korea, both focusing on responsible use of AI. The papers are addressing different audiences, but are at the same time much complementary. They are both very much in line with our defense AI strategy, and I have therefore no reservations in both endorsing the United States political declaration and supporting the REAIM call to action. And for those of you participating in the US Department of Defense-led initiative, AI Partnership for Defense, I am pleased to announce that Norway will co-host the next meeting in this important group in June this year. So again, I would like to thank the Netherlands and the Republic of Korea for hosting this important summit. So thank you.
Thank you very much. And now give the floor to the Minister of Defense of the Republic of Rwanda.
Good afternoon. First of all, I will thank the organizers of this important initiative on responsible AI in the military domain. It's my great honor and pleasure to be part of this summit, and thank you for inviting my country, Rwanda. Though Rwanda is a developing country, we believe on and support the area of information technology, particularly the AI, as one of the enabler of our today and future way of living. In military domain, we have established in the Ministry of Defense a department of research and development to speed up our development agenda in military operations that involved artificial intelligence. Therefore, we will continue to support the REAIM initiative and request a good and close collaboration of all stakeholders for the better future of humanity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. I now give the floor to the Federal Councillor of Defense, Civil Protection and Sport DDPS from the Swiss Confederation.
Chair, dear ministers, ladies and gentlemen, many thanks to Minister Ollongren and the Minister Hoekstra and Park for hosting the summit. Not far from us, Ukraine is fighting back heroically and under immense sacrifices against Russia's aggression. Already at the outset of the war, the dual use of AI technology was evident. By some reports, face recognition technology has never before been used to this extent in a major conflict. Integrating AI into the military domain can bring huge benefits to the armed forces. However, we cannot ignore risks and ethical considerations. We must demand accountability, human control, and transparency. While combining AI and the military, we must first ask ourselves what problem we want to solve and which specific tasks we are willing to hand over to AI. We have the responsibility to make sure that AI benefits society and does not escalate risks. To do so, we need to promote a shared understanding of what responsible use is. It is essential that international law and international humanitarian law are respected at all times. What we need are rules and normative frameworks. To that end, we as Ministers of Defence and Foreign Affairs must engage with the private sector, including those developing new technologies. Such cooperation will help us mitigate the risks without turning down the huge positive potential of this technology. Switzerland welcomes and supports the Dutch initiative that highlights some of these key questions regarding the responsible use of AI in the military domain. This is why we are committed to actively supporting international efforts to do just that. This commitment is also reflected in Switzerland's arms control and disarmament strategy. Finally, Switzerland fully endorses the REAIM call to action because it puts the governance of AI on the international agenda. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I now give the floor to the Under-Secretary of State for Arms Control and International Security of the United States of America.
Thank you, Ministers Hoekstra, Ollongren, and Park, for inviting us to this summit and for the opportunity to deliver these remarks. We are grateful. We commend the Netherlands and the government of Korea for launching this initiative on the responsible development and use of artificial intelligence in the military domain, and for all the effort you have put into ensuring that the summit is a success. President Biden stated during the U.S. State of the Union address last week that we are not bystanders to history. Those of us in this room and the organizations we represent are empowered, dare I say responsible, to ensure advancements in our institutions and international norms keep pace with advancements in technology. I'll be the first to admit this is easier said than done. We are not bystanders to history. Our actions will write our collective history. Artificial intelligence is a transformational general-purpose technology that has altered our human ambitions and insights in positive ways. The opportunities and risks of harnessing the power of this novel technology for economies and societies, not just militaries, will alter the course of history in ways unknown. For example, applications of AI could enhance arms control by helping us solve complex verification challenges and increase confidence in states' commitments. As Secretary Blinken said, we want to ensure that as AI and related technologies transform how we live, how we work, and how we compete, how we defend ourselves, that we're staying ahead of change, indeed that we are shaping change, and critically, making sure it delivers for our people. This is not just important for the United States, it is important for the world. As we have discussed these past few days, advancements in this technology will fundamentally alter militaries around the world, large and small. We already see that the way that artificial intelligence could shape the future of militaries in Ukraine. Every day in Ukraine, we see uses of AI, from how Ukrainian soldiers possess data and analyze the situation on the battlefield, to how Ukraine's population assesses the internet and the broader world. The United States approaches using artificial intelligence for military purposes from the perspective of responsible speed, meaning our attempts to harness the benefits of AI have to be accompanied by a focus on safe and responsible behavior that is consistent with the law of war and international humanitarian law. Inflection point is a term used frequently as of late, but for good reason. Collectively, we have an opportunity to shape the way militaries develop and use AI. Should we use the technology to reduce civilian casualties in conflicts? Should we use this technology to avoid miscalculation? Of course, these are questions to which we will all agree on an answer. But there are also harder questions where we might not always agree. We have a unique opportunity to get ahead of the game and use this summit as the first step towards creating strong norms of responsible behavior surrounding military uses of AI. It is time to turn words into action. The United States is here today to announce a political declaration on responsible military use of artificial intelligence and autonomy. We invite all states to join us in implementing international norms as it pertains to the military development and use of AI and autonomy. We are inspired by this summit and believe our declaration can be a focal point for international cooperation. It is a tangible representation of how this summit can yield real benefits for international stability. I want to tell you more about why this is so important and how working together can enhance international stability. AI will transform many things that militaries do, from managing logistics to how they train and operate. No doubt this transformation can bring many benefits. Responsible militaries will use AI capabilities to improve decision-making and situational awareness, helping them avoid unintended engagements. AI capabilities will increase accuracy and precision in the use of force, which will also help strengthen implementation of international humanitarian laws protections for civilians. Military use of AI can make the world safer. However, due to the fragility of many AI systems, states that rush to harness AI without a careful, principled approach could deploy systems with unpredictable consequences. Whether this is because the systems are poorly designed, inadequately tested, or commanders and operators do not possess an adequate understanding of the capabilities and limitations of those systems. The same is true across every sector. Safe and responsible norms are needed beyond military applications, such as education, banking, and law enforcement applications. Approaching military applications of AI and autonomy from a responsible speed perspective means we must innovate quickly to take advantage of the rate of technological change and to harness the benefits of AI. But we must do this safely and responsibly. What does this mean in practice, given the risks that I have just laid out and that many at this summit have identified? The United States has taken several strides to make the principles and practices that guide our approach to AI in the military domain transparent through DoD's AI ethical principles and responsible AI strategy and implementation pathway, both of which are publicly available. The United States is committed to developing systems that are reliable, ensuring that operators can employ any weapon systems that use AI technologies with appropriate care and in accordance with applicable domestic and international law, and ensuring human accountability is retained. In addition, we are committed to ensuring that AI capabilities used during military operations are employed within a responsible human chain of command and control. Additionally, the United States, United Kingdom, and France already made a joint commitment to maintain human control and involvement in all actions to informing and executing sovereign decisions concerning nuclear weapons employment. This existing statement spells out clearly what responsible states with us today undoubtedly agree on. Let's ensure this most dangerous of military technologies is firmly under human supervision. We're very proud of our work in this area, and it reflects our deep commitment to promoting transparency, predictability, and stability in the adoption of emerging military technologies. However, this is a shared challenge for the international community. Action at the national level is not sufficient to address the risks. Our collective ability as responsible states to converge on an understanding of responsible state behavior can advance our collective security and demonstrate our collective leadership on the responsible use of military AI technology. This is a theme we have heard many times at this conference, and the United States stands firmly in agreement. As a rapidly changing technology, we have an obligation to create strong norms of responsible behavior concerning military uses of AI and in a way that keeps in mind that applications of AI by militaries will undoubtedly change in the coming years. This is why we are launching our political declaration on responsible military use of artificial intelligence and autonomy at the REAIM Summit. We have spoken to many countries about this initiative already, and we are grateful for the support and engagement we have received so far. While this is an American document at present, it reflects what we believe are shared values that many responsible states hold. This declaration consists of voluntary guidelines describing best practices for use of AI in a military context. The aim of the declaration is to establish standards for responsible behavior and put in place measures to increase transparency, communication, and reduce risk of an inadvertent conflict and escalation. The norms described in the declaration will provide a basis to share lessons learned from our experience to help guide states' development and deployment of military AI. It includes commitments such as steps to ensure that relevant personnel exercise appropriate care, including appropriate levels of human judgment, in the development, deployment, and use of military AI capabilities. Second, engineer military AI capabilities so that they possess the ability to avoid unintended consequences and the ability to disengage or deactivate deployed systems that demonstrate unintended behavior. 3, ensure that military AI capabilities are developed with auditable methodologies, data sources, design procedures, and documentation. 4, minimize unintended bias in military AI applications. And 5, ensure compliance with international law, in particular international humanitarian law. These strong and transparent norms apply across military domains, regardless of a system's functionality or scope of potential harm. Adherence to these principles would ensure military capabilities are reliable and reduce the mutual risk posed by irresponsible use of AI, including accidents and inadvertent escalation. They also preserve the right of self-defense and states' ability to responsibly develop and use military AI. We are making the text of the declaration available to review. We recognize that states are very widely in their approaches and internal deliberations on military AI policies. Still, we have an opportunity to work together to make a powerful international statement about responsible military uses of AI and autonomy. We have put a lot of work and thought into the principles enumerated in this declaration, and we welcome efforts to strengthen this document now and after the summit. We have talked with many states before and during the summit, and we are encouraged by what seems like an emerging shared commitment to responsible behavior. We hope to get your feedback and partnership to turn words into action in ways that strengthen international norms and make it possible for all states here today to endorse this declaration. This is the spirit of this summit come to life and an outcome we should all be able to embrace. In the coming weeks, we hope to work with like-minded states to discuss implementation pathways that reinforce strong international norms. We also hope that this declaration is the beginning of a process. There is much work to be done to develop a shared understanding. We need further engagement and opportunities like the REAIM Summit to make the norms the declaration promotes a reality through follow-up dialogue, working conversations on implementation, and more. We want to emphasize again that we are open to engagement with any country that is interested in joining us in taking this crucial first step toward building an international consensus on responsible application of AI and autonomy in the military domain. We have a unique opportunity here at the dawn of the military AI area to set strong norms of responsible behavior. We want to take this step forward together with the international community. So let me close and again thank you, ministers, for your country's work on these challenging issues. And thanks to everyone here for listening and for your upcoming engagement. We look forward to further discussions at this summit and continuing the dialogue on responsible AI in the military domain. Thank you.
Thank you for this concrete initiative. I now give the floor to the Vice Minister of Defense and the Secretary General of the Republic of Austria.
Thank you. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let me also begin by thanking the Netherlands and the Republic of Korea for hosting today's event and for the great hospitality we are all enjoying here. AI is one of the critical technologies of the 21st century. The use of more intelligent computer systems is rising in many areas where human intelligence was previously required to make meaningful decisions. One of those areas affected by this AI revolution is the military domain. High interdependence and complexity characterize the current and future challenges and threats to our security. To minimize those risks to our security, modern and mission-capable forces will therefore rely on AI-based systems. The Austrian armed forces are placing a particular emphasis on integrating these new technologies into our armed forces' further development and evolution. These efforts aim to enable our armed forces to perform the constitutional tasks more effectively and efficiently and to remain interoperable with our partners. To be very clear, any military use of AI must be conducted responsibly. We must stay fully aware of possible risks and always act according to our ethical and legal principles. To counter these possible risks, Austria, in its position as a constitutionally, militarily neutral state, sees itself as having a responsibility to highlight humanitarian principles in the international discourse. International law, including international humanitarian law and human rights law, as well as ethical principles, are the guiding principles for our action. These norms must also remain the guiding principles for actions in the face of advancing technological innovations and emerging technological leaps in the field of artificial intelligence. The development of trustworthy AI and ensuring meaningful human control over the use of autonomous weapon systems are two examples to be cited. Austria sees a need to regulate autonomous weapon systems internationally and actively seeks a broad global consensus with our international and European partners. There is hardly any other technology that provokes as many uncertainties and fears in our society as AI. This applies to the use of AI in the civilian sector, but it's particularly true for its military applications. To counter those fears, transparency and dialogue are needed first and foremost. These are the prerequisites for an objective view of this crucial technology and allow an accurate assessment of the associated opportunities and risks. Austria is therefore committed to promote a human-centric and human rights-based approach to the development, deployment and use of artificial intelligence. Austria sees the REAIM conference as a valuable initiative and important contribution to international discussions. We highly value the multi-stakeholder format and high quality of the debate throughout the last 2 days that should be linked with other initiatives like the group of governmental experts in Geneva and other UN bodies. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I now give the floor to the Deputy Minister for Defense of the Czech Republic.
Thank you, Chair. Dear Ministers, colleagues, artificial intelligence is considered as one of the most disruptive of the so-called emerging and disruptive technologies. AI will have profound impact on the future of our civilization in the whole variety of activities ranging from businesses to education, health and transport. The same effect is expected in the domain of warfare. All major powers are investing great amounts of money, effort and talent into developing AI. The security of the Czech Republic is given by its membership within the EU and NATO. And both these organizations acknowledged that the technology has always been a foundation of deterrence and defense capabilities. The Czech Republic will foster and protect its capacities in the emerging and disruptive technologies, especially in the AI. But what exactly is the effect on AI on defense and security? In a single word, revolutionary. AI will have decisive impact across all current military domains, land, sea, air, space, and cyber, as well as vertically across all levels of command from tactical to strategic one. AI will allow capabilities such as C4I operate at much faster speed and to access extensive amount of data from various sectors. Data will hugely improve the situational awareness, management and decision-making during the deployment of forces in the real time. AI will also make our systems of planning much more efficient. Training will be less costly and more effective through simulation and the use of augmented virtual reality. Having said that, the importance of AI will be decisive for the capability of our armed forces in fulfilling their primary missions. Both NATO and the EU has recently started all sorts of initiatives aimed at helping the military tap into these technologies, such as NATO Innovation Fund, Defense Accelerator Diana, or a hub for European Defense Innovation, HEDI. And I'm very glad that the Czech Republic has been involved in all these ultimately crucial activities from the very beginning. AI need to be conducted in a transparent way and guided by principle of responsible use. The Czech Republic supports international cooperation and sharing best practices because, simply put, we are stronger together. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. And now I give the floor to the State Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs from the Republic of Finland.
Ministers, Your Excellencies, dear distinguished guests. First, let me thank the Netherlands and South Korea for convening us here in The Hague and for organizing the conference on a topic that could not be more relevant at the moment. The technologies we use are developing at an incredible pace, and we don't even know today which applications and solutions we will be using in a couple of years' time. We also want to commend the organizers for the broad and inclusive multi-stakeholder approach, which is definitely needed when discussing such a complex issue. Bringing together representatives of governments, military, academia and industry is such an impressive array, and it's a major achievement for this conference, so thank you very much. We need everyone on board when discussing the implications of AI. The development of AI is so fast-paced at the moment that we really need to take care that the political discussions are not lagging too far behind. And that's why this kind of roundtables are also very much needed, both internationally but also on a national level. Finland has been a long-standing advocate of bringing this discussion to the forefront, and we have been actively engaging in various fora regarding digitalization and defense. We don't see this conference as an isolated event, but rather as a part of a process where we can intensify our dialogue and shared understanding on this issue. These both are urgently needed, and since we are discussing AI at length here today, what it means exactly, how it can be used responsibly, and how it should be governed in a military context, we thought it would be fitting to consult also some artificial intelligence on this topic. When asked about which concrete actions need to be taken around the responsible application of artificial intelligence in the military context, ChatGPT, which we all are familiar with at the moment, underscored the need to develop ethical framework to ensure responsible application, stressed also the importance of transparency on how AI is used, and reminded to strengthen cybersecurity to protect our AI system from attacks. In addition, it further emphasized the need to foster international cooperation and public discourse, both of which we are doing today in person. This is only one example and one angle to the discussions, but it also shows that applying AI in new contexts is the new normal. This is evident also in the military context. We all recognize that while the use of artificial intelligence in the military domain can produce some great benefits, including better effectiveness and safety, there are also some major ethical, technical and legal challenges that need to be considered. The only way to do that is to step up and intensify our dialogue on how these issues should be addressed, how the main problems and risks should be mitigated and governed, and how an ethical approach can be ensured. Moreover, we need to find pathways for mitigation and governance in such a way which doesn't hinder the development of useful technologies and applications for civilian use.
Excellency, can I ask you to summarize your statement?
This is my last sentence. When we are discussing possible governance models and frameworks for the military use of AI, we must ensure that they are designed and used in a responsible manner and in accordance with international law. Your Excellencies, we need to move the dialogue forward, and Finland is fully on board to contribute on this. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Now the floor goes to the Undersecretary for Multilateral Affairs of the Secretariat of State of the Holy See.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates,
Let me thank, first of all, the governments of the Netherlands and South Korea for organizing this important summit. The OLC welcomes this summit as a way to promote a sense of shared responsibility and the common good, including in the use of artificial intelligence. Indeed, the complex interaction between civilian and military networks could trigger several security issues. In this regard, the OLC shares many ethical concerns set out in the REAIM call to action. As Pope Francis has pointed out, the indisputable benefit that humanity will be able to draw from technological progress depends on the degree to which the new possibilities at our disposal are employed in an ethical manner. This correlation requires an adequate development of responsibility and of values alongside the vast technological progress underway. The respect, interpretation, and application of key rules and principles of IHL, such as distinction, proportionality, and precautions, requires prudential judgment, good faith, and the timely assessment of specific context and situation for which the human person is fundamental. In this regard, to speak of responsible AI is contradictory. The OLC reiterates the need to preserve and justify the difference between persons and objects. AI systems can, at best, execute instructions and simulate behaviors. However, reality can never be reduced to a mere simulation of itself, and it is important to insist on the real danger of AI being used to deform and falsify reality and conduct a false information war. Important decision-making powers over the use of force cannot be delegated to a weapon system whose behavior is unpredictable or whose entire purpose and scope of operation are not well defined or known, as it is the case for the self-learning autonomous weapon systems. These concerns are not intended to hinder research, development, and use of technologies. They are meant to orient them towards an appropriate, useful horizon that is not based merely on the criteria of utility or efficiency, but on respecting human dignity and furthering the common good of humanity for humanity. It is for these reasons that the OLC has suggested establishing an international agency for artificial intelligence with the full participation of all states in this exchange of AI-related technology for peaceful uses. This would limit unintended consequences of such use and contribute to reducing inequalities by promoting AI for civilian application. In a world rife with conflict and injustice, let us use our human intelligence to place artificial intelligence at the service of humanity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I still have about 9 speakers on my list, and we are very tight with the time, so I'm extremely grateful for everybody who can stay under the 3 minutes. I now give the floor to the Governor of the National Resilience Institute of the Republic of Indonesia.
Thank you, Chair. The development of AI is predicted to disrupt warfare and encourage the revolution of military affairs. Is this revolution finally present the ultimate weapon, one perfect weapon that it is used will guarantee victory, or offering a new platform that can make war becomes unwinnable? War will be obsolete. Of course, disruption presents several risks. The first risk, the advantages of autonomous system create the risk that leaders will resort to using armed autonomous system instead of pursuing non-military option. In this way, the threshold for military action will be lower. Second, As autonomous systems are more regularly deployed, there is a risk that military action will be executed rapidly, therefore decreasing space for diplomatic negotiation. Third, the cost of developing an AI-related platform is relatively low. It makes these technologies accessible to many kinds of actors, including terrorist groups. The last risk, AI-enabled systems might become so advanced to the point that they undermine second strike capabilities that is essential to deterrence. The development of military AI presents a range of risks to be addressed, including ethical risks. We see that debates on military AI beyond autonomous weapon systems are under discuss. Indonesia is in position to endorse global multi-stakeholder dialogue to discuss ethical framework that take into account AI's unique characteristics and its potential for unintended consequences. Indonesia will continue to engage in global forums that try to strengthen responsible artificial intelligence approach for military domain. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I now give the floor to the Vice Minister of Defense from Japan.
Thank you very much. We are very much grateful for the initiative taken by the Netherlands and the Republic of Korea to hold this meeting. Combined with the digitization in the society and the improvement of computer processing capabilities, AI technology and its social implementation are expected to make further progress, especially in the civilian sector. It has been pointed out that this technology can also be used in a variety of military applications. It is truly timely to work towards the international agenda for responsible and appropriate use of AI technology in the military domain. The government of Japan hereby expresses its readiness to actively contribute to the future considerations of this matter. Since AI is a relatively new technology in the military domain, it is necessary for countries to make careful considerations so that they can appropriately mitigate and avoid the risks of unintended consequences of this technology. The use of AI has great significance for the security of each country, from the perspectives of rapid information analysis, reduction of human errors, and labor saving and full automation. We plan to intensively promote the use of AI in the areas such as cybersecurity, command and control, detection and identification, intelligence, logistics, and unmanned equipment. However, since AI technologies could potentially cause serious damage if used inappropriately, it is necessary to acknowledge that responsibility and accountability are imposed on the state and the command system line pertaining to the deployment and use of AI. It is important to accurately understand the characteristics of AI and exercise the necessary control in the process of advancement in autonomy. In addition, in order to maintain and improve the accuracy of AI, it is necessary to continue the process of collecting, analyzing, learning, and testing vast amount of fair data. It is also necessary to conduct education and training so that AI can be used appropriately. We can also learn from technical and institutional knowledge in the industrial and academic communities. Multi-stakeholder discussions will provide useful perspectives on the responsible use of AI in the military domain. As we go forward, it is necessary to conduct research on efficient methods to minimize the disadvantages of AI while maintaining its benefits and continue to develop the discussions towards international rulemaking. In addition, those points that I have mentioned so far are included in the draft political declaration presented by the United States government, and Japan will also support this initiative. We hope discussion on this draft declaration would make progress and develop into workable and universal international rules concerning the responsible use of AI in the military domain in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I now give the floor to the Vice Minister of Defense of the Republic of Lithuania.
Thank you, Chair. And let me join by extending my gratitude to the host of this summit. As Lithuania is currently preparing to host a NATO summit, we understand and appreciate very much all the efforts made to organize such a big event. But coming to the topic, it's obvious that today we are facing so many security challenges, including conventional war in Europe, in Ukraine, and technology development makes this our security picture more complex. And it's also obvious that development of technologies gives not only challenges but also opportunities, and artificial intelligence offers great opportunity and can be important enabling technology for defense. But at this stage, countries at this moment, countries have a different expertise and different experience. And for example, Lithuania has some artificial intelligence related expertise in defense industry and academia, but it's also obvious that countries will continue to move at different pace. So, having this in mind, we very much support the initiative to find a common ground at the international level, and we believe that it's very important to coordinate our activities in order to assure adequate protection of big data, of exchanging of our lessons learned, and protection of possible leaking of know-how to adversary actors. So having all this in mind, and of course, I just forgot to say that it's important that the development of artificial intelligence should be and has be compliant with international law. So having this in mind, we recognize the call to action of this summit, and we very much support cooperation and dialogue between countries, between different stakeholders and academia, different disciplines. We believe that it's the only way to ensure responsible development, deployment and use of artificial intelligence in the military domain. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I now give the floor to the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of Malaysia.
Thank you, Chair. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, first and foremost, I would like to commend the Government of Kingdom of Netherlands and the Government of the Republic of Korea for undertaking the efforts to host this international conference on responsible artificial intelligence in military domain. AI has tremendous potential to improve the health and well-being of individuals, communities, and states, as well as contribute to the achievement of the UN Sustainable Development Goals. Certain AI applications, however, may have a negative impact on international peace and security by raising security concerns, exacerbating conflicts, or reducing human control over weapons of war. The risks of introducing AI into the military domain are not negligible, although international discourse on lethal autonomous weapon system receives more attention in certain international fora. There are various potential risks from military applications of AI, such as over-reliance on AI systems and potential arms race that could disrupt the preservation of international peace and security. That notwithstanding, we are also of the view that it is important not to be an alarmist when it comes to the application of AI in the military domain. Military application of AI could bring numerous benefits, including enabling states to prevent endangering human lives or using humans for tasks that do not require their ingenuity. To safely realize these potential gains, it is necessary to embark on approaches that could contribute to developing a more cooperative future that promotes multilateral cooperation. Such may include confidence-building measures and intergovernmental approaches. Ladies and gentlemen, in this regard, Malaysia welcomes the opportunity for states to learn from one another, communicate and innovate around the challenges posed by military application of AI, including via cross-regional exchanges and capacity-building programs. In this connection, Malaysia will also continue to closely monitor the developments concerning AI in the military domain at the regional and international levels. In conclusion, let us gain inspiration from today's gathering to sum up the spirit of constructive engagement and collaboration in charting a new path in the fast-evolving realm of responsible artificial intelligence in the military domain. Such endeavor must be accompanied by a clear conscience and guiding principles as we march towards the goals of preserving international peace and security and avoiding conflict. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Then I give the floor to the Undersecretary of Multilateral Affairs and International Economic Relations of the Republic of the Philippines.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Our profound gratitude to the Kingdom of the Netherlands and Republic of Korea for bringing us together on this important topic, important enough to discuss during these very trying times for global security. The research and development of AI is progressing at a very rapid pace and does hold great promise. We recognize the potential benefits of AI, there's no question about it. But at present, AI has divided the world into have and have-nots. At the same time, in the military domain, AI raises serious humanitarian, legal, security, and ethical concerns. Speaking before the United Nations General Assembly last year, President Ferdinand Marcos identified new technologies such as AI as among the most pressing of global challenges and called for the development of international norms and rules to ensure their responsible and ethical use. For my country, Madam Chair, the application of AI for military purposes has clear risks. There are also grave dangers in extending AI to the development and delivery of nuclear weapons. Hence, we strongly oppose such application and believe they must be prohibited. Human beings must at all times exert control and judgment over weapon systems to ensure compliance with international and humanitarian law and accountability, state responsibility for the use of force. It is these principles foremost in mind that we engage constructively on how best to promote the responsible use of AI in the military domain. The Philippines supports deepening dialogue and cooperation among all stakeholders on this important topic. Within the United Nations and its disarmament fora, and particularly the Convention on Conventional Weapons, we, along with a small group of states, are calling for a legally binding protocol prohibiting lethal autonomous weapon systems that are designed to be used to conduct attacks outside meaningful human control. An AI arms race will only leave many more behind. These asymmetries are felt not only in the battlefield, but in the economy, in opportunities, and in daily lives of people. AI is not only a tool for self-defense and security, it must also become a force for more equitable, sustainable development for all. Only this will promote its peaceful and more responsible use and greater security for all. AI in the military domain is ultimately about speed in waging war. Speed might be good for war, but perhaps not so much for peace. Delays or pauses in armed conflict are critical breathing spaces for diplomacy to work, for peace to be given a chance. Defense and security calls for more, not less responsible human control. More, not less humanity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now the floor is to the State Secretary of Defense of Sweden.
Thank you, Chair. There is no doubt that AI is already playing an important role in military technology and military capabilities, and it will do so even more so in the future, so much is clear. AI has the potential to reduce risks for military personnel, to speed up decision-making and increase the endurance of our systems, to give just a few concrete examples. At the same time, AI is a complex subject. It has been made very clear by this summit, I think. It obviously involves technology, but also legal, ethical, psychological, security issues. And this complexity raises concerns, raises risks. And therefore, we have a special responsibility to ensure that international law and other norms, principles and standards regarding AI are implemented and complied with. We need to build systems and use AI in such a way that accountability is required and liability is possible on the parts of states as well as companies and individuals. At the same time, we need to obviously take advantage of all the opportunities that AI brings in enhancing our defense capabilities. That is important today, perhaps more than ever, given our security environment. So we need to have a broad approach. We need to keep several things in mind at the same time and find a balance between these different perspectives. We must learn from each other. We must develop best practices, norms, and principles together. And we need to work with stakeholders from civil society, academia, and the private sector. And this is precisely why international conferences like the REAIM are so important. This conference doesn't end here. What we have learned over the last 2 days will contribute to richer discussions in our home countries going forward, and that in turn will also make us better participants in the forthcoming international discussions. A discussion which I think has taken a significant step forward during this conference. Finally, let me just echo what everybody else has said. A big thank you for our hosts and our co-hosts for bringing all this together. Well done, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Now I give the floor to the Under-Secretary General and High Representative for Disarmament Affairs of the United Nations.
Thank you very much. Excellencies, distinguished ministers, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to thank the Kingdom of Netherlands and the Republic of Korea for the opportunity to address this high-level segment of the summit on responsible artificial intelligence in the military domain. This meeting comes at a time when global tensions are rising and the UN Charter is under pressure. As the mounting strategic risks we face are increasingly complex with the growing challenges and uncertainties presented by emerging technologies, multilateral solutions may seem elusive. However, I think this level of complexity should not demoralize but energize us. AI can positively change many aspects of our lives in general, from its use in healthcare in order to diagnose different diseases, to its potential in automatically recovering systems and networks from cyber vulnerabilities. With necessary oversight, AI-enabled technologies could also enable the accomplishment of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and beyond. This said, let's look at some risks. AI applications in the military domain could potentially change the entire way wars are fought. We are witnessing the potential proliferation of these applications as support tools for strategic, operational, and tactical decision-making. Some of the AI applications could also couple with nuclear command and control, posing new risks to international security and peace. In such a time, it is up to all of us to make responsible and ethical choices when developing AI for the future of humanity and our planet. The bottom line is these technologies can give the false perception of increased readiness to engage in conflict and reduce the barriers and cost to the military forces. So what do we do about this? What can we do? First, states should resist the urge to compete and dominate others when developing artificial intelligence in the military domain. They should not let techno-nationalism run wild in their national strategies and policies. We must forge common understandings of the risks and strengthen cooperation to mitigate such risks. Second, international community should channel its efforts into enhancing the benefits of the AI in the military domain. This could include arms control and verification measures, situational analysis, surveillance, early warning, and logistics. Building on the substantive discussions that have taken place so far on the lethal autonomous weapon systems in the context of the CCW, states should move forward and expeditiously make a progress in that process, and also consider some of the broader discussions on AI applications in the military domain. We need to counter the common misperception that the AI is a matter of big power politics or only relevant to technologically advanced countries. The impact of AI application in the military domain would have consequences across the world, and therefore inclusive international discussions ensuring meaningful participation of the global south will be key. Likewise, genuine partnership with and participation of multi-stakeholders in these discussions will be key. Finally, we will also have an opportunity in the context of the future summit process. We are developing a new agenda for peace within which trying to develop a new vision for disarmament and arms control will be key. And this conference will be a very important contribution into that process as well. I thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Then the floor is to the Permanent Representative on Disarmament for the Republic of Brazil.
Thank you. On behalf of the Brazilian government, I join other speakers in congratulating the governments of the Netherlands and Korea for organizing this important, opportune, and timely conference. I take the floor in my capacity as chair of the group of governmental experts related to emerging technologies in lethal autonomous weapon systems. The acronym reads GG-LOS. The group of experts operates within the framework of the Certain Conventional Weapons Convention. The purpose of the convention is to ban or restrict weapons that cause unnecessary suffering or affect civilians indiscriminately, as was the case of the protocol prohibiting laser blinding weapons, so pertinently reminded to us by Mr. Hoekstra. The convention is geared towards the practical application of the rules enshrined in key international humanitarian law instruments such as the Geneva Convention, the Rome Statute of the International Criminal Court, not very far from this venue. The Convention's protocols play a crucial role in safeguarding civilians from the scourge of war. The relevance of the group of experts resides in the fact that it's the only body in a position to transition in the short run towards a negotiating multilateral body to regulate the use of laws. In 2023, in light of the GG mandate, I intend to foster discussions on proposals that entail possible measures related to the normative and operational framework of lethal autonomous weapons systems. I admit that I was positively surprised by the engagement and commitment displayed by state parties to the convention last year. Contributions were provided from all quarters, and states were able to coalesce around some shared ideas and perceptions. Agreement over the 2022 report was a small but necessary step. Nevertheless, we should aim higher. I will not deceive you into thinking that the task ahead is an easy one. Substantial gaps need to be bridged. Such differences in perception may even precede the recent deterioration of the international scenario. As you are aware, we are dealing with new technologies. States tend to be very cautious when it comes to regulate weapons systems that are yet to be fully developed. In 2023, the mandate of the group determines that it is to intensify the considerations of proposals and elaborate by consensus possible measures. I sincerely hope that the group will be in a position during this year's session to fulfill its mandate for the second consecutive year. Much remains to be done. Discussions are just scratching the surface. The challenge posed by autonomous weapon systems require deep, well-grounded, good faith-based conversations, lest we risk being overtaken by technological developments which will further complicate matters. Many thanks.
Thank you very much. And then before coming to my the last but certainly not least speaker on my list, I just wanted to say that after this we are going to move directly to the big room for the photo, and people are standing ready to accompany you. But prior to that, please, the Ambassador of the People's Republic of China, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm happy to be the last speaker. First of all, I would like to convey our appreciation to the Netherlands for the initiative and efforts in convening the REAIM Summit co-hosted by the Republic of Korea. Artificial intelligence is a strategic and revolutionary technology. In the military domain, how to ensure countries to develop and use AI in a responsible manner consistent with international law is a common challenge posed to the international community. China has always attached great importance to AI security governance. President Xi Jinping pointed out that we should enhance the assessment and prevention of potential risks in the development of AI, safeguard the interests of the people and the national security, and ensure the safety, reliability, and controllability of AI. Over the past years, China has strengthened relevant research on legal, military, technological, and ethical aspects, improved AI-related security governance, and submitted 2 position papers to the United Nations on regulating military applications of AI and strengthening ethical governance of AI. Military applications of AI concerns the common security and well-being of mankind, which requires the united response of all countries. Hereby, I would like to present China's proposals on military application of AI. First, uphold the concept of AI for good. We should embrace a vision of common, comprehensive, cooperative, and sustainable global security. Oppose seeking absolute military advantage and hegemony through AI. We should make sure that military applications of AI would not deepen strategic miscalculation or damage global strategic balance and stability. Secondly, stay committed to putting people's well-being front and center. We should abide by international law and ethics, ensure that weapon systems are always under human control, and establish relevant accountability mechanisms. We should prevent the abuse, misuse, and malicious use of AI technology, and earnestly respect and safeguard human dignity and rights. Thirdly, adhere to multilateralism. Countries should give full play to the role of the United Nations as the main channel in the AI global governance, constantly enhance the representation and the voice of developing countries, and promote mutual understanding and coordination. We should oppose the politicization of AI issues, remove man-made barriers in the field of science and technology, and ensure the rights of all countries to technological progress and peaceful uses. Ladies and gentlemen, China will continue to maintain communication and exchange with all parties in an open and inclusive manner to help build more consensus on global governance of AI. I wish this conference a success. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you all for your contributions to this conversation, and we hope to continue that for sure in the future. Now I wish to invite you to follow my colleagues who are standing out there to the main room for our group picture. Thank you very much.
So we've just taken you to the Amazon room. We've just left the Amazon room. What you saw there were high-level ministerial representatives representing different countries from all over the globe. It was truly the United States of the world, contributions from different member states making commitments, reflecting on the important themes that have been explored here in this two-day summit that is about to conclude, the REAIM summit at The Hague in the Netherlands, looking at the responsible use of artificial intelligence in the military domain, of course, hosted by the government of the Netherlands and the Republic of South Korea. So different member states committing themselves. We have been saying that we are a long way off from a global agreement, but everybody just agrees that artificial intelligence is a reality. It is permeating every area of our lives. We can't imagine our lives as civilians without it. But how do we take those values, those practices, and incorporate them into how the military conducts itself, not only in terms of security and warfare, but also disarmament, peacekeeping, evacuations, and so on. But there was also an area of decision-making that was highlighted. It was also interesting to me that as you listened to different member states, different countries that are represented here today, there is a commitment that there's a need to create equality between countries in the global north and the global south. They've all committed themselves to that. And I highlight the speech by China because those were the last speakers talking importantly about multilateralism. So in the same way that every area of international law is anchored on multilateralism, with organizations or institutions such as the United States being in the vanguard of that. Even here with AI in the military domain, it is not going to be, or it should not be, one state dominating the other, but rather multilateralism through a vehicle like the United Nations. We'll talk about this as we journey towards our closing session. But first, it's been a long day, a good long day. Let's remind ourselves of how this day started, what happened earlier this morning. Just some snippets for you. Have a look.
So, good morning, everyone. Again, an impressive opening of our second day of the REAIM 2023 conference. Of course, I hope that you've enjoyed the first day with our full-packed program, and today it will be no different. We have many breakout sessions, the Innovation Hub, several demonstrations, a student lounge, continuous online program, of course. And in addition to that, today we'll be hosting the political segment. Ministers and other political representatives of 80 countries will be engaging in a roundtable today.
Let me at least emphasize where we should start. What are the first principles from which we should build today? And I always think, especially today, this is an essential question to think about where we start, because we've gone forward with a trend since the development of unmanned vehicles to thinking that we just need to find the legal loophole to use the newest technology.
Accountability and responsibility is indivisible. So you give authority to the commander, and he has then to make a proper decision. What I'm looking forward, and that's why I'm so interested in this IA discussion, is about decision support.
As you all know, the performance of AI is very dependent on relevant training data. And in a military system, it's very likely that the user would like to provide that training data as a guarantee for its relevance. And if we start to use government-furnished training in our systems, then who is accountable if a system out in the field is not performing as expected?
Companies are increasingly choosing the path of offense as the best defense. So they may argue that they can legitimately protect their networks, for example, from attacks on those networks. And so there are a lot of blurred lines between civilian and military uses of technology, between war and peace, and between states and private companies. And I think in that lack of clarity, we lose accountability without a doubt.
We're so seduced by the technology. There's so much interest in using the latest thing for this. We've got to deter. The best defense is a good offense. These kind of simplistic mantras have crept into our knowledge. It's in part due to the marketing, but also to certain qualities of the new technologies.
However, the train left the station, as somebody said yesterday already, and we have to understand it and we have to frame it legally, morally, ethically, no doubt about that.
Well, there's not that much regulation yet in any domain of AI. As many of you presumably know, the EU is working on an AI Act, and there are other related regulations that apply. For example, data protection plays a role in how the data may be handled that can then be fed into training AI, for example.
I think the situation with cyber warfare actually illustrates the real problem that we face in the kinetic domain. Because in cyber warfare, because of this amazing property of computers that they can do the same thing billions of times, one person or a small group of people are able to cause damage on a global scale. So I know this conference is about the responsible use of AI, as if the AI weapons are going to exist and all we have to do is make sure we don't misuse them. I think that's an enormous mistake, because we also have to be responsible about the decision to allow a given class of weapons to exist.
The other reason we ban weapons of mass destruction is because of the indiscriminate killing. And that's exactly the problem Stuart's speaking to. How do we get governance? There are so many levels now that we've got to pull back. For example, the very idea, the conception of what warfare is. Why are we having this conversation only in individual countries and in the high-tech countries? This is not the way to go forward to keep the planet understanding what the concepts are for the future that keep us human and keep life on the planet flourishing for the next generations.
Some applications of AI, there are a lot of risks and challenges, and we need to understand that. And we stand ready to contribute with our knowledge and expertise, and expect governments to involve us in developing the future policies around this, just like our hosts has invited us here today to participate. So looking forward to this continuation.
In the end, it's always the human who needs to make the decision. And even in warfighting, it's so different. If you allow a machine to make a decision, or a human being with a lot of experience, with a totally different sense of what's ongoing. So therefore, whatever we're talking about AI can be helpful, can be supportive, but never let the human out of this responsibility he has to bear. AI can help. We have to understand how it can help, but never ever hand it over to AI.
So we've just shown you a snippet of one of the panel discussions. I must say, for me, that panel discussion was absolutely riveting. I think it was just seeing the plurality of voices in the same space, the differences between them were so stark, but there was a collective acknowledgement that artificial intelligence in the military domain is not a topic that we can delay for another day. Just to take a look at where we've been and how the day has progressed thus far as we build up to the closing part. I'm very delighted to be joined this afternoon. Just bear with me. We're joined by Mr. Jeroen van der Hoven, University Professor of Ethics and Information Technology at Delft University. Thank you for joining us today.
My pleasure.
And making an appearance again, Wouter Jurgens, who we had an interview with earlier from the Foreign Ministry. Thank you very much for joining us. So I've nailed my colors to the mast. I've said that panel discussion was, for me, very riveting. What stood out for you, not necessarily today, but in the last 2 days?
Well, I think it's the general spirit. You know, I would qualify it as a kind of a spirit of humility instead of which is the counterpoint to a kind of a hubris that you often encounter in these kind of high-tech domains. And it's acknowledging that there is a lot that we don't know, and we really have to kind of sit down and think about thoroughly. So what is the nature of AI? You know, what are the diverse contexts in which it is applied? Who are the users, the stakeholders? what is the meaning of the core notions that we are so eagerly using, like responsibility and control. So this is the beginning, and I think that what we've seen in the last 2 days is actually acknowledging that it is the beginning, and it requires a follow-up, and a decent and thorough one.
Yeah, I'll bring Voto in just a moment, but because we're talking about actions of the state and government, and I don't know if I'm misreading it, but I sense a certain vulnerability and humility, like you said, by member states, by governments. Because if we remember the words of the foreign minister yesterday, he did say that technology is advancing at a rate faster than what states can keep up. And I think that acknowledgement is very important, isn't it? Because it informs moving carefully and negotiating your space and knowing that things can go wrong if you don't consult and engage widely.
Yes, absolutely. And I think it's very wise to put this notion of responsibility and human agency, let's say, center stage. Because that is, I think, being a professor of ethics, as you would expect, is what is at stake. It is we tend to forget that we are coming to the subject matter, AI, with notions that predate, the age of high technology. So these notions of responsibility have been with us for hundreds of years, and they have served us well. But now we have to recalibrate, and we have to make them fit for purpose, for this purpose. And therefore, we have to redesign them. Let's say we often refer to this as conceptual engineering. We have to see, what responsibility and accountability mean, and I've sometimes used the metaphor of we're trying to repair a Swiss precision watch with a hammer, right? So these are all blunt instruments. We know what we mean, what we're after, but we really need to sit down and think carefully about, how we can achieve what we want in the present day.
Let me bring you in here then. Often when it comes to warfare and military and defense, people can be quite skeptical and not trusting of state actions. One of my speakers yesterday, one of my guests yesterday said, look, we have international law, we've got international norms, and the fact that some players break those laws doesn't in any way invalidate the importance of that law. And that perhaps the best way to approach AI in the military domain is to think it still has to be governed by international law. We're not necessarily in a new space where the way we conduct our affairs is going to be too different because we're still confined and constrained by multilateral organizations and the letter and the spirit of the law. Would you say that will apply with AI?
Well, I would largely agree with that statement because international law will be the cornerstone of our actions, will be the cornerstone, as we've seen in the debate this morning, when we judge responsibility and accountability and governability of these issues. On the other hand, we have to also acknowledge that technology is advancing and that this technology gives us different challenges than some of the challenges we've seen with earlier systems. So what we have to do, and I think what this conference aims to do, is to see how we can relate to this technology, because it's not going to go away. And it has many advantages. And that's, I hope we've also made that point during this conference. We want to nurture that. At the same time, when it's applied in the military domain, we believe very strongly that we need to come together as international players, governments, civil society, the private sector, academia, because we need to develop a framework of how we relate to this technology with, like you said very correctly, international law as the cornerstone.
The reality is that we citizens vote for governments, right? Here we are in this field where we acknowledge that governments' own grasp of the issue is not yet on par with the innovation itself. How do you create a level of certainty and even trust? Should citizens still trust that the state is in control, where in AI it seems like the greatest and most innovative person is in control?
Look, that is a fair dilemma. I think because of the fact that the technology is advancing so rapidly, it's difficult to keep up. It doesn't mean that governments don't understand the technology. It's more that in order for governments to regulate this technology, even if we can, because I'm not sure that we can govern all aspects of this technology, it's hard to keep up because our democratic systems work in a way that, for example, for new laws to take time. On the other hand, I also believe that we can act swiftly when it's necessary. So for me, the balance should be in making sure that we get all voices heard in this debate. And like I said, and we've seen at this conference, quite strong debates of proponents and opponents of this technology. And I would even agree with some of the people who say that we should ban this altogether. But unfortunately, we cannot wish this technology away. It exists, so we have to relate to it. And as governments, we simply we have an obligation to relate to it. But we've heard civil society, we've heard academia, we've heard the private sector, we've heard different governments, and as we have seen in the roundtable, there are many different voices there. But we've had 80 governments participating here and acknowledging that this subject is an important subject, and that for me is a big accomplishment.
And again here, Professor, I'm thinking it's also another new avenue for heightened collaboration between the private sector, academia, and the government. Thinking of my country, South Africa, if this were to be high up on the agenda, I can't see how the government can pull it off without the innovators, without the financial backing of the private sector, and without the expertise of academia. So that's an opportunity, isn't it?
Sure. And I think we've seen that in other domains as well. In healthcare, you need each other. So we call it a triple or quadruple helix. You will have to find constructive collaborations. Having said that, a kind of a critical footnote to that is that each of those parties is coming from its own kind of perspective, with it bring its own kind of norms and interests to the table, and we shouldn't be naive and acknowledge that as well. So we should benefit from each other's expertise and knowledge in trying to solve kind of these large, societal problems that we have on a global scale. Call them the UN Sustainable Development Goals, or kind of a subset that we're discussing here in those 2 days. But we have to come together, and we have to acknowledge that each may have an agenda as well, right? So we see that in the debates about big tech, for example. And that also needs to be regulated. And the European Commission is, for example, doing that, and other people are following that example. So that is, we should not be naive. So, but having said that, yes, we need each other.
Yeah, because it's not a utopia, is it?
It's not. That's indeed the gist of my critical footnote.
Yeah. And just on that again, Prof, let me engage you further on that. When I listened to some of the presentations from academia and from civil society, I'm thinking they were so robust, so hard-hitting around concerns of bias, which is real, concerns around fake information and how it is impacting our lives, and also concerns around at which point is the human present or out of the process. And I think those challenges were so tangible that they would have to form part of the governance and ethical framework.
Absolutely, yeah. So this is a matter of designing in our ethics and our principles, right? So we have these ideas about equity and fairness, and about security and safety and privacy. And this is nice to have those kind of philosophical or ethical debates, but at the end of the day, they will have to surface and emerge and be implemented and incorporated in the technology. That's where the rubber hits the road. This is where the difference is made in the lives of ordinary people, civilians and patients and consumers. So that is the challenge. So we have many of those kind of high-level debates, and the law and the international law is full of those kind of terms. And now it's the time for us to kind of see how they would work out in the systems that are fielded or that are used, and that will make the difference in the real world. So and that is, I can make it sound relatively easy, but that's where the difficulty is, and you see it also in the confrontations, in the debates. You have the world of the representatives from Saab, or kind of the manufacturers and industry. You have the military, and you have the international lawyer, and these need to really come together and emerge in services and products and in devices and in systems.
Wouter, again, I mean, I know you're a diplomat, so I'm not going to put you on the spot here.
You can always put me on the spot, no problem.
Be careful what you ask for. Be careful what you ask. I'm just thinking that amongst states, I mean, I was watching, it's a very compelling image of these delegates from different parts of the world with their flags there, their ministers or representatives speaking. And you look at them and you kind of know that there is a united front, but amongst them, there must be contestation, there must be differences, there must be different levels of expertise. There must be interstate contestation and competition for dominance and so on. How difficult do you think it's going to be at a very diplomatic level to get all countries to come together for a consensus globally?
It's a good question, but it's also why I became a diplomat. Because I think it is key to have these kinds of discussions about topics that are difficult and in which inevitably there is competition. Technology has been a driver for competition throughout the ages. And yes, states try to get the upper hand by developing technology and by trying to use it also in the military domain. On the other hand, humankind has seen in a number of instances what weapons of war can do, what technology in the hands of the military can do. And I think sees now, and has seen in the past, on a number of occasions, a clear need to work together to avoid use of this weaponry that is a threat to humankind overall. And I think AI, in that sense, is different from, we've seen parallels with the nuclear domain, with the chemical weapons conventions, with landmines. AI is different in the sense that it has a very clear civilian use. So it's also a different kind of dynamic. But that being said, the fact that 80 countries showed up here in The Hague to talk about this topic, I think highlights that we see the need to talk about this topic, that we cannot allow unlimited competition for military advantage to play, to have the upper hand. We need to also work on frameworks for responsible use. And I hope that this conference will have ripple effects in other fora, in the United Nations, hopefully in the G20. We had our friends from India here, but also in other fora, in the G7, and that this is picked up because it is a topic that is important and urgent. We cannot wait.
Okay, Professor, I beg your indulgence for just a minute. I'm a journalist. It's my job to be skeptical and not believe everything that comes from government. And I also know that states sometimes have imaginary enemies, that they talk to their citizens about having an enemy and justifying military spending and all of that. That is a reality. It certainly happens in my country. But something came up again and again and again. And I wonder whether we must embrace that, or is it just a subterfuge for governments to justify their investment in military innovation and their expenditure? And this is what came up, that whether or not you embrace artificial intelligence in the military domain is irrelevant, because the bad guys, something that Amnesty International threw out of the water, saying there's no such thing as the good states and the bad states. We all are a human chain, and we make mistakes, we do wrong things, we make bad decisions, we violate international law, some more than others. But the whole notion that if good states are not embracing and innovating artificial intelligence in military use, the enemies, as it were, the rogue states, are doing it. So that kind of justifies our acceleration thereof. I wonder what your thoughts are around that.
That's a key question, and I think you're fully justified asking it. I do think, and it's a kind of a more personal note, that we've had these long debates about killer robots, and in my field, in ethics of AI, new technology. And so some 10 years ago, I would have taken a slightly different stance or taken a different point of view on that kind of discourse that you're now describing. But I have to say that as an ethicist or a moral philosopher, I do value these kind of the very fundamental values that are pretty much very widely shared among all the peoples of the world. These set of core values, and we see them trashed often. And I think we are justified in defending those values. And if our evidence prompts us to take action and help ourselves to the means to be effective in that respect. Yeah. I do think
let's be ahead of the game. Okay, let's wrap it up there. Mr. Jeroen van Hoven and Wouter Jurgens, thank you very much for joining us today. Let's go to the closing session right now.
For the past 2 days, you all have experienced live all of the terrible events going on in the gray area. And I, for one, have to say that I am both grateful and happy that things ended well. The people of the gray area can now safely return home, be with their families, and live their lives the same way that all of us live our lives. Yesterday, we concluded that time travels fast, moving from 2023 to 2027. Now we're going a little bit further in time to the year 2029. The events that have happened within the gray area have now moved into the background of media and everyday life. Simply put, we are all busy living our lives, that we don't talk about this that much anymore. I, for one, am guilty of that as well. Some days, I'm just looking online, scrolling through social media, looking at other news stories, watching videos and things online. But then, I came across this.
Good evening. Exactly 2 years ago today, we were on the brink of a new world war that would be dominated by AI-controlled information systems. Fortunately, everything ended with a hiss. But if it taught us one thing, it is that in addition to being helpful, AI can become quite dangerous if its limitations are not carefully considered. Today, I'll look back at the events with two people who played an important role in it. First, Ms. Sharon Baker. You're an AI scientist, and 2 years ago, when the Purple Alliance attacked the gray area, you happened to be part of a conference in The Hague where experts gathered to talk about AI in military systems.
Yeah, it was a weird coincidence, especially since for the first few hours of that summit, we had no idea what was going on. But when we caught on and we became live participants in what was going on, it suddenly made us have very concrete examples we could discuss. When it comes to the use and responsibility of AI in military domain, there has been a lot of changes since the turmoil in the grey area.
And can you elaborate on those changes? Has the world become a safer place?
Oh, yes, definitely. Certain agreements have made the world and the use of AI systems a lot more secure. And a part of it is that we put much more emphasis on the front end of the AI development process. And international treaties have been signed regulating the responsible use of AI in the military domain. Laws have emerged that regulate the collection and the use of data for machine learning.
Mr. Aziz Fahim, you're head of Intel. And at the time of the crisis in the gray area, you were at the epicenter, where all Intel came in and had to be analyzed using AI. Since the crisis, we've had you many times in our show to talk about all the dilemmas you faced at that time. What are your thoughts now? Do you feel important changes have been made?
What I'm pleased about and what I think is important is that many countries have developed toolkits that improve the validation and verification of AI in military systems.
Hubert, you talked many times about the importance of training your personnel. What's the state of that?
I've been asked to help develop training courses to help military personnel better understand the opportunities and limitations of AI in military systems. We started rolling out these courses a few months ago, and the results have been amazing. AI can be, as we all know, a very tricky thing. So for the self-assurance of our people, it's very important to teach these courses.
So you're satisfied with how it's going now?
Well, I want to add one more thing. Because no matter how good all these developments we are talking about are, technology continues to evolve. It's necessary to keep constant watch, not only looking at where AI helps us, but also where it can put us at risk.
And how do we achieve that, Ms. Baker?
Well, it's only possible through clear agreements and structural international cooperation. We have to keep on talking to each other.
Huh. Talking to each other. I like that. That's a good ending. Actually, it's more of a good start. You see, these are the tools right now, and hopefully, people in this room can make it possible. But honestly, it's all up to you. As I leave this stage here today, I have a little bit more of a peace of mind knowing that all of you are looking at the responsible uses of AI to make our world just a little bit safer. It was my pleasure to be able to guide you through this wonderful and very complex situation. And I thank you all so very much for being on the forefront of using AI within the military domain. I want to wish you all the best of luck, the best of wisdom, and I want to thank you all so very much for each and every one of your efforts. Thank you, thank you, thank you. One last thing. If you're currently looking to go on vacation or a good work trip somewhere, I hear that the gray area is gorgeous these days. Thank you.
So, welcome to the plenary closing of REAIM 2023. Particular welcome to our co-host of REAIM, the Dutch Minister of Foreign Affairs Hoekstra, Dutch Minister of Defense Ollongren, and the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Korea, His Excellency Park. Welcome, Your Excellencies, and all the esteemed guests from my panels. And for those of you who missed the first day, we just saw the end of the scenario. We use this scenario to take you with us in this development of AI in the military domain, and also to show you the different dilemmas that we might be facing. And it's important that the Netherlands, together with the Republic of Korea, has taken this initiative to be a driving force in this international stakeholder dialogue on this particular theme. We are happy to discuss the way forward with my final panel of today. But first, let me introduce you to Her Excellency, the Minister of Defense, Ms. Kaisa Ollongren, our co-host, together with the Minister of Foreign Affairs. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Well, it's up to us. That's what we've heard. First of all, let me thank you for coming to The Hague for this important conference, for discussing with us AI in the military domain, for sharing with us your expertise. It's a topic about which we can continue talking for days, for weeks, perhaps even longer than that. But I'm happy that we have, in a very short time, managed to come up with a broadly shared call to action. So over the past days, there have been agreements and disagreements about the risks and opportunities of the use of AI in the military domain. Discussions about responsibilities, cooperation, policy frameworks that need to be developed, regulatory gaps that need to be filled, discussions between NGOs and policymakers, between academics and the private sector. And that is exactly what we need to be doing, because AI provides us with tremendous opportunities. AI can process data in a way that's impossible for humans. It can make our logistical and operational processes faster and much more efficient. AI can provide our armed forces with the right knowledge at the right time to enable us to take decisions fast and under high time pressure. It protects our militaries. It allows us to minimize collateral damage. At the same time, we know that there are states and also non-state actors that will not shy away from using AI to achieve their aims. And if we cannot defend ourselves and our operators against them, this poses a major threat to our security and our societies. And this is why we and our armed forces must stay ahead of the curve. And that means maintaining our technological edge. It also means ensuring that we use AI within the framework of the rule-based international order and our shared values. But we need to be realistic. Of course, there are risks, and that's why we must set our own standards together. To achieve all of this, we need academia, we need think tanks, we need NGOs, we need businesses, startups, scale-ups, and we need the can-do mentality of our armed forces. And the normative and financial powers of governments. We need all the knowledge we can get and develop if we want to keep up, and if we want to do so responsibly. AI has been the talk of the town for years, but it's now time to talk about the use of AI in the military domain. I think our military coordination has already risen up to unprecedented levels, and I believe we can do the same when it comes to AI. And that brings me to the call to action that's being endorsed today. And that call to action is the end of this conference, but it's only the start of the work that lies ahead. The work that we do to ensure our military is fit for the future and equipped with the means to win tomorrow's fight if necessary. And let's do that together. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. I would like to invite my three panelists for the final panel of today. Izumi Nakamitsu, the Under-Secretary General and High Representative for Disarmament of the United Nations. One more step. Thank you. Can I invite you here? Bruno Ficheveux, the head of the Future Combat Air Systems Program and member of the Airbus Defence and Space Executive Committee. Welcome. Welcome. And Dr. Alison Gardner, the founder and director of Women Leading in AI. Welcome. So I'm very happy that you'll be discussing with me, amongst others, the way forward. Thank you so much for being in my final panel of today. Ms. Nakamitsu, maybe I can ask you the first question. Why was it so important for the United Nations to be present here at the REAIM Summit?
Well, simply put, this is one of the key issues in order for us to have more secure world into the future. This is a priority agenda for the Secretary General. He has been making quite strong statements about AI, lethal autonomous weapon systems, etc. Also the fact that there has been actually quite good substantive discussions taking place, which the United Nations has been supporting. These are discussions by member states in the context of CCW, Convention on Certain Conventional Weapon Systems, discussing lethal autonomous weapon systems. So simply put, this is a top priority issue for the future security.
And how does the United Nations include other actors also in these multilateral discussions?
We are, of course, the United Nations is an intergovernmental entity. So traditionally, actors have been member states representatives. However, there have been, I think, a major change in the thinking of various governments, the so-called multi-stakeholder engagements, especially in issues related to science and technology areas, will be key. One, because we need the expertise, understanding the knowledge of those, private sectors, academic, civil society people, and industry people, and scientists and engineers themselves who are developing those new technologies. But also, I think it's important that for us to become, if you will, a little bit more entrepreneur in terms of norm development. The norms in the 21st century is not just about international treaties being negotiated by governments, but we need to also look at what we might call soft laws, norms that might amount to industry standards, which is adhered to by private sector entities, all sorts of instruments related to enhancing norms will be quite important. So naturally, the instinct for us is to bring together those multi-stakeholders, those actors. And we have become much better. We are calling those entities to get involved, participate. And I must say, there has been a very strong interest on the part of those stakeholders as well to be part of those discussions.
I think that's also what we saw here at REAIM the past 2 days. Mr. Fischwe, also from the private sector, we have a lot of companies present here these days. You are the head of the multinational program called Future Combat Air System. That's actually Europe's largest future defense corporation between France, Germany, and Spain. What do you foresee as the most important future steps when it comes to the application of AI in the military domain?
Well, following very interesting discussions that have been taking place over the last 2 days, I think there are 4 steps which needs to be considered in this deployment. First one, and it's not always easy, is to acknowledge and not ignore the fact that AI will play a key role in our society, but also in defense. Also because AI is scaled at high speed in the commercial tech industry and will have necessarily spillover into defense application, if we like it or not. And also because the operational requirements of our armed forces in the future will face tremendous threats. I think on the first day, Professor Freeman said there's information is plentiful, and it will saturate in the cockpit the decision maker that will have on the battlefield to take some decision. How do you assist the pilot with all the information coming from different sensors and unmanned systems to make sure he takes the right decision? And he has it at the speed that the scenario will require. The videos that we saw over the 2 days were mainly on command centers where you have time to think about, am I taking the right decision? In the cockpit, it's about seconds, and we need to speed up this process. So acknowledge that AI will play a role. The second one, I think, is the normative part, putting regulations to help us frame the design of such systems. And this first needs to take place at the level of the United Nations, initiatives also like CCW, to push the normative part there. There's a lot of effort ongoing there, but today there is no international regulation on AI, responsible AI for the military. And I think that's also what this type of conference wants to trigger. And not only United Nations, but NATO, for us, Europe, because having an isolated national approach will not help for this type of technologies. Third step, I think, is implementing. Once you have a regulation, how do you translate it into design processes, qualification steps, to make sure that the way you design your solution will respond to these needs? And today, with a program such as FCAS, we are developing the technologies of the next generation military systems. And it's today. And it's today that we need this framework. We need this input in our design process, and we want to trigger it. And the last step, we saw it just in the movie, is a constant watch. While we define a framework and we implement it, AI develops at a high pace. It's very, very fast. And we need to cope with this space and having flexibility in the framework and regulation we place so that what we put in place today is still valid for tomorrow and the day after.
Thank you. Dr. Gardner, what do you think of today's discussion? You just organized the panel yourself as well. Why was it important to be here together with all these stakeholders?
I think it's been a very interesting time for me. I'm a little bit concerned about the focus very narrowly on human oversight, and I do. And conversations with you, it's about accountability and responsibility, but responsibility extends across the entire AI life cycle, and not just in the gathering of data. You get it from the right data source, but in defining the problems which you wish to use AI to solve. And then when you develop that, you have to have that diverse input and that stakeholder input at that point, because you will not identify half the problems that you could potentially solve if you are, no offence to people, but if you are a very homogenous group of Western white male, for example, you are not going to identify the use cases, you are not going to spot the biases within the data set, you are not going to understand how to manage your feature engineering, your weighting, how to determine your metrics. I come from a technical background, so apologies. And then how you do your risk analysis and your impact analysis, and from a diverse viewpoint. And so, yes, human oversight is really important, but you need to mitigate for the problems at the start. So really diverse development teams and that diversity of thought, and particularly gender diversity, is really important. We struggle within computer science with gender diversity. It's also within the military that we have that problem. So combine those two together and you have serious risk. And if you are developing AI systems that are biased, they not only do they cause unintended consequences and harms, but actually they're a security risk, because AI can be gamed. AI isn't as accurate as we like to think it is. And AI can actually drift over time. Even static algorithms that you develop will undergo performance decay. So how do you monitor that going forward to make sure that it's as accurate as you possibly can? And going back to your really good point about helping and augmenting decision-making in a high-risk situation, again, understanding human behaviour, because it is at that human-computer interface where most of the errors occur. You have automation bias, you have the potential for de-skilling, you have alert fatigue. All of these questions need to be considered. And then, and I'll be told off, shall I say, by my Amnesty colleagues and friends that I've met today, that you have to think about the human rights impact and the impact on the individuals and your wider responsibility as a defence organisation to deal with the outcomes of warfare and the damage and how you rebuild from that. And for that, you need diverse views.
Thank you so much. Maybe also to touch upon or go a little bit further, Ms. Nakamitsu, how would you feel that we can also learn in this regard, in regard to governance and governability, in the existing arms control and disarmament mechanism that already exist?
Yeah, thank you for your interventions. That's exactly the same message that I have been giving in these discussions. Arms control disarmament discussions very traditionally taking place in silos, and very much focused on the capabilities or technologies itself to be regulated. More recently, there have been new trends in disarmament discussions, which really focuses on behaviors, responsible behavior. What would constitute irresponsible behavior of states? What might be irresponsible or threatening behaviors? So there is a new sort of a generation of approaches in disarmament arms control discussions focused on responsible behavior, and that is now very much focused in discussions, for example, in the cybersecurity discussions or the outer space, reducing reducing threats in outer space. And so I think the similar approach will be very much necessary, and that's why I like the framing of this conference, responsible AI. And I have been saying exactly focusing on the entire life cycle of AI, from development all the way to use and application of AI. The second thing is also in recent times, we have also understood that maintaining a multidisciplinary approach, if you will be important in disarmament discussions as well. Now, disarmament has its origin also in humanitarian principles. So from that point of view, it has always been both security and humanitarian. But I think, especially on new technology-related issues, AI, etc., what will be the human rights dimensions, what will be development dimensions, and then, states and industry people, private sector people coming to a common understanding of both benefit, the positives. I can be misunderstood always. I just happen to always talk about the risks because I deal with disarmament and international security. But the UN's position is, let's cooperate to maximize the positive aspect of those technologies, whilst at the same time, let's come to a common understanding of the risks, and then enhance international cooperation to tackle, mitigate, and reduce the risks. And I think many of you already know the Secretary General has made a very strong call to prohibit those new potential future weapon systems that we already know cannot be used in accordance with international law, especially international humanitarian law, and then focus on regulations on other types. So this interdisciplinary approach, I think, will be key, and that has also been a new trend in disarmament discussions.
Thank you. Maybe, Dr. Garner, you already mentioned this prevention of bias would be a very important theme to focus on in the way forward. Are there other themes that you would like to put higher on the political agenda? You have the audience to mention it now.
Well, yes, with regulation, I have a day job where I deal with regulators within the health sector within the UK, and by its nature, regulation is a slow process and has to be quite high level in how it is written. And you said the pace of AI development is quite hard. Also, in the technical standards, they can be faster and more responsive, but they are still slow. And I involved in a lot of those. And I will tell you now, I go in and I make sure that part of an ethical AI standard is that you have diverse development teams and you consider the diverse voices of people to be impacted. And if you don't do that, you don't get that CE mark or UKCA mark and so on and so forth. So this is a serious topic that you have to consider. So one of the calls that we're having at the moment with Women Leading in AI is that we want a global task force addressing this, diversity and gender and peace and security in the field to try and break through this catch. It's been static for decades and we haven't solved it, and AI is exacerbating the problem. So if we don't have that way to solve that process, and there are mechanisms which we can go through from the principles that we have to actually practical, sustainable frameworks that we can implement that will prevent all of these biases from occurring and all of the risks. That's what we want. So we want that global task force established to address that one. But again, and I would stress, is to educate, because yourselves about AI and understand and see past the hype of it, and that there are the risks, but the risks are multifold, and do think about post-deployment. And I've said it earlier about drift and how you audit and monitor that and make sure it stays in good use. And that is a whole industry that is developing in its own right, and a whole set of regulations of auditing that you need to go forward. So understanding AI and how it's developed, it's not as mysterious and as hard as people think about it. And I think it's really important to educate policymakers and regulators understanding AI, and for the technical teams to also understand the role of a policy, so that we don't get this gap where the principles actually don't get translated into practical methodologies that are actually, but that have to be implemented, because you do, from the technical side of things, trust me, get backlash and pushback on any change that you can have that would require diverse input. They don't like it. So it has to be embedded within regulation.
Thank you so much. Then, Mr. Fischel, and a final question to you. We already spoke about the AI life cycle. What could help you in regard to governing also the different stakeholders between the designing phase and all the other phases of the life cycle of AI?
Well, I think this multi-stakeholder approach is the best one, and I'm very impressed by what REAIM deployed over the last 2 days. I hope also it will generate a momentum that maybe on a yearly basis it will continue across the globe. We need this type of exchange. I mentioned the lack of regulation at this stage, and for us it's an issue, because when we start to design, we need something to base, we need a guideline to start developing. By lack of guideline, we search whatever applies. So for example, we use IEEE standard, which is about value-based engineering, ethic by design, to try to find an anchor point to be able to start. So we need, and that's a call also for the governments, to help us define this framework, that we have something to base on. After that, we can translate it into policy, process, qualification in our approach. And we did it on other areas. In the past, for aviation, it was about the aircraft performance, it was about the speed, hard requirements, but then came the issue of safety. And we were able to deploy safety in our design to be able to define a system, if it fails, that will present no harm for human life and be able to land safely. So if we do it for safety, I'm convinced we can do it also for ethics and have an ethical by design approach.
Thank you so much. Ms. Nagamitsu, just to wrap it up, our panel discussion, what mechanism you feel would be very helpful in this regard?
Well, I think, multi-stakeholder people who can bring policy perspectives, but also legal perspectives and various disciplines, put together with technical experts, people themselves who are involved in designing of these systems, private sector people who are, part of the industry, that will definitely benefit from those discussions. And I would actually say that let's bring in young people, especially young scientists and engineers. I think responsible innovation is a very important a phrase that we are starting to use even at the United Nations. And so if we can convene those various actors and then establish a regular process of exchanging information, exchange knowledge, but then that need to really be fed into an actual international policy making processes, making concrete input into policy making processes. So that's the kind of platform and the process that we do need, and we need them very urgently because the technologies are advancing very fast and the multilateral international discussions really need to catch up. So I think this conference has been very useful from that perspective, and I hope that this will become a regular undertaking.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for sharing your interesting thoughts with us during our final panel of today. A big applause for my panelists.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. And now I'm very happy to announce a very special guest here today. We have an interview that was actually recorded yesterday with my colleague here, Redi Talabi. She interviewed the former CEO of Google, Eric Schmidt. He's a very accomplished global leader and technologist, and he served as Google's CEO and later executive chairman from 2001 until 2018. Moreover, Eric served as a chairman to the US National Security Commission on AI until October of 21, and he advises the US government on the steps to take in regard to responsible use of AI for national security. Take it away.
Dr. Schmidt, thank you so very much for joining us here at the REAIM Summit. We've had a great first day of robust debates, and there was a lot of detail on the potential of artificial intelligence in the military domain, but there were some questions raised about the main risks. Now, you are considered a pioneer, a global leader in emerging technologies. Just very briefly, what do you see as the potential of artificial intelligence in the military and some of the risks that may come with it?
Well, let's remember that artificial intelligence broadly is going to change everything. It's going to be new drugs, better healthcare, better materials, better education, hopefully better entertainment. There's lots and lots of benefits from artificial intelligence. In the military domain, it means that a lot of things that humans have been doing can be done better by computers, starting with vision. There's lots of tactical things. The real question about AI is, how does it change our being? How does it change our understanding of ourselves? And I can give you some examples. Artificial intelligence should allow an evil person to build a viral database of terrible pathogens and perhaps release them to the detriment of millions of people. We've got to figure out a way to stop that. Artificial intelligence could allow a foreign state to interfere with the democracy that we know and love in the West. Artificial intelligence could allow a system that automatically decides to attack others, which would lead to escalatory behavior in military conflict. So we have to be careful about this technology because it's dual use and it's very powerful.
Mm-hmm. There is already such extensive use of artificial intelligence in the civil, the civic domain. I mean, it is so ubiquitous. I can't imagine an area of my life that has not been touched by artificial intelligence. You've just warned us about some of the dangers. Are there some lessons that can be drawn from the civic use of artificial intelligence and incorporated into the military?
Well, the first thing to say is that the military is very slow in artificial intelligence. I was fortunate to lead a commission on national security and artificial intelligence in the United States, and we prioritized accelerating its use to make our defenses stronger, make our country safer, that sort of stuff. But frankly, the military and the military-industrial complex moves very, very slowly compared to the civilian world. In the civilian world, the thing to understand about this technology is it's not correct yet. You wouldn't want it flying the airplane without a pilot watching it. You wouldn't want it telling the doctor what to do. You'd want it to advise the doctor what to do, but you want your doctor to make the proper medical decision. I don't know how long it will be between the time where its judgment is iffy, which is today, to where it's better than humans. I personally believe it will get there. But right now, you shouldn't depend on life-critical decisions based on artificial intelligence. Think of it as advisory. It's advising you on something going on. It's helping you see deeper. That's the state of the art today.
It sounds as if you're suggesting a symbiosis, right? A mutually beneficial relationship where the human agency is still present.
Well, it's more than beneficial. In my view, it's a requirement. All of the military doctrines that I'm familiar with basically have something which goes roughly like a human in the loop, a human in charge, an identifiable decision maker. You do not want conflict initiated on its own by computers. You want the conflict to be initiated by humans who could be held responsible under court of law, international law principles, and that sort of thing. It's otherwise just too dangerous. I mean, if you go back to the Dr. Strangelove movie, where once there's a launch, there's a system that's already primed to launch back that can't be turned back on a false claim, right? It's just way too dangerous to let these things decide on their own. We distinguish between automatic weapons, which is generally a good thing because it will make the weapons more precise, more accurate. There'll be less collateral damage. And automatic weapons systems which make the decision, which we think is a bad idea.
Mm-hmm. So I want to talk a little bit about your books. We can't discuss a whole book in a few minutes interview, but you are a prolific author, The New Digital Age, The Age of AI. What are some of the key takeaways, some of those themes that you really felt strongly about when you wrote that book that you think could be helpful in our deliberations here at The Hague?
Dr. Kissinger and I are very close friends, and he has been studying Kant since before any of us were alive. And he looked at AI and said, AI is something different than you think it is, Eric. AI, of course, is all the things that I've discussed, but it's something else. It's a change in human consciousness. And I said, why? And he said, because in the Reformation, we went from believing in God to believing in reason. Right? The age of reason was the last major change in the way we think. But his argument, which is the basis of our book, is that this new phase of artificial intelligence will lead to us having analogous intelligences that are non-human that we have to interact with. And the examples that I was using involve us watching and helping the AI to get better. And as the AI gets smarter and smarter, humans will be more and more interacting with it. And more importantly, the AI will do things that humans can't do, and the humans will do things that AI can't do. That symbiosis changes our perception of ourselves. There are many examples, but you as a person from birth were taught to believe everything your eyes and your ears tell you. But with generative design and all the new technologies, most of the media you consume in the next 5 years will be manufactured by computers. That has an enormous implication for the way you think, the way you reason, who you trust, where your paranoias and insecurities are, all the problems as a human that all of us have.
Mm-hmm. Just lastly, here we are at this historic global summit. We are nowhere near getting international consensus and agreement on the responsible use of artificial intelligence, precisely because there is an interface of things, cultural differences, different aptitudes and capacities within states as well. There are the legal frameworks that ought to be worked out and threshed out. But that is the aim, ultimately. You have been part of a national commission on AI. Just using those principles that you applied in your work, what would be your recommendations for a global commission on AI?
Well, we need one. And so I'm really glad that you're suggesting it in the conference. What I would tell you is, first, most of the people who are talking about AI don't understand what it actually does. So the first thing is, this is not killer robots, guys. The first thing to do is to understand what is possible in the next 5 to 10 years and how we're going to regulate the abuses, the worst possible uses, the things which involve unfairness and discrimination and so forth, things that are inconsistent with Western values. And I would like to see a global commission that's organized around Western values, those of freedom and democracy and so forth. That's my own view. And if we have to bring in people who are non-Western in their values, then let's accommodate them, but make sure that they understand that we want these systems to reflect Western values. The reason we need a global conference is that we need to start talking about this. Because imagine a situation, look at the Ukraine-Russia conflict today, which is largely conventional. Imagine if it were being fought by AI robots. How would we deal with that? How would we deal with the difference in values between the Russians and the Ukraine and Westerns? How would we sort all of that out? Also, such conflicts would occur much, much quicker. So part of the problem you have with conflict is you have much less time now. My example would be, there's a fight between North Korea, they attack the United States, China decides it's a bad idea and stops it, and the entire war is about 100 milliseconds. Because the whole thing was done faster than humans could decide, using computers that decided when to attack and when to defend. There are an enormous set of issues in the scenario that I just described. Who decides? How do you make sure you're limited? How do you deal with balance of power? All of these kinds of things. All of these things have to get discussed right now.
Well, Dr. Eric Schmidt, we're really grateful for your time, your experience, and your expertise. Thank you so much for giving us your time here on our special digital program.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Schmidt, for your valuable contribution. Now I would like to invite the official co-host of the REAIM Summit, the Republic of Korea. I'm very honored to invite to the stage the Minister of Foreign Affairs, His Excellency Mr. Park Yin. Please, the floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. I'm Park Jin, Foreign Minister of the Republic of Korea. I would like to extend my gratitude to the Netherlands for their exceptional leadership in organizing the REAIM Summit and for their gracious hospitality. The Hague, known as International City of Peace and Justice, provides the ideal setting for this important gathering. More than 40 sessions were held yesterday and today, with an impressive number of people from more than 80 countries to discuss military applications of AI and its implications. And I have the feeling that all of us agree that the impact of AI on our lives are so significant that no country is free from the common challenge that we face. When I think of the wrong use of artificial intelligence, like many of you, the movie Terminator comes to mind. As you know, the film is about stopping the rise of a dangerous AI system called Skynet to safeguard the future of humanity. It is a cautionary tale about dangers of AI and its potential unintended consequences, which many participants today pointed out. The REAIM Summit marks a significant step in raising global awareness about these potential risks and the importance of developing and using AI responsibly. Over the past 2 days, we had productive discussions with experts from diverse backgrounds on the opportunities and challenges presented by AI. With the wisdom gained from the conference, we should proceed and act to prevent wrong uses of AI in the military domain. Because AI is evolving rapidly, we must prepare and act before it's too late. This is all the more important, especially to Korea, which is facing a real threat from North Korea in terms of escalating weapons of mass destruction program, including nuclear and missile threats. The challenge of controlling the military application of AI is different from what we did in the past. One major difference is that AI is primarily about invisible software, not visible hardware. The distinction between non-military technology and military technology will not be so clear-cut and in many cases indivisible. Another challenge is the potential tension between those who already have AI technologies and those who do not. AI is closely tied to our daily lives and economy, so there will be natural reservations to any controlling mechanism that prevents latecomers from developing their own AI technology. So, ladies and gentlemen, as a leading Asian nation in AI development, Republic of Korea recognizes the significance of pursuing meaningful dialogue on this topic. This also aligns with our Yoon Suk-yeol government's initiative, which seeks to establish a digital order that promotes freedom, solidarity, and human rights. Therefore, Korea is committed to securing political attention to the issue and promoting international discussions. We will prioritize facilitating dialogue among relevant stakeholders, including governments, the private sector, civil society, and academia. In doing so, we will build on our experiences from hosting the Conference on Cyberspace and the Nuclear Security Summit, which we organized together with the Netherlands and the United States. To this end, we plan to delve into the implications of AI on global peace and security at the annual World Emerging Security Forum, hosted by Korea later this year. And more importantly, Korea is proud to announce that it will host the second REAIM Summit in Korea in cooperation with the Netherlands. Let me close by saying that the responsible military use of AI is not just a technical matter, but a political one that requires the attention and commitment of all of us. Therefore, I would like to encourage our partners to join us in supporting the REAIM Summit's call to action. Korea also appreciates the efforts of the United States to develop a political declaration that promotes best practices. So we must continue to work together to ensure this issue remains a priority on our political agenda. Once again, I would like to thank all of you for your active engagement and contributions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. So we have something to look forward to. But maybe now let us look back to our splendid program of the past 2 days. We have a short recap video of about 2 minutes just to show you what you might have missed when you were busy at the other plenary sessions.
I am so happy to gather you all here in The Hague at the World Forum.
There are 3 themes that are central during this conference: myth-busting AI, responsible deployment of the use of AI, and governance frameworks.
Time travels fast.
AI is everywhere. It is changing the way we live, it is changing the way we work, and it is clearly changing the military.
The more our civilian societies become accustomed to these technologies, robotics and AI, the more we also will accept the employment of these technologies on the battlefield.
For me, it is the most important element that it is reliable, it is trustworthy, and there is no data bias.
Wars are dirty. Biases are part of warfare.
So there's a fair chance of data bias.
Yes, sir, that is correct.
In the civilian domain, you're constantly looking to minimize risk. And war is different. You have to take risks.
One of the challenges is that as these things are being developed, we're hoping, I guess, that countries will be responsible in how they're developing them, but we don't know that.
We have to understand how it can help, but never ever hand it over to AI.
How do we as humans stay in touch with our own decision making?
Today's gathering is one that could lead us closer to an international agreement.
It's so rare to have such a multi-stakeholder venue where you have people from all across the world and all different disciplines.
And to understand each other better, I think is the first best next step for a global approach to AI governance.
It has been estimated that AI is as groundbreaking as nuclear technology.
We don't want any system to generate its own goals, but what about the systems that are already there?
Is that something tucked away in the future? No, it's happening right now.
So it's here to stay, and we need to think about how to apply it responsibly.
The machine will not decide, it's a human being.
And then, to officially close REAIM 2023, I would like to give the floor to the Minister of the Foreign Affairs of the Netherlands, Mr. Hoekstra. The floor is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, what is there more to say? It has been a true pleasure to meet with all of you, to speak, to think with such inspiring people about a topic that clearly concerns all of us. And it is about our future. And I made a confession at the Ministerial roundtable that I would like to repeat here in full transparency. Of the 2,000 people present at the conference, it is probably true, it is certainly true that we politicians know the least about AI. And it is that lack of knowledge, that lack of understanding that actually makes me uncomfortable. But at the same time, it gives me a strong sense of urgency. AI is already changing our world, and we've seen it and we've discussed it here at this conference. It is helping us translate, navigate, write, and indeed, as I said at the beginning, it can even write poetry, which I would argue is actually an utterly human activity. And at the same time, AI and AI's potential to think and act for humans worries me. As imperfect as we are, we must take responsibility at all times. For our own actions, for the technology we create, and for decisions about the most essential, life and death. And that is only one of the aspects of AI that inspires the urgency I, and I'm sure all of you, feel. We must act now, so we can use the potential of AI to make our world safer and actually better. And so we can ensure the responsible development, deployment and use of AI in the military domain within the parameters of international law. And I'm very pleased that this sense of urgency is felt by everyone here today. People from more than 80 countries gathered here in The Hague. Ladies and gentlemen, AI is all of our business. It's as political as it is technical. It is as public as it is commercial. If we leave AI to others, we're leaving our very future actually to others. And together, we're raising awareness of that urgency, motivating countries, companies and civil society organizations to heed our call to action today. More than 60 countries have already endorsed the call to action, and I sincerely hope more will follow. So let us work together to make sure we persuade them. And let me thank the 2 countries that have already responded to our call to action. The US, the United States, with its initiative to work on norms and principles, and the Republic of Korea, that will organize the next REAIM summit. They both have, of course, our full support and commitment. Ladies and gentlemen, over the past 2 days, we've increased our understanding of what AI is, how it can be deployed, and what specific risks are involved. We've busted myths, shared our thoughts about the responsible use of it, and spoken about government frameworks and how to continue. We've also learned how our efforts today differ from traditional arms control, which actually essentially is something different, and that AI is much more about risk management. And we've identified tools that can ensure the responsible use of AI. However, there are clearly still many open questions. And I'd like to invite you to think about the structure of the Global Commission that we aim to launch to seek answers to specifically these questions. Dear friends, we are living in a very challenging time. A time of global warming, a time of war, a time of poverty. And the international community is doing its utmost to put out these fires. But now it has the unique opportunity to prevent, rather than to just respond. To close the stable door before the horse bolts. To prevent AI from taking us to a place we actually don't want to be. And at the same time, to open the door to the future we do seek, we do want, and we do wish for our children. When it comes to warfare technology, you could say that for the first time in history, we're actually ahead of the future. But only just. If you compare the speed of the development of ChatGPT to our track record in making agreements and reaching decisions, we've actually got no time to lose. And that is why we must make haste. This conference is clearly only the starting point of a long process, but I'm actually very hopeful. Because during the past 2 days, we've not only shared our knowledge, we've also shown our joint commitment. And to me, the conference's biggest return is the signal we're sending to the world. that we want a future for our children that lives up to our standards, to our values and to our agreements. That we want to expand and fortify the international legal order, which is actually under severe pressure. And that we are prepared to take full responsibility. And now we want as many other countries as possible to join us. Or let me put it in these poetic words that ChatGPT generated for me one very last time. World leaders, hear our call. Let's work together, lest we fall. To set standards, guide the way. For AI in the military, let us pave the way. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much, and I wish you safe travels. Thank you.